ये दोनों ने त्रिपुरा के विकास के लिए, त्रिपुरा के गरीबों के लिए, त्रिपुरा के आदिवासियों के लिए।
T.S. Koshari exits as Maharashtra governor months after facing fire over Shivaji comments. Ramesh Vyas appointed as the new governor. Maharashtra opposition celebrates, calls Koshari outsider a big win. Political storm over Adani rages on amidst the logjam in the parliament. AAP hits the streets. Gherao BJP headquarters in the national capital stages massive protest in Chandigarh, seeks a JPC probe against Adani. Destruction and devastation across Turkey and Syria. Death toll stands at 28,000. Rescue teams look for survivors under the rubble. India sends 7th humanitarian assistance flight.
This bark of Romeo and Julie, the two sniffer dogs, is actually a bark of hope, because this is when everyone around realizes perhaps there still is life.
Series of mysterious air intrusions on the rise days after US shot down a Chinese spy balloon. The US military shot down an unidentified object over northern Canada. This is the second strike in 2 days. There's breaking news just coming in. Row after former Supreme Court judge appointed as the Andhra governor, Justice Abdul Nazir, was a part of the Ayodhya bench. Congress has slammed the move, claims Modi payback. Congress says it's Modi government's payback for the temple. BJP slams Mandir quid pro quo claim. So is this a quid pro quo or not? That is the big question right here. The Congress, of course, going on to say this is a quid pro quo, as Justice Abdul Nazir was a part of Ayodhya bench, and now he has been appointed as the Andhra governor. So the Congress has slammed this particular move, claims Modi payback, and it's Modi government's payback for the temple. And the BJP, of course, refused these charges by saying there is no quid pro quo. Rahul Gautam is with us. Let's listen to what Rashid Alvi has to say on this.
एक रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 50% रिटायर्ड जजेस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गवर्नमेंट कहीं ना कहीं उनको भेज देती है, जिससे लोगों का यकीन जुडिशरी पे कम होता चला जाता है। जस्टिस गगोई को अभी तो राज्यसभा दी थी, अब जस्टिस नजीर साहब को आपने गवर्नर बना दिया। राम जन्मभूमि बाबरी मस्जिद का सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले पर बहुत लोग सवालिया निशान लगाते चले आ रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट के दबाव में हुआ है। जस्टिस गगोई के बनने के बाद जस्टिस नजीर को गवर्नर बनाना उन लोगों के शक और शुबे को और मजबूत करता।
We'll wait for some political reactions to come in on this, because clearly the Congress says that this is a quid pro quo. The BJP saying there is no quid pro quo, and the Congress calling it Ram Mandir payback. We have to see what the other political parties also have to say about this. But this is a big story. Big questions arising on whether this was a quid pro quo or not, because after the former Supreme Court judge was appointed, the Andhra governor, Justice Abdul Nazir, was a part of the Ayodhya bench, and now the Congress is slamming this particular move. Rahul Gautam now joins us. Rahul, Congress going on to say this is a clear quid pro quo, but the BJP going on to say no, there is nothing like that. What's going on?
Well, absolutely. The very appointment of Abdul Nazir as the governor of Andhra Pradesh has evoked sharp reactions both from Congress and BJP, given the fact that Congress party is trying to create a narrative that because of the fact that he gave favorable judgments, in matters like Ayodhya and demonetization, that therefore he has been he has been appointed as the governor. On the other hand, the government has rubbished all these allegations, clearly saying that his appointment has been made as per the merit. So, in fact, Congress leader Rashid Alvi also said that it's not the first time where government has appointed, former justices on a plum post. Earlier, he cited the example of Ranjan Gogoi, who was also part of Ayodhya judgment. So clearly, the Congress party is trying to create a narrative that because of the fact that these judges were part of the judgment process for those matters that were actually concerned or going to allegedly benefit the BJP. Therefore, these people are being felicitated in the system, and therefore this only, going to become another flashpoint between opposition and ruling party in coming days?
All right, we'll get you more political reactions as we go along the way. But has there been any other political party who's raised this particular objection like the Congress party, Rahul?
Well, the like-minded opposition parties are raising the same issue. In fact, what we're learning from our sources that tomorrow, at 9:45, the opposition like-minded parties are going to, have a meeting inside the parliament, and over there, this issue is also going to be, top of the agenda, and therefore you can expect that the political parties are certainly going to, exert or going to mount pressure upon the government on this very issue, and you can expect some ruckus happening in coming days. So it's certainly going to be becoming a major flashpoint between opposition and treasury benches, given the fact that opposition is saying that this is being done only because of the fact that these judges, gave favorable judgments in the favor of the government, and therefore they are.
Right. We'll come back to you, Rahul, for more on this story. But thanks so much for joining us with the very latest details. President Draupadi Murmu has appointed governors of 12 states. The list also includes names of Bhagat Singh Koshyari, whose resignation has also been accepted. Now, a massive political war has erupted over Koshyari. The opposition has targeted him over his past comments, which sparked controversy and received criticism from all the sides, at times making it hard for even the BJP to back him. Uddhav Sena led the attack. They slammed the attack and they led this and called it a big win for Maharashtra. The NCP launched an attack saying that the former governor disrespected Maharashtra and Shivaji. Remember, Koshyari on several occasions sparked several controversies, if you remember. He called Shivaji Maharaj an icon of golden times, and he also claimed that Samarth Ramdas was Shivaji Maharaj's guru. He also mocked Savitribai Phule's marriage. Ramesh Vyas has now been appointed as the new governor of the state.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज हो, सावित्रीबाई फुले हो, उनके बारे में जो वक्तव्य किया, महाराष्ट्र के बारे में जो राज्यपाल महोदय ने वक्तव्य किया, उससे यहाँ की जनता नाराज है। अगर राज्य की जनता की आवाज़ सुन लेती तो तुरंत उनका तबादला होता, लेकिन नहीं किया। आखिरी मिनट तक राज्यपाल का समर्थन केंद्र सरकार करती रही। ये महाराष्ट्र कभी भूलेगा नहीं। और आज सामुदायिक जो तबादले हुए हैं उसमें महाराष्ट्र के राज्यपाल का तबादला हुआ है। ये कोई मेहरबानी नहीं है।
Very thankful to the Honorable President of India for accepting the resignation of Mr. Bhagat Singh Koshyari. Mr. Koshyari had been quoting controversy with uncalled for statements in Maharashtra, and somewhere he kept hurting the sentiments of the people of Maharashtra. We are happy that he has finally resigned and there will be a new governor. Our expectation is that the new governor who comes into Maharashtra remembers that the constitutional position that is given to him is that of a neutral one.
Even then the central government and BJP leaders were silent. Even after that, before that, he has done in a totally unconstitutional way. The present government, unconstitutional government. He asked the government and BJP party, we have a single letter with Honorable Governor of Maharashtra.
Thank you, Mr. Sawant, for joining me on this story. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting the state of Rajasthan to inaugurate phase 1 of the ambitious Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Prime Minister will...
Breaking news just coming in. JP Nadda has trained guns on Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. JP Nadda says Jungle Raj under Mamata Banerjee regime. He's made this particular attack on the Bengal Chief Minister. Nadda says TMC, that is Trinamool Congress, is equal to terror plus mafia plus corruption. Unquote. This is a huge attack coming in on Mamata Banerjee made by JP Nadda. We'll wait and watch to see how the TMC responds to this particular attack coming in. But Nadda going on there to slam Mamata Banerjee and calling Mamata Banerjee's regime as a regime which is consisting of terror, mafia and corruption. Listen to what JP Nadda has to say on this.
ये है टी है टेरर, एम है माफिया, एम है मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग और सी है करप्शन और सी है कमीशन। हमारी ममता दीदी महिला है, बंगाल महिलाओं का सम्मान करना जानता है, बंगाल महिलाओं को बड़े ऊंचे स्थान पर रखता है। मां दुर्गा की धरती है, मां काली की धरती है, शक्ति की धरती है। लेकिन मुझे दुख के साथ बताना पड़ता है आपको कि महिलाओं पर अत्याचार में बंगाल चौथे नंबर पर खड़ा है।
Ritik Mondal is now joining us. Ritik, on back of what development is this particular attack by JP Nadda coming in on Mamata Banerjee? Ritik, can you hear me? Okay, Ritik will be joining us in moments from now, but that's the latest coming in right there. Nadda's Jungle Raj attack coming in on Mamata Banerjee. JP Nadda going on there to train guns on Bengal Chief Minister Mamata. He says Jungle Raj under Mamata Banerjee regime. This is an attack directly on the Chief Minister of Bengal. Nadda says TMC, which is the Trinamool Congress, is equal to terror plus mafia plus corruption. Ritik Mondal is now going to be joining us in moments from now. He's just getting patched on this broadcast to get your perspective, on the back of which this particular comment has come from JP Nadda. We'll get you those reactions, and we'll also get you, Ritik, to join you with the latest coming in and how the TMC response to this particular attack of the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be an interesting one to watch out for, given the fact that JP Nadda has targeted Mamata Banerjee directly, calling her entire regime as a Jungle Raj under her regime. Ritik is now joining us. Ritik, on the back of which development has JP Nadda made this comment? Ritik, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Yes, can you please repeat the question?
I'm saying under what development, because of on the back of which development has this comment come in by JP Nadda?
Exactly. JP Nadda, rightly on his 2 days visit in Bengal, and just a while back he was addressing a public meeting in East Bardhaman, and where he targeted specifically the Mamata-led government here in Bengal in alleging and raising several issues like widespread corruption led by Trinamool Congress, or how the people of Bengal are being denied the houses under the PM Jojana scheme, and of course there are corruption charges against Trinamool Congress, be it the teachers recruitment scam or many else. And categorically JP Nadda targeted Mamata-led government, and today he will be addressing another rally in Kathi, which is the hometown of leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari, and ahead of the elections in Bengal, be it Panchayat election which is scheduled to happen this year, or the general election which is going to happen in 2024. BJP is eyeing to focus on those particular Lok Sabha seats where they earlier failed to bag those seats. So which is why top leader of BJP, they are visiting time and again, and this is the second visit of JP Nadda, BJP's national president, in a difference between 1 month, and he is visiting these particular Lok Sabha seats, and these are the allegation charges. It's, I believe, be it Panchayat election or Lok Sabha election, these are the issues which will be raised and will be very, very key issues ahead of election, targeting and Trinamool Congress, and BJP will be questioning them and will be targeting and attacking them again and again, which is why JP Nadda attack Mamata Banerjee, and in conclusion, JP Nadda draw these attention of the people that he believes in very sooner there will be surely a change in Bengal. And we know time and again when top leaders like JP Nadda or Amit Shah visited this place, even after the 2021 assembly election, they targeted, they lashed out, they came down heavily on Mamata Banerjee amid a situation when state is facing several corruption charges. Their ministers and leaders are behind bars, and people, particularly teachers, they are carried out in a protest march or a staging demonstration demanding jobs, and there are widespread corruption charges against Trinamool also. And when it comes to BJP and its top leader, they are targeting Trinamool.
All right, we're getting breaking news coming in. We'll have to cut straight across to the breaking news that is coming in. Jamiat Ulema's Madani stokes row. Madani says Islam, oldest religion in India, Om and Allah same. Madani says Lord Ram, Lord Shiv did not exist then. So there is a row that is going on, the religious one, while I'll listen to what he has to say.
वो ओम को पूछते थे। मैंने कहा ओम कौन है? बहुत से लोगों ने कहा कि वो एक हवा है जिनका कोई रूप नहीं है, कोई रंग नहीं है, वो दुनिया में हर जगह है, हवा हर जगह है। बाबा, इन्हीं को तो हम अल्लाह कहते हैं, इन्हीं को तो तुम ईश्वर कहते हो, इसी को तो हम अल्लाह कहते हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि मनु एक अल्लाह, मनु यानी आदम, एक ओम यानी एक अल्लाह को पूछते थे।
आज ये सवाल ही नहीं है कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर सबसे पुराना मजहब कौन सा है, सबसे नया मजहब कौन सा है। इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि हिंदुस्तान सारे धर्मों की इज्जत करता है। इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि भारत में रहने वाला आदमी तमाम आस्थाओं की इज्जत करता है, तमाम धर्मों की इज्जत करता है। ये इमैटीरियल है कौन सा मजहब पहले आया, कौन सा मजहब बाद में आया।
Well, we're slipping to a short commercial break, but when we return, the India Art Fair, one of the leading events of South Asia, opened doors to visitors at the NSIC exhibition grounds in New Delhi. Full report in just moments from now.
Are watching India Today.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है।
Thank Mr. Puri.
I thank you for giving me the chance to address you.
Terrorism now a global issue.
The First Lady position is so unusual.
Never in my career did I ever see that love and affection in any other country than we saw in India in '79.
Pakistan has been responsible chronically for association with sponsorship of terrorist groups.
Ambassador Sir, the fact that Syria has been under sanction, and there are many countries that have, despite not lifting of the sanctions, have sent aid. Could you tell us which are those countries that are sending humanitarian assistance and aid to Syria? And secondly, we've seen a lot of messaging from various countries regarding the earthquake, but very little on Syria, more to do with Turkey. What is your position or your reading on how the world has reacted to a natural calamity where lives have been lost?
Firstly, I would love to mention that those sanctions are only political sanctions imposed by the Americans due to some political concerns and interests. We have been always independent in our decision, and we will be independent in our decision. The country is changing, and it's not the United States, the God of the world anymore. Other countries looking for the position they deserve in the new world are taking their independent decision. Among those comes India. As I'm telling you, it took only some hours to start taking the decision of being with the Syrian people and the Syrian government. His Excellency the Prime Minister of India was attending that meeting I'm telling you about. In a short time, he conveyed his condolences to Syria. Later on, the foreign minister and the high-ranking officials at the Ministry of External Affairs and other friends in India, they responded soon, and this is a beginning of a better position. When it comes to other countries, we have many friends, and they can understand the reality of these political sanctions, and they don't care, because they already have those sanctions imposed on them.
Right.
What I'm trying to say, when you are honest and have good friends, you will find a way to find a solution of those crazy sanctions.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. The India Art Fair, one of the leading art events of South Asia, opened doors to visitors at the NSIC exhibition grounds in New Delhi. This year, the fair showcased a wide array of modern, contemporary artwork from India and South Asia and presented 85 exhibitors, including 71 galleries and 14 institutions. The 2023 fair is being hailed as the best edition yet. And in fact, what made news was also Tech X, Art X, artificial intelligence as well. Watch this report by India Today's group photo editor, Bandeep Singh.
Friends, this is springtime in Delhi, and I am at the India Art Fair with creativity blooming on all sides. I am Bandeep Singh, Group Photo Editor of India Today, and I'm here to show you the pick of the Indian Art Fair. I am with artist Ani Kumari from Jamshedpur, whose work Alingan is one of the most strong works of this art fair, and it features two large spherical orbs intersecting, almost overlapping each other as if in an embrace. The word Alingan means embrace, and here we see a very deft use of technique whereby she has created a sense of duality of creating two spheres using the same color scheme and the same dot and dot technique. The dots are placed differently in a different arrangement, and in that subtlety she creates an image of two spheres, which to me represents the duality, the concept of duality or dvait in Indian thought.
So the work is based on mathematical coding. It's a very ancient kind of mathematical coding that's involved, based on the Fibonacci series and also the prime number sequences. That's from where the pattern has arrived. But of course it has a wide thematic concern, and the form comes out of my studies of the Panchang, the Hindu calendar, and it's based on natural occurrences like the occurrences of eclipse and other kind of celestial phenomena.
Baroda-based artist Girjesh Kumar is a regular at the art fair. You know, he creates these amazing sculptures made out of rubble blocks of demolished buildings, and he finds faces in those blocks, like the proverbial artist who found the sculpture within a block of stone. And this time, from smaller portraits, Girjesh has come to do a full-length realistic work of a homeless person lying down in front of ornately carved buildings. Is emblematic of the proverbial migrant who we saw during the COVID times leaving their homes leaving their plush homes, plush surroundings where they were working, and carry on with their life, with their baggages. This also, Girjesh sees this work as emblematic of the baggages that we carry, and we hold it close to our beings. Anish Kapoor's glazed metal orbs don't ever cease to fascinate in the ways they invert, distort, and magnify your own mirror images. The work invites a lot of engagement and is very popular with a lot of viewers. Artist Shilpa Gupta's globe, created out of aeroplane seat belts, talks to me about interconnectedness and a world that is constantly moving from one space to another, from one time zone to another. It's a globe created out of human movement. The assassination of Mahatma Gandhi is one of the most violent memories of post-independence history of India. But we are distanced from that memory by time and the ideological debates that surround the act of the assassination. Kerala-based artist Tom Watakuri creates a graphic depiction of the sheer horror, the anguish, the grief, the shock, and the sheer violence of the act of the assassination, and forces us to look at it beyond all thought, beyond all arguments, beyond all debates, to look at the sheer pain and the horror of the act. I'm joined by Tom over here, who is with us to talk about this work. Tom, tell us what led you to do this work, which is very graphic in its detail.
I feel that the same situation that led to the death of Gandhi still exists. So I thought it is time for me to portray how Gandhi died in great detail.
Thank you. It's a very powerful work. One of the most beautiful takeaways of the art fair is the revival of folk art and folk art painting in contemporary expressions. One of the most beautiful expressions of that is this painting of Vishwaroop behind me. It is a collaboration between three artists. Artist Bhajju Sham working with Gond art, Manjunath Kamath doing contemporary art, and Santosh Kumar Das doing Mithila painting. And all three of them have collaborated to create this vision of the universe as depicted in Indian thought, the Vishwaroop, the universe as a manifestation of Lord Vishnu. We end the walkthrough of this edition of the art fair with an amazing minimalistic depiction of the Kali by artist Paresh Maiti, where just the emblem of the red tongue coming out of a black void depicts the goddess. And we leave you with the thought that you stay blessed and stay creative.
Cutting straight across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's speaking live at the moment.
के मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान मनोहर लाल जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी नितिन गडकरी जी, गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, वीके सिंह जी, अन्य सभी मंत्रीगण, सांसदगण, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, आज दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे के पहले चरण को राष्ट्र को समर्पित करते हुए मुझे बहुत गर्व हो रहा है। ये देश के सबसे बड़े और सबसे आधुनिक एक्सप्रेसवे में से एक है। ये विकसित होते भारत की एक और भव्य तस्वीर है। मैं दौसा वासियों को सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। भाई और बहनों, जब ऐसी आधुनिक सड़कें बनती हैं, आधुनिक रेलवे स्टेशन, रेलवे ट्रैक, मेट्रो, एयरपोर्ट बनते हैं, तो देश की प्रगति को गति मिलती है। दुनिया में ऐसे अनेक अध्ययन हैं जो बताते हैं कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर लगाई गई राशि जमीन पर कई गुना ज्यादा असर दिखाती है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर होने वाला निवेश उससे भी अधिक निवेश को आकर्षित करता है। बीते 9 वर्षों से केंद्र सरकार भी निरंतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर बहुत बड़ा निवेश कर रही है। राजस्थान में भी हाईवे के लिए बीते वर्षों में 50,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक दिए गए हैं। इस वर्ष के बजट में तो हमने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए की व्यवस्था की है। ये 2014 की तुलना में 5 गुना अधिक है। इस निवेश का बहुत बड़ा लाभ राजस्थान को होने वाला है। यहां के गांव, गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के परिवारों को होने वाला है। साथियों, जब सरकार हाईवे, रेलवे, पोर्ट, एयरपोर्ट उस पर निवेश करती है, जब सरकार ऑप्टिकल फाइबर बिछाती है, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ती है, जब सरकार गरीबों के करोड़ों घर बनाती है, मेडिकल कॉलेज बनवाती है, सामान्य मानवी से लेकर व्यापार कारोबार करने वालों तक, छोटी दुकान लगाने वालों से लेकर बड़ी इंडस्ट्री तक सभी को बल मिलता है। सीमेंट, सरिया, रेत, बजरी ऐसे हर सामान के व्यापार से लेकर ट्रांसपोर्ट तक हर कोई इससे लाभान्वित होता है। इन उद्योगों में अनेक नए रोजगार बनते हैं। जब दुकान का कारोबार जरा फलता फूलता है तो उसमें काम करने वाले भी बढ़ते हैं। यानी जितना अधिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर निवेश होता है उतना ही अधिक रोजगार भी बनता है। दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे के निर्माण के दौरान भी ऐसा अनेक लोगों को अवसर मिला है। साथियों, आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण का एक और पक्ष भी है। जब ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनकर तैयार हो जाता है तो किसान हो, कॉलेज दफ्तर आने जाने वाले लोग हो, ट्रक टेम्पो चलाने वाले लोग हो, व्यापारी हो, सबको अनेक प्रकार की सुविधाएं तो बढ़ती हैं, उनकी आर्थिक गतिविधि भी बढ़ती है। अब जैसे दिल्ली-दौसा-लालसोट के बीच ये एक्सप्रेसवे बन गया है। अब जयपुर से दिल्ली के सफर में पहले जो 5-6 घंटे लगते थे वो अब इसके आधे समय में हो जाएगा। आप सोचिए इससे कितने बड़े समय की बचत होगी। इस पूरे क्षेत्र के जो साथी दिल्ली में नौकरी करते हैं, कारोबार करते हैं, अन्य काम के लिए आना जाना होता है, वे अब आसानी से अपने घर शाम को पहुंच सकते हैं। ट्रक टेम्पो वाले साथी जो सामान लेकर दिल्ली आते जाते हैं उन्हें अपना पूरा दिन सड़क पर बिताना नहीं पड़ेगा। जो छोटे किसान हैं, जो पशुपालक हैं, वो अब आसानी से कम खर्च में अपनी सब्जी, अपना दूध दिल्ली भेज सकते हैं। अब देरी होने के कारण वजह से उनका सामान रास्ते में ही खराब होने का खतरा भी कम हो गया है। भाई और बहनों, इस एक्सप्रेसवे के इर्द गिर्द ग्रामीण हाट बनाए जा रहे हैं। इससे जो स्थानीय किसान है, बुनकर है, हस्तशिल्पी है, वे अपने उत्पाद आसानी से बेच पाएंगे। दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे से राजस्थान के साथ साथ हरियाणा, मध्य प्रदेश, गुजरात और महाराष्ट्र के अनेक जिलों को बहुत लाभ होगा। हरियाणा के मेवात और राजस्थान के दौसा जिले ऐसे जिलों में कमाई के नए साधन तैयार होने वाले हैं। इस आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी का लाभ सरिस्का टाइगर रिजर्व, केवलादेव और रणथंभौर नेशनल पार्क, जयपुर, अजमेर जैसे अनेक पर्यटक स्थलों को भी होगा। देश और विदेश के पर्यटकों के लिए राजस्थान पहले ही आकर्षक रहा है, अब इसका आकर्षण और बढ़ जाएगा। साथियों, इसके अलावा आज 3 और परियोजनाओं का शिलान्यास हुआ है। इनमें से एक परियोजना जयपुर को इस एक्सप्रेसवे से डायरेक्ट कनेक्टिविटी देगी। इसे जयपुर से दिल्ली तक का सफर सिर्फ 3 घंटे तक रह जाएगा। दूसरी परियोजना इस एक्सप्रेसवे को अलवर के पास अंबाला कोटपुतली कॉरिडोर से जोड़ेगी। इससे हरियाणा, पंजाब, हिमाचल प्रदेश और जम्मू कश्मीर से आने वाली गाड़ियां पंजाब, गुजरात, मध्य प्रदेश और महाराष्ट्र की तरफ आसानी से जा सकेगी। एक और परियोजना लालसोट करौली सड़क के विकास की है। ये सड़क भी इस क्षेत्र को न सिर्फ एक्सप्रेस वे से जोड़ेगी बल्कि क्षेत्र के लोगों का जीवन आसान बनाएगी। साथियों, दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे और वेस्टर्न डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर ये राजस्थान की देश की प्रगति के 2 मजबूत स्तंभ बनने वाले हैं। ये प्रोजेक्ट्स आने वाले समय में राजस्थान सहित इस पूरे क्षेत्र की तस्वीर बदलने वाले हैं। इन दोनों प्रोजेक्ट से दिल्ली मुंबई इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर को ताकत मिलेगी। ये रोड और फ्रेट कॉरिडोर हरियाणा और राजस्थान सहित पश्चिम भारत के अनेक राज्यों को बंदरगाहों से जोड़ेंगे। इससे लॉजिस्टिक्स से जुड़ेंगे, ट्रांसपोर्ट से जुड़े, भंडारण से जुड़े अनेक प्रकार के उद्योगों के लिए नई नई संभावनाएं अभी से ही बननी शुरू हो जाएगी। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि इस एक्सप्रेसवे को आज पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान से भी शक्ति मिल रही है। गति शक्ति मास्टर प्लान के तहत इस एक्सप्रेसवे में 5G नेटवर्क के लिए जरूरी ऑप्टिकल फाइबर बिछाने के लिए कॉरिडोर रखा गया है। बिजली के तारों और गैस पाइपलाइन के लिए भी जगह छोड़ी गई है। जो अतिरिक्त जमीन है उसका उपयोग सौर ऊर्जा के उत्पादन और वेयर हाउसिंग के लिए उपयोग किया जाएगा। ये सारे प्रयास भविष्य में करोड़ों रुपये बचाएंगे, देश का समय बचाएंगे। साथियों, सबका साथ सबका विकास राजस्थान और देश के विकास के लिए हमारा मंत्र है। इस मंत्र पर चलते हुए हम एक सक्षम, समर्थ और समृद्ध भारत बना रहे हैं। अभी मैं यहां तो बहुत ज्यादा लंबा नहीं समय लेता हूं, लेकिन अभी 15 मिनट के बाद मुझे पास में ही एक सार्वजनिक कार्यक्रम में बोलना है। बहुत बड़ी तादाद में राजस्थान के लोग वहां इंतजार कर रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं बाकी सारे विषय वहां जनता जनार्दन के सामने रखूंगा। एक बार फिर आप सभी को आधुनिक एक्सप्रेसवे की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायक शब्दों के लिए। हर भारतीय के जीवन को सुगम बनाने के लिए आपका संकल्प भाव हम सबको प्रेरणा देता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, अब एक्सप्रेसवे पर आयोजित एक प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन।
At the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, Delhi to Mumbai in 12 hours, the Prime Minister makes a big announcement in unveiling this particular expressway that the entire country has, of course, has been waiting for. Delhi-Mumbai Expressway is a big one for this country, the E-way connecting 6 states and 40 cities. We're getting all the salient features of this particular expressway as well. It's going to be an 8-lane expressway. India's longest expressway has taken shape. The Prime Minister Modi himself unveiling this particular expressway. It is indeed a moment of vikas for the country, given the fact that this is a big one, connecting the financial capital and the political capital of the country and the financial capital being connected by this particular expressway. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the Rajasthan leg of the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. The expressway is going to be reducing the travel time from Delhi to Jaipur from 6 to 4 hours. India Today's Milan Sharma is bringing you this ground report.
The mammoth Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, the longest in India, is finally seeing the light of day. The flagship route opened for commuters, the Delhi-Jaipur stretch of the expressway that begins from Gurugram's Rajiv Chowk to Sona Road. The opening by Prime Minister Narendra Modi from Dausa in Rajasthan. The 225-kilometer long Delhi-Dausa-Lalsot stretch is ready in the first phase. And when the entire 1300-kilometer expressway will be ready, you can zoom from Delhi to Mumbai in just 12 hours. The same distance takes 24 hours today.
So what if I told you that you could reach from Delhi to Jaipur in about 3 hours after 12th February, when this Delhi-Mumbai Expressway stretch opens, a road that would take you 5 hours to reach? This is the first section that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to inaugurate for more connectivity from Delhi all the way to Mumbai.
At the toll gates, the vehicle's entry will be marked through the GPS satellite navigation system's chip. You will be charged a toll fare exactly for the kilometers you travel, and there is no entry fee system.
So about a kilometer from the toll gate, we have the first rest and service area. And of course, there are SOS services, food, restaurant, washrooms if one wants to go to, and a petrol refilling station as well. So all these and other such services will also be available at various points across the entire expressway.
CCTV cameras are running on solar energy and are AI enabled. Electric vehicle charging stations throughout the route make it a green ride. The Delhi-Mumbai Expressway is passing through 6 states: Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and Maharashtra, connecting major cities like Kota, Indore, Jaipur, Bhopal, Vadodara and Surat. While the entry of this expressway to Delhi and Faridabad has not yet opened, the expressway can also be accessed through Delhi-Noida direct flyover near the Maharani Bagh in Delhi.
This expressway is at least 1300 kilometers in length and connects at least 6 states of India. And it's a very important part and a start to India's ambitious project of the Golden Quadrilateral, connecting all the corners of the country together, which is why the government is trying hard to finish the project till 2024. With Pradeep Gupta from the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Stepping to a very short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
On February 3rd, a train derailed in a village in Ohio, near the Pennsylvania state line. This caused a huge fire and the area got covered in billows of black orange smoke. The train was carrying more than 100 cars, 20 of which were carrying hazardous materials that could pose any kind of danger, including flammables, combustibles or environmental risks. Around 50 of those cars got derailed. National Transport Safety Board said that the derailment was caused by a potential mechanical issue with one of the rail car axles. Firefighters were called from nearby areas to defuse the fire. People residing within a mile of the accident were informed that an evacuation order remained in place. No injuries were reported from the derailment or from the controlled release of the chemicals, but some people complained about smelling chlorine and smoke in the area and having headaches.
It's really a scary experience. If you ain't never experienced something like it, it really is.
The US Environmental Protection Agency said around-the-clock testing inside and outside the evacuation zone showed that the air had returned to normal. With Arushi Mohindra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Movies are dreams that you never forget.
Sammy?
You can finally catch Steven Spielberg's latest offering, The Fabelmans, which has been winning hearts all over the world. The film is finally out in theatres in India. It's deeply personal for Spielberg as the film is based on his experience as a child in Arizona. The film presents a universal coming-of-age story about an isolated young man's pursuit of his dreams.
In this family, it's the scientists versus the artists. Sammy's on my team, takes after me. What kind of movie are we gonna make?
The movie features an ensemble cast of Gabrielle Labelle, Michelle Williams, Paul Dano, Seth Rogen and Judd Hirsch. The Fabelmans is written by Steven Spielberg in collaboration with Tony Kushner. The duo has earlier worked on some amazing films like Lincoln and Munich.
She should have been a concert piano player. What she got in her heart is what you got.
You can't just love something, you also have to take care of it. It's more important than your hobby. Can you stop calling it a hobby?
The film received 5 nominations at the 80th Golden Globe Awards and won the award for Best Motion Picture Drama and Best Director for Spielberg. The Fabelmans has also been nominated for the Oscars in not 1, but 7 categories, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Lead Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Original Screenplay, Best Production Design, and Best Original Score.
I don't know what to do anymore.
You do what your heart says you have to.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
What was your favorite part?
It's a relatively cool morning. Best way out is chai. Thoda chai karna, garam chai. Perfect. How is everybody? Kaise ho? Yeah, fine.
How are you?
Very well. What is going to happen in elections? क्या होगा?
इलेक्शन तो अच्छा ही होगा.
अच्छा का मतलब क्या है?
बट इस बार मुझे लग रहा है बीजेपी रिटेन करेगा.
बीजेपी रिटेन करेगा?
रिटेन करेगा.
बीजेपी वर्सेस लेफ्ट फ्रंट. बेटर गवर्नमेंट किसका था? बीजेपी का या लेफ्ट फ्रंट का?
बीजेपी का गवर्नमेंट. नाउ वी आर सीइंग डेवलपमेंट एवरीवेयर.
यू आर सीइंग डेवलपमेंट एवरीवेयर.
लास्ट 25 इयर्स क्या हो रहा था, जो मतलब सीपीएम का लोग था, अंडर क्वालिटी लोगों का नौकरी मिलता था. बट अभी लास्ट 5 इयर्स जो क्वालिटी है, जो क्वालिटी आदमी है उसको भी नौकरी मिल रहा है. ठीक है।
बट कई लोग तो ये कह रहे हैं कि हमको नौकरी नहीं मिला है, बहुत प्रॉमिस किया, ये होगा वो होगा।
एक्चुअली मेन क्या है कि पहले जो है नौकरी मिलने के लिए किसी नेता के पीछे घूमना पड़ता था, अभी वो चीज नहीं है क्योंकि बायबैक का सिस्टम उठ गया। ये बस रिटर्न दीजिए, नहीं तो नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी। रिटर्न में आप क्वालिफाई हो गए तो आपको नौकरी है। ट्रांसपेरेंसी है इसमें। क्या है कि हमको जो एजुकेटेड लड़के लोग है, जो एजुकेटेड आदमी है, वो क्या है कि नेताओं के पीछे नहीं जाना पड़ता।
Remember, of course, Manik Sarkar was the chief minister of the Left Front for 20 years. Manik Saha is the chief minister now of the BJP. So Manik Sarkar or Manik Saha?
Manik Shah.
Manik Shah.
Manik Shah is better than Manik Sarkar.
चाय पी के चाय त्रिपुरा वाली। चलो कटिंग चाय, अर्ली मॉर्निंग कटिंग चाय, ग्रेट इंडियन ट्रेडिशन।
are watching India Today.
A mob in eastern Pakistan stormed a police station, lynched a man under custody and accused him of blasphemy in the latest incident of religion-linked violence in the Islamic Republic. Here's our report.
A man was arrested for alleged blasphemy, was brutally lynched on the street in Pakistan's Nankana Sahib on Saturday. Crore video showed a violent lynch mob first stormed the police station where he was being held by scaling the gate. The bloodthirsty mob then searched for the 35-year-old, now identified as Mohammad Waris. The police personnel at the police station fled as the mob approached. He was brutally thrashed, hacked and then stripped. A badly injured and stark naked Mohammad Waris was then dragged in the streets, as the mob, which included children, kept striking him with sharp objects. The mob also threw stones at the victim, gasping for breath. His lifeless body was then doused with a flammable substance and set on fire. Brutal lynchings on alleged blasphemy charges are common in Pakistan. Pakistan has death provision for the acts of sacrilege. This law is often used to settle personal scores and persecute religious minorities. The latest murder comes just 2 weeks after Pakistan assured UN Human Rights Panel to curb such crimes. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or download our app.
You are watching India Today.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The fast and furious urban lifestyle has us all stressed. Eating out of plastic cans, popping munchies that are processed. Using quick fix makeup. Getting gel nails done so you don't have to touch up often. Using non-stick cookware. And the list is endless. Have you realized that the main cause of hormonal imbalance is due to all these factors? The biggest of them is stress. Stress is a known endocrine disruptor thanks to overproduction of cortisol in stressed individuals.
A lot of stress is coming from here, and the pituitary is right here and secretes at least half a dozen of hormones in the body, like a progesterone or testosterone. You know, like we need all these for remaining young and everything. And when these enzymes are disrupted by stress, you will end up having a lot of hormonal imbalances, and that's really shakes up your life.
The hormones are basically chemicals that are produced in your endocrine glands. They help control many important functions of the body. They help you with metabolism, reproduction, sexual function, libido, mood, skin, hair, and even sleep. Hormonal imbalance is rampant due to fast lifestyle and happens when the levels are either lower or higher than required. The imbalance can lead to many chronic diseases from thyroid, PCOD, diabetes, acne to infertility. In fact, plastic, makeup, toiletries that are not clean all contribute to imbalance eventually.
Use of plastic bottles, makeup, too much makeup, which is obviously full of chemicals. You start reading labels, start reading what all chemicals are present in what you're using. For example, nail polish. There's a lot of toxic nail polish around. You don't understand. They might cost very less, but they're very toxic. And you're using shampoos, sunscreens. They have to be good quality.
If one does not correct hormonal imbalance, it can lead to severe issues.
Fertility is one big problem in endocrine disruption. PCOD is another big problem. Then breast cancer is another big problem because they're, hormone sensitive cancers.
A holistic treatment is key to wellness. Keeping your gut clean, detoxing under medical supervision, and taking breaks to decompress do help.
I think holistic approach is 80% and the medications or hormone replacement can be 20%. Get your stress down, get your mental peace, relax, chill, meditate, get your breathing in place.
watching India Today.
Prime Minister Modi, Mega Vikas push in pole-bound state of Rajasthan unveils phase 1 of 1,368-kilometer long Delhi-Mumbai Expressway that would reduce travel time to just 12 hours. Day after Prime Minister Modi stormed Tripura, Amit Shah's big development pitch slams Congress for stopping Vikas, says party never thought of welfare of the tribals.
दोनों ने त्रिपुरा के विकास के लिए, त्रिपुरा के गरीबों के लिए, त्रिपुरा के आदिवासियों के लिए कुछ नहीं.
PS Koshari exits as Maharashtra governor months after facing fire over Shivaji comments. Ramesh Bais appointed new governor. Maharashtra opposition celebrates, calls Koshari a big win. Political storm over Adani rages on. Amidst lockjam in the parliament, AAP hits the streets. Kerala's BJP headquarters, the national capital, stages massive protests in Chandigarh, seeks JPC probe against Adani. Destruction and devastation across Turkey and Syria. Death toll stands at 28,000. Rescue teams look for survivors under rubble. India sends 7th humanitarian assistance flight.
This bark of Romeo and Julie, the two sniffer dogs, is actually a bark of hope, because this is when everyone around realizes perhaps there still is life.
Series of mysterious air intrusions on the rise. Day after US shot down a Chinese spy balloon, the US military shot down an unidentified object over northern Canada. This is the second strike in 2 days. And politics has erupted over former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nazir's appointment as Andhra Pradesh's governor, as President Draupadi Murmu notifies the appointment of former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nazir's appointment as the Andhra Pradesh governor. Congress and BJP have locked horns over this appointment, claiming that such appointments of judges will reduce people's faith in the judiciary. Congress leaders said that government should keep judiciary and executive separate. The Grand Old Party also asked the government to keep judiciary independent. Meanwhile, BJP General Secretary B.L. Santosh slammed the Congress for crying foul over Nazir's appointment, claiming that it had a habit of Congress-left ecosystem to oppose everything that the government does. BJP said former justice was being attacked only because he was part of Ram Janmabhoomi judgment. Remember, Abdul Nazir was a part of many landmark judgments, including Triple Talaq case, Ayodhya Babri Masjid dispute, and the demonetization case as well.
एक रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 50% रिटायर्ड जजेस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गवर्नमेंट कहीं ना कहीं उनको भेज देती है, जिससे लोगों का यकीन जुडिशरी पे कम होता चला जाता है। जस्टिस गगोई को अभी तो राज्यसभा दी थी, अब जस्टिस नजीर साहब को आपने गवर्नर बना दिया। राम जन्मभूमि बाबरी मस्जिद का सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले पर बहुत लोग सवालिया निशान लगाते चले आ रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट के दबाव में हुआ है। जस्टिस गगोई के बनने के बाद जस्टिस नजीर को गवर्नर बनाना उन लोगों के शक और शुबे को और मजबूत करता।
Rahul Gautam joins us live from Delhi. Rahul, the Congress has a point. Keep the judiciary and, these appointments in the government separate. Do not marry the two. Perhaps the Bharatiya Janata Party needs to take note of what the Congress's constructive criticism looks like.
Well, just short while back, Congress spokesperson Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi held a press conference, and in which he quoted former Union Minister Mr. Arun Jaitley and said that back in 2013, it was Mr. Jaitley who said that pre-retirement judgments are being influenced because of the fact that they are going to get, some post-retirement jobs. And therefore, it's the same thing which is happening now under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Mr. Singhvi said that, although, such appointments were made earlier also during, Congress party regime, but this is now becoming a norm, a regular exercise. Therefore, this is a threat to independent judiciary. In fact, he said that the Congress party opposes and condemns, such appointments. On the other hand, the government of the day has made it very clear that everything happened as per the, rule book and as per the merit. In fact, Mr. B.L. Santosh, who is a very senior member of the BJP, in fact, said that this is happening only because of the fact that Mr. Nazir was part of important Ayodhya judgment. So you can expect that, this issue is certainly going to echo tomorrow in Parliament as well, given the fact that this is something on which Congress party believes that is actually going to become a threat for independent judiciary, and they're going to certainly try to create a narrative that this is happening at the behest of the ruling party because of the fact that they gave judgments that were favorable to the ruling party.
All right, thanks for joining us with the very latest details. The heated exchange has intensified as the assembly polls in Karnataka approaching nearer. On Saturday, Union Home Minister Amit Shah launched a virulent attack on Congress and JDS and accused them of using Karnataka as ATM for their own gains. Meanwhile, war of words has erupted between Shah and Congress leader Siddaramaiah over to Tipu Sultan. Here's the look.
With the assembly elections closing in, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has launched a scathing attack against the Congress and JDS in Karnataka. Amit Shah, who was in Dakshina Kannada district on Saturday, alleged that the Congress used Karnataka as an ATM for the Gandhis. The Union Home Minister also slammed Congress leader Siddaramaiah for releasing 1,700 PFI members during his rule.
टीपू के मानने वाले जेडीएस और कांग्रेस को वोट देना चाहिए या रानी अबक्का को मानने वाली बीजेपी को वोट देना चाहिए? जोर से बोलो कांग्रेस या बीजेपी, और जोर से बोलो कांग्रेस या बीजेपी। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में राष्ट्रभक्तों की टोली जैसी भारतीय जनता पार्टी और गांधी परिवार के लिए कर्नाटक को अपना एटीएम बनाने वाली भ्रष्ट कांग्रेस पार्टी, दोनों के बीच में किसकी सरकार बननी चाहिए? जोर से बोले, किसकी बननी चाहिए? मित्रों, एक जनता दल एस और कांग्रेस एक कर्नाटक का भला नहीं कर सकती। सबसे बड़ी बात मैं बताता हूं, दक्षिण कर्नाटक वालों, एक कांग्रेस वालों ने पीएफआई के 1700 लोगों को छोड़ने का काम किया था और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पीएफआई पर बैन लगाकर हमेशा के लिए बंद कर दिया।
Shah was in Puttur for the Central Arecanut and Cocoa Marketing and Processing Limited's Golden Jubilee celebrations. Former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah hit back at Shah.
ಬರಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ, ಪಾಪ ಬರಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಅವರು ಬರಲಿ, ನಡ್ಡಾ ಅವರು ಬರಲಿ, ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ಬರಲಿ, ಯಾರು ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಈ ಸಾರಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯನ್ನು ಸೋಲಿಸಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಾರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ.
Meanwhile, Karnataka Congress Chief D.K. Shivakumar hit out at Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai over the law and order situation that led to the cancellation of Amit Shah's road show.
ಪುತ್ತೂರಿನ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋನ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಟ್ವೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಏನೋ ಅವರು ಸಂದೇಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಲಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಂದ ಇದು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಅಮಿತ್ ಶಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಲಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನರ ಬದುಕು ಏನಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
The BJP had won 7 of the 8 assembly seats in Dakshina Kannada district in the 2018 elections and is hoping to win all the seats this year. With Aniga Keshav in Puttur, Bureau Report, India Today.
या रानी अबक्का को मानने वाली बीजेपी को वोट देना चाहिए.
The death toll in Turkey and Syria from the quake has surpassed 28,000 and rescuers are working round the clock to find survivors 6 days after the 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey. More on this report.
One of the deadliest natural disasters in the history of mankind, with over 26,000 deaths, many still under the rubble. The tremor-affected regions of Turkey and Syria overwhelmed. On Saturday, Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan said that the loss to his country is unimaginable.
Yıkılan binaların yanı sıra sayılarını yüz binlerle.
In addition to the already collapsed buildings, the other ones, whose number can be expressed in hundreds of thousands, have also become uninhabitable due to their damages. So far, the total loss of life in the earthquake area has reached over 21,000 and the number of injured rose to 80,000.
Ayrıca 80.000.
The quakes have not only reduced thousands of skyscrapers to dust, but also have destroyed key roads.
Look at the damage on this part of the road. The plates moved, the tectonic plates moved as so much that the road has completely been uprooted, not just here, but all along this area. And there were several vehicles on the road early in the morning. Those vehicles were damaged after the crash, after the earthquake.
The burial grounds are witnessing an unprecedented influx of bodies. People are queuing up to the burial grounds to bury their loved ones.
Very, very sorry images of people beyond themselves in grief. They are injured themselves, they are hurt themselves, and yet the situation is so bad that they are having to come and bury their loved ones.
India Today is on the Syria-Turkey border tracking the grim situation in Syria due to the lack of supply of relief materials, forcing many to flee the country.
This border crossing officially is used for supplies, relief supplies to go into Syria, for some people to come in there. And the situation here, according to people filtering into Turkey from Syria, is very grim.
At the moment, there are thousands of people under the rubble. It's the 6th day, and honestly, the white helmets are at the moment losing hope of extracting any people from under the rubble.
For thousands, it is an endless wait to rescue families under rubble. Others await relief.
I have been waiting for my children. There are a lot of people here coming in and going out, but nobody does the work here. We are the victims here. My home is robbed. My children are under the rubble. We are waiting to be saved. Nobody helps us. There are 5 people under the rubble.
On Saturday, the remains of an Indian killed in the quake were traced. The Indian embassy in Turkey helped the victim's family to get his body back home. With Gaurav Sawant and camera person Kripal from Turkey, Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a very short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay close.
are watching India Today.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other. Now, Business Today presents the future.
Could I request Mr. Arun Puri, our Editor-in-Chief, to come up on the stage with the Finance Minister as we unveil the anniversary issue of Business Today. This is the 31st anniversary of India's #1 news magazine.
BT produces a cover with an AI avatar of Pichan on its 31st anniversary issue. Visit businesstoday.in/subscribe and subscribe now.
Roses, gifts, mushy letters, soft toys, yawn, yawn, and a very big yawn. So cliched and been there, done that. Travel can be a good activity to even reconnect, talk, and spend time without the push and shove of everyday routines. But where? If your Valentine loves the hills, choose a quiet getaway, which is not a regular resort or a hotel, and get nestled into the valley with nature around you. If you both enjoy the water, skip Goa and do something fun and out of the box. Then there are cities which are known for their romance. But which ones are they, and are they even worth it?
It is often said, when women are empowered, whole society benefits. A group of women working for Shiv Shakti Foundation in Raisin town of Madhya Pradesh are proof of that.
सर्वप्रथम तो हमारा जो संगठन है उसका नाम शिव शक्ति फाउंडेशन है, जिसके माध्यम से हमारा एक ही मात्र उद्देश्य है समाज सेवा, जिसमें हमारे द्वारा नेकी की दीवार का कार्यक्रम स्टार्ट किया गया है। दूसरा आपका नर्मदा सफाई अभियान हमारे यहाँ प्रत्येक रविवार को आयोजित किया जाता है।
The group works on multiple fronts. They donate clothes to school students so that they can fight the bitter cold wave.
शिव शक्ति फाउंडेशन के द्वारा मुझे मिला है, स्वेटर मिली है आज। तो मेरे पास स्वेटर नहीं थी, तो मैम ने मुझे स्वेटर दी है आज। मुझे नहीं, इन सब लोगों को दी है।
They motivate other citizens to join social work.
हम ये सोचते हैं कि अगर हमसे हो सके जितनी मदद हो पा रही है हम उतनी मदद करें और लोग इसमें सहयोग करें और सभी की मदद हो सके और सभी हमें सपोर्ट करें।
Every Sunday, they head towards the Narmada river to clean it. And they even help the traffic police.
आज बहुत अच्छा लगा कि हमारे शिव शक्ति फाउंडेशन पूरा परिवार आया हुआ है और हम लोग हर रविवार आएंगे और 11 बजे से 2 बजे तक हम लोग 3 घंटे का समय इधर पे बिताएंगे और हम आप सभी से निवेदन करते हैं आप सभी आएँ और इधर पे गंदगी ना करें और हमारा सहयोग दें, हम सहयोग की आपसे अपेक्षा करते हैं।
These women from Raisin want to set a new example for women empowerment. Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
The India Art Fair, one of the leading art events of South Asia, opened doors to visitors in Okhla. This year, the fair is showcasing a wide array of modern and contemporary artwork from India and South Asia. 85 exhibitors, 71 galleries, 14 institutions. This edition is being hailed as the best one so far. Watch this report by India Today's group photo editor, Bandeep Singh.
This is springtime in Delhi, and I am at the India Art Fair with creativity blooming on all sides. I am Bandeep Singh, Group Photo Editor of India Today, and I am here to show you the pick of the Indian Art Fair. I am with artist Ani Kumari from Jamshedpur, whose work Alingan is one of the most strong works of this art fair, and it features two large spherical orbs intersecting, almost overlapping each other as if in an embrace. The word Alingan means embrace, and here we see a very deft use of technique whereby she has created a sense of duality of creating two spheres using the same color scheme and the same dot and dot technique. The dots are placed differently in a different arrangement, and in that subtlety she creates image of two spheres, which to me represents the duality, the concept of duality or dvait in Indian thought.
So the work is based on mathematical coding. It's a very ancient kind of mathematical coding that's involved, based on the Fibonacci series and also the prime number sequences. That's from where the pattern has arrived. But of course it has a wide thematic concern, and the form comes out of my studies of the Panchang, the Hindu calendar, and it's based on natural occurrences like the occurrences of eclipse and other kind of celestial phenomena.
Baroda-based artist Girjesh Kumar is a regular at the art fair. You know, he creates these amazing sculptures made out of rubble blocks of demolished buildings, and he finds faces in those blocks, like the proverbial artist who found the sculpture within a block of stone.
भाइयों के लिए बहुत आसान हो जाएगा। मैं आप सभी को प्रगति के इस आधुनिक पथ की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। और मैं देख रहा हूं, अभी नितिन जी कह रहे थे कि ट्रेलर है, फिल्म अभी बाकी है। ये देख करके मैं कह रहा हूं, ये ट्रेलर है, फिल्म अभी बाकी है। ये विशाल जनसागर मैं राजस्थान के इस प्यार के लिए, राजस्थान के इस आशीर्वाद के लिए सर झुका करके राजस्थान को प्रणाम करता हूं। भाई और बहनों, राजस्थान की ये धरती शूरवीरों की धरती है। यहां का बच्चा बच्चा मां भारती की रक्षा के लिए, मां भारती की समृद्धि के लिए समर्पित है। यहां के बच्चे बच्चे का सपना रहा है कि भारत दुनिया में किसी से भी कम ना हो। आपके इसी सपने को पूरा करने के लिए अब भारत ने विकसित बनने का संकल्प लिया है। विकसित भारत बनने के लिए भारत का तेज विकास बहुत जरूरी है। भारत के तेज विकास के लिए भारत में आने जाने के साधनों का तेज होना जरूरी है। भारत में आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना उतना ही जरूरी है। इसलिए बीते 9 वर्षों से केंद्र सरकार रोड, रेल, गरीबों के लिए घर, हर घर में जल, बिजली, ऐसे हर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर खूब सारा पैसा खर्च कर रही है। इस वर्ष के बजट में भी गांव, गरीब, मध्यम वर्ग की सुविधाएं बढ़ाने के लिए सबसे अधिक बल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर दिया गया है। पहले की सरकारें रेल रोड बनाने में जितना खर्च करती थी उससे कई गुना ज्यादा खर्च भाजपा सरकार कर रही है। भाइयों और बहनों, रेल रोड पर लाखों के इस खर्च का बहुत बड़ा लाभ हमारे राजस्थान को भी हो रहा है। दशकों तक राजस्थान को कुछ लोगों ने बीमारू 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 राज कहकर के चिढ़ाया है, लेकिन भाजपा राजस्थान को विकसित भारत का सबसे मजबूत आधार बना रही है। दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे से राजस्थान दिल्ली और मुंबई से कनेक्ट हो रहा है। ये दिल्ली मुंबई इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर को और ताकतवर बनाने का काम करेगा। वेस्टर्न डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर यानी माल गाड़ियों के लिए जो खास रास्ता बना है उसका 550 किलोमीटर से अधिक राजस्थान में है। इससे राजस्थान सीधे गुजरात और महाराष्ट्र के बंदरगाहों से जुड़ेगा, यानी राजस्थान में उद्योग लगाना और ज्यादा आसान हो जाएगा। आज जिन 3 और सड़क परियोजनाओं पर काम शुरू हुआ है उससे भी राजस्थान के विकास को गति मिलेगी, यहां की कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी। साथियों, तारंगा हिल से अंबाजी होते हुए आबू रोड तक नई रेल लाइन के निर्माण पर भी काम शुरू हो चुका है। इस रेल लाइन की मांग 100 साल से भी ज्यादा पुरानी है, जो अब भाजपा सरकार ने ही पूरी की है। उदयपुर से अहमदाबाद के बीच रेल लाइन को भी ब्रॉड गेज में बदलने का काम हम पूरा कर चुके हैं। इस रूट पर अब ट्रेनें चलना भी शुरू हो चुका है। इससे मेवाड़ क्षेत्र, गुजरात सहित देश के अन्य भागों से बड़ी लाइन से कनेक्ट हो गया है। साथियों, जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनता है तब रोजगार भी देता है और बनने के बाद भी व्यापार, कारोबार, उद्योग धंधों को बहुत बड़ी शक्ति देता है। और आप इससे परिचित हैं, आप जानते हैं ये कैसे होता है। सड़क, रेल पटरी, एयरपोर्ट, पुल, पोर्ट, जब ये सब बनते हैं तो इससे सैकड़ों उद्योगों को बल मिलता है। इसमें सीमेंट लगता है, रेत, बजरी, लोहा, मशीनें, क्या कुछ नहीं लगता है। इससे जुड़े उद्योगों में नौकरियां निकलती हैं, दुकानों में नौकरियां बढ़ती हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने में इंजीनियर लगते हैं, श्रमिक लगते हैं, यानी अपने अपने कौशल के हिसाब से युवाओं को ढेर सारे रोजगार के अवसर उपलब्ध हो जाते हैं। जहां ये प्रोजेक्ट बन रहे होते हैं तो उसके आसपास मेंटेनेंस, रिपेयर और दूसरी सेवाओं की मांग भी बढ़ती है। इससे भी स्थानीय स्तर पर रोजगार बनते हैं। साथियों, अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर व्यापार, कारोबार को बल देता है। इससे ट्रांसपोर्ट और पर्यटन जैसे सेक्टर्स को बल मिलता है। ये भी युवाओं के लिए रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के सबसे बड़े माध्यम है। राजस्थान में तो पर्यटन बहुत बड़ा सेक्टर है। अब जैसे दिल्ली से दौसा के बीच दूरी कम होने से इस पूरे क्षेत्र में फल सब्जी उगाने वाले छोटे किसानों को बहुत मदद मिली होगी। उनके लिए दिल्ली जैसा बड़ा बाजार नजदीक आ गया है। अब राजस्थान आने वाली टूरिस्ट सड़क के रास्ते ज्यादा आएंगे तो राजस्थान में ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में युवाओं के लिए भी अवसर बढ़ेंगे। साथियों, आज देश विरासत भी और विकास भी इस मंत्र को लेकर के आगे बढ़ रहा है। पर्यटन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए स्वदेश दर्शन योजना के तहत भी राजस्थान में काम किया गया है। भाजपा सरकार ने यहां मेहंदीपुर, बालाजी और धौलपुर में मुचकुंड धाम का विकास भी किया है। अपने आस्था स्थलों का विकास भी भाजपा सरकार की प्राथमिकताओं में है। भाइयों और बहनों, पिछले 9 वर्षों में हमने उन क्षेत्रों, उन वर्गों पर भी विशेष ध्यान दिया है जो विकास से वंचित थे। हमने वंचितों को वरीयता दी है। गरीब हो, दलित हो, पिछड़े हो, आदिवासी हो, रेहड़ी ठेले वाले साथी हो, बंजारा गुमंतु समुदाय हो, छोटे किसान हो, हर वर्ग का हमने ध्यान रखा है। आप देखिए, गरीब परिवारों को पहली बार शिक्षा और सरकारी नौकरियों में हमने आरक्षण दिया है। ओबीसी वर्ग को संवैधानिक सुरक्षा मिले, इसके लिए ओबीसी आयोग को संवैधानिक दर्जा हमारी सरकार ने दिया है। ऑल इंडिया मेडिकल कोटे में ओबीसी के लिए आरक्षण नहीं था। हमने ये भी सुनिश्चित किया, मेडिकल, इंजीनियरिंग, टेक्निकल पढ़ाई सिर्फ अंग्रेजी में होने के कारण गांव, गरीब, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवार के युवा ही पीछे रह जाते थे, वंचित रहते थे। भाषा के कारण उनका भविष्य उजड़ जाता था। हमने डॉक्टरी और इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई स्थानीय भाषा में कराने पर भी बल दिया है और उसके कारण आज गरीब मां भी अपने बच्चों को डॉक्टर इंजीनियर बनाने के सपने देख सकती है। पहली बार बंजारा समाज, गुमंतु अर्धगुमंतु समाज के विकास और कल्याण के लिए विशेष बोर्ड भी हमारी ही सरकार ने बनाया है। साथियों, इस वर्ष के बजट में तो विश्वकर्मा साथियों के लिए पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना लेकर आए हैं और यही सबका साथ सबका विकास की हमारी राष्ट्र नीति है। राजस्थान के बगरू और सांगानेर की ब्लॉक प्रिंटिंग के दस्तकार भाई बहन हो, सुनार हो, लुहार हो, सुथार भाई बहन हो, जूते और मोजड़ी बनाने वाले दस्तकार हो, लाख और चूड़ियां बनाने वाले लखेरा भाई बहन हो, मणि, थनी और पिछवाई से जुड़ी चित्रकारी करने वाले चित्रकार भाई बहन हो, कोटा डोरिया की साड़ी बनाने वाले बुनकर हो, टोंके नमदा कला से जुड़े दस्तकार हो, सिकंदरा में मूर्ति कला और इससे जुड़े सैकड़ों मूर्तिकार भाई बहन हो, इन सभी को पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना से बहुत बड़ा लाभ होने वाला है। साथियों, जब मैं दौसा आता हूं तो एक बार और भी याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है और वो बात है आपकी मेहमान नवाजी। मुझे यहां के बाजरे की रोटी का स्वाद हमेशा हमेशा याद रहता है। साथियों, अब तक हमारे देश में बाजरा जैसे अन्न को मोटा अनाज कहकर के एक प्रकार से निम्न भाव से देखा जाता था, लेकिन अब ये जो मोटा अनाज कहा जाता है ना, उसको हमने एक नई पहचान दी है। अब हम मोटा अनाज के लिए हिंदुस्तान भर के इन उत्पादों के लिए नया नामकरण किया है। अब ये अन्न श्री अन्न से जाना जाएगा। आगे से हम दुनिया के बाजार पहुंचना चाहते थे। हमारे छोटे किसान जो मेहनत करके पैदावार करते हैं, कठिन परिस्थितियों में करते हैं, मोटा अनाज पैदा करते हैं, अब दुनिया के बाजार में वो श्री अन्न के नाम से दुनिया में पहुंचेगा। राजस्थान के श्री अन्न बाजरा, श्री अन्न ज्वार, ये तो सब जानते ही है। राजस्थान के ही दक्षिण जिलों का श्री अन्न सांवा, श्री अन्न कंगनी, श्री अन्न कोदो, श्री अन्न कुटकी भी, उनका स्वाद भी कुछ कम नहीं होता है और पौष्टिक भी होते हैं और दैनिक खान पान का हिस्सा भी होते हैं। इस श्री अन्न को देश विदेश में मार्केट मिले, किसानों को अधिक प्रोत्साहन मिले, छोटे किसानों को लाभ हो, इसके लिए अनेक कदम इस साल के बजट में उठाए गए हैं। इसका सीधा लाभ राजस्थान के सूखा प्रभावित मेरे छोटे छोटे किसानों को मिलने वाला है। साथियों, राजस्थान को बीते वर्षों में केंद्र सरकार की एक और प्राथमिकता का भी लाभ मिला है। ये प्राथमिकता राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा की है। बीते 9 वर्षों में हमने सैनिकों की सुविधा से लेकर सम्मान तक हर स्तर पर काम किया है। 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन का लाभ आज राजस्थान के सैनिक परिवारों को मिल रहा है। सैनिकों के सम्मान से जुड़ा भाजपा सरकार ने एक और महत्वपूर्ण काम किया है और मुझे पक्का विश्वास है हर फौजी व परिवार तक ये बात पहुंचाइए, आपका भी सीना चौड़ा हो जाएगा। हाल में ही हमने, आपको मालूम है, हिमालय की सबसे ऊंची चोटी है, उसको एवरेस्ट कहा जाता है, क्योंकि एवरेस्ट नाम के एक व्यक्ति का नाम उससे जुड़ा हुआ है। इस प्रकार के निर्णयों का क्या महत्व होता है, अब मैं आगे की बात बताता हूं। हाल में ही हमने अंडमान निकोबार में द्वीपों के नाम हमारी सेना के वीर, जिन्होंने अपने पराक्रम के कारण परमवीर चक्र का सम्मान प्राप्त किया था, जो परमवीर चक्र विजेता थे, ऐसे महान देश के लिए मिटने वाले, देश के लिए जीने मरने वाले हमारे इन वीर सैनिकों के नाम पर अंडमान निकोबार के टापुओं का नाम हमने उनके नाम कर दिया है। अपने झुंझुनू के रहने वाले पीरू सिंह जी के नाम पर अब अंडमान में एक पीरू द्वीप है। जोधपुर के रहने वाले शैतान सिंह जी के नाम पर भी अब अंडमान में एक शैतान सिंह द्वीप है। राजस्थान के इन पराक्रमी शहीदों से अब अंडमान निकोबार जाने वाला हर व्यक्ति एक नई प्रेरणा लेकर के आएगा। साथियों, कांग्रेस की सरकारें सीमा से जुड़े गांवों और शहरों का इसलिए विकास नहीं करती थी क्योंकि वो डरती थी, और ये पार्लियामेंट में उन्होंने बोला है। वो डरती थी कि हम सीमा पर रास्ते बना देंगे, सड़कें बना देंगे, तो दुश्मन उसी पर चल करके चला आएगा तो क्या होगा। हमारी बनाई सड़कों पर दुश्मन आ जाएगा तो क्या होगा। अरे यार, क्या बात करते हो। मुझे समझ नहीं आता कि कांग्रेस को क्यों हमेशा हमारे सैनिकों का शौर्य, उनकी बहादुरी को कम करके आंकती रही है। सीमा पर दुश्मनों को रोक देना, उन्हें मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना हमारी सेनाओं को बखूबी आता है। इसलिए अब भाजपा सरकार सीमावर्ती जिलों में, सीमा के पास बने गांवों में भी विकास के कामों में तेजी ला रही है। बीते 9 वर्षों में हमने राजस्थान सहित देश के पूरे बॉर्डर पर रोड और रेल का सशक्त नेटवर्क तैयार कर दिया है। केंद्र सरकार राजस्थान के सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में भी लगभग 1400 किलोमीटर सड़कों पर काम कर रही है। इसके अलावा अभी करीब 1000 किलोमीटर की सड़कें राजस्थान में और बनाने का प्रस्ताव है। यानी भाजपा राजस्थान को नई संभावनाओं का प्रदेश बना रही है। साथियों, हर घर जल पहुंचाने के लिए भी हम मिशन मोड पर काम कर रहे हैं। साल 2019 में हमने जल जीवन मिशन शुरू किया और सिर्फ 3.5 वर्षों में ही 8 करोड़ नए कनेक्शन दिए हैं, नए परिवारों को सुविधा दी है। इससे राजस्थान के भी लाखों परिवारों को लाभ हुआ है। साथियों, राजस्थान में पानी की चुनौती का समाधान भाजपा सरकार की प्राथमिकता है। आप देख रहे हैं कि एमपी और यूपी के बीच केन बेतवा को जोड़ने का काम शुरू हो रहा है। इसी प्रकार पूर्वी राजस्थान के 13 जिलों में भी पीने के पानी और सिंचाई की सुविधा का विस्तार करने के लिए हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं। पूर्वी राजस्थान नहर परियोजना और पुरानी पार्वती काली सिंध चंबल लिंक को जोड़कर
You are watching India Today.
Ever since French Prime Minister Elisabeth Borne announced pension reforms in January, which aimed at raising retirement age from 62 to 64 by 2030, the proposal received vigorous criticism from French workers. On Feb 7th, the nation witnessed countrywide protest as tens of thousands of unionists gathered in front of the capital's renowned Opera House and marched around the city centre. These protests came a day after French lawmakers had a heated debate about implementing the pension reforms.
If tomorrow the system of retirement by distribution were to be collapsed, if we were to switch the capitalization, it is not the richest or the big bosses who would be penalized. It is the workers, the employees, the shopkeepers, the craftsmen. It is the most modest and the middle classes, all those to whom a lifetime of work guarantees a pension.
Madam Prime Minister, millions of French people are once again in the streets today, rejecting your iniquitous pension reform. All the employee unions, in unison with our compatriots, have already understood that the reform you are proposing, despite the tricks, constitutes a unique regression that will penalize each and every one of them.
PM Borne defended the pension reforms but agreed to slightly soften the government's plans. The French President Emmanuel Macron, however, vowed to go ahead with the changes despite strong opposition and said that the government was determined to fulfill their election pledge to reform France's pension system. French Labour Minister Olivier Dussopt said on Feb 1st that raising the retirement age to 64 was non-negotiable, and if that wasn't done, the pension system would not break even. According to Labour Ministry estimates, the pension system reforms would yield an additional 17.7 billion euros in annual pension contributions. Unions argue that there are other ways to raise revenue, such as taxing the super rich and asking employers or well-off pensioners to contribute more. French workers say raising the retirement age will not only cost them time with their loved ones, but would also impact their physical health. Debate on implementation of pension reform bill in the Assembly is expected to go on for several weeks. As data shows people's participation in the strikes is coming down, the government will be closely watching the protest to gauge how strong public opposition remains. With Arushi Mohindra, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
The Prime Minister Modi inaugurated Rajasthan leg of Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, and it's going to be reducing the travel time from Delhi to Jaipur from 6 to 4 hours. India Today's Milan with this ground report.
The mammoth Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, the longest in India, is finally seeing the light of day. The flagship route opened for commuters, the Delhi-Jaipur stretch of the expressway that begins from Gurugram's Rajiv Chowk to Sona Road. The opening by Prime Minister Narendra Modi from Dausa in Rajasthan. The 225-kilometer long Delhi-Dausa-Lalsot stretch is ready in the first phase. And when the entire 1300-kilometer expressway will be ready, you can zoom from Delhi to Mumbai in just 12 hours. The same distance takes 24 hours today. At the toll gates, the vehicle's entry will be marked through the GPS satellite navigation system's chip. You will be charged a toll fare exactly for the kilometers you travel, and there is no entry fee system.
So about a kilometer from the toll gate, we have the first rest and service area. And of course, there are SOS services, food, restaurant, washrooms if one wants to go to, and a petrol refilling station as well. So all these and other such services will also be available at various points across the entire expressway.
CCTV cameras are running on solar energy and are AI-enabled. Electric vehicle charging stations throughout the route make it a green ride. The Delhi-Mumbai Expressway is passing through 6 states: Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and Maharashtra, connecting major cities like Kota, Indore, Jaipur, Bhopal, Vadodara and Surat. While the entry of this expressway to Delhi and Faridabad has not yet opened, the expressway can also be accessed through Delhi-Noida direct flyover near the Maharani Bagh in Delhi.
This expressway is at least 1300 kilometers in length and connects at least 6 states of India. And it's a very important part and a start to India's ambitious project of the Golden Quadrilateral, connecting all the corners of the country together, which is why the government is trying hard to finish the project till 2024. With Pradeep Gupta from the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, Milan Sharma for India Today. That's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula on India Today. Keep watching. I'm bringing you the headlines in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
Shah Rukh Khan's Pathaan has been rocking at the movie theatres. It is in fact being touted as the best action movie of recent times. But is it true? What does the Tech Today community think about it? Are the tech sequences worth watching the movie in the movie theatre, or will the Tech Today community wait to watch it on OTT? Let's try and find out. Where will it be, in the cinema theatre or on OTT?
Cinemas. SRK in cinemas.
Movie theatre.
OTT.
Will you be watching it in an IMAX or in a regular theatre?
IMAX for sure.
Yeah, that is really have a great VFX, and even John Abraham also, I like him, and Shah Rukh Khan especially.
I have heard a lot about it, how it has a parallel from a Christopher Nolan movie, and the technologies that they've used the same, so I want to explore that.
Not interested in watching in a movie theatre.
Is there any reason why you're averse to going to a movie theatre?
I feel more relaxed watching it at home.
Yes, if it releases in Amazon or Netflix, otherwise not.
Actually, we went to the cinema hall yesterday. I almost wanted to watch it, but my wife said we'll watch it on OTT.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Income after some years.
I see.
LIC.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Mohanlal and Karan Johar caught up with each other mid-air. That's right, the Malayalam superstar took to social media to share this picture, posing alongside Karan Johar. Captioning the post, he wrote, "Time well spent with Karan." Mohanlal and the filmmaker both were in Jaisalmer. While the former was there to shoot for his part in Rajinikanth starrer Jailer, the latter had gone to attend Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani's wedding. Mohanlal was last seen in Alone, which did not live up to expectations. The actor also has L2 and Burrows in his kitty. Karan Johar, on the other hand, is gearing up for Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani. The romantic drama features Ranveer Singh and Alia Bhatt in the lead role. It's slated to hit screens on July 28th and will be Dharma Productions' biggest release ever with 9,000 screens.
Miss Meenakshi, biology teacher.
Inky Pinky Panky, father had a donkey.
The makers of Dhanush starrer Vati have released the 2-minute-long trailer of the film. Set in the 90s, the actor can be seen in a striking new avatar and catering to the mass audience with action sequences and punchy dialogues. Vati also features Samyukta, P. Sai Kumar and Samutirakani. It also has been shot in Telugu as Sir.
பணம் எப்படி வேணா சம்பாதிக்கலாம் ஆனா படிப்பு தான் மரியாதையை சம்பாதிச்சுது. ஒரு ராஜா நல்லவரா?
உங்களை பார்த்தா பொறாமையா இருக்கு சார்.
என்னங்க இப்படி ஓப்பனா கண்ணு வைக்கிறீங்க?
வைக்க கூடாதுன்னு தான் பார்க்கறேன். முடியலையே.
The Tamil language drama will mark Dhanush's first release after Nan Varuven, which did not live up to expectations at the box office.
We should have another baby.
ஆனா 5 அறிவு இருக்கிற பாவமான மிருகத்தை கொல்றதை விட 6 அறிவு இருக்கிற கேடுகெட்ட மனுஷனை கொல்றது தான் அர்த்தம்.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening, viewers, and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Prime Minister Narendra Modi mega vikas push in pole-bound state of Rajasthan unveils phase 1 of 1,368 kilometers long Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Attacks Delhi government and says it has no vision. Day after Prime Minister Modi stormed Tripura, Amit Shah's big development pitch slams Congress for stopping Vikas, says party never thought of welfare of the tribals.
आपने कई साल तक कांग्रेस का शासन देखा है, 27 साल तक कम्युनिस्टों का शासन देखा है। ये दोनों ने त्रिपुरा के विकास के लिए, त्रिपुरा के गरीबों के लिए, त्रिपुरा के आदिवासियों के लिए कुछ नहीं।
B.S. Koshyari exists as Maharashtra governor months after facing fire over Shivaji comments. Ramesh Bais appointed new governor. Maharashtra opposition celebrates, calls Koshyari ouster a big win. Political storm over Adani rages on amidst logjam in the parliament. Aam Aadmi Party hits the streets. Gherao BJP headquarter in national capital stages massive protests in Chandigarh. Seeks JPC probe against Adani. Destruction and devastation across Turkey and Syria. Death toll stands at 28,000. Rescue teams look for survivors under rubble. India sends 7th humanitarian assistance flight.
This bark of Romeo and Julie, the two sniffer dogs, is actually a bark of hope, because this is when everyone around realizes perhaps there still is life.
Prime Minister Modi will unveil the 5-day Aero India show at the Curtain Raiser in Bengaluru. That's the breaking news coming in. The theme for the year's Aero India show is "The Sky is Not the Limit," and the LCA Tejas is going to be the star of this year's show. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to display at Aero India 2023 a unique Atmanirbhar formation flight of 15 helicopters and scale model of next-generation supersonic trainer. DRDO will showcase a variety of indigenously developed technologies and systems during Aero India 2023. Anaga will join us on this big breaking story that we're getting to you at the moment. India's flagship Air Might show, that's the latest. Prime Minister is going to be unveiling this Aero India show, which is a 5-day show, Curtain Raiser in Bengaluru. The theme is "Sky is Not the Limit" this year. Anaga is now joining us. Anaga, bring us all the details. Very exciting news coming in.
Indeed, Chaiti, this is a big treat for all the aviation lovers. The day is finally here. In fact, the big D-Day is finally here. So many aviation enthusiasts and lovers, they had been waiting for this day to catch a glimpse of the mighty flight formation, including Dwaj, Trishul, Netra, and the much-awaited indigenous helicopter formation, which will contain 15 helicopters, massive muscle flex for the HAL and for the Indian defense sector as well. In fact, where we are standing right now is where Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, along with Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, they'll be holding a press conference where they'll be explaining in detail the whole mission and vision of the Aero India and how important this is for the Indian defense sector. We're going to be having over 800 exhibitors coming here to participate in the Aero show, including some foreign countries as well. They're going to be detailing everything out here in the press conference, the whole agenda being to show the kind of strength that Indian aviation sector, the whole defense sector carries, and also a pinch to show that, yes, for investments as well. Through Aero India, the whole idea is to talk about all the defense opportunities, and this is what we're picking up right now while the press conference is going to happen. Aero India, remember, it's going to be a 5-day event. It's a biennial show. Unfortunately, we remember last time when Aero India happened, there was a very unfortunate event of Surya Kiran, a mid-air collision that happened. But this time, it has been completely smooth, and we have the 5-day event happening from 13th February to 17th February. Dazzling display of flight formations, and I can see the aviation lovers being super excited for it.
And what are the highlights this time around? If you could tell us a few key highlights from the show this year. Anaga?
Absolutely. The highlights being that we're going to be having Rafael. Hello, can you hear me? Could you confirm?
Yes, go ahead.
So the highlights being that we're going to be having display of about 9 flight formations, as well as we can get a display of Rafale, Sukhoi and the much awaited the star of this year's show, that is the LCH as well. So those are going to be the highlights, including the 15 helicopter flight formation called the indigenous helicopter formation. We're going to be having 15 helicopters, and these are going to be the highlights of this year's Aero Show.
That's very, very interesting to note. We will have the Prime Minister go ahead and inaugurate this. If you could get us the details of when the inauguration and the curtain raiser is going to happen of the 5-day Aero Show.
The Prime Minister's event is slated to happen tomorrow here in Yelahanka in Bengaluru, where he will be inaugurating the Aero Show event. But today is the curtain raiser, where the Defence Minister will be talking about the companies and the countries that will be participating and the potential this Aero Show carries for India. But tomorrow will be the official inauguration, where Prime Minister Modi will be inaugurating the Aero Show. We're expecting massive crowd gathering on Friday. On Saturday, we even had a full dress rehearsal, fantastic display of aircraft. People were absolutely mesmerized, I could say. In fact, here in Bengaluru, even in airports, when we were there just few days back, there were massive crowds because people are flying from across countries and across states for this Aero Show that is going to happen in Bengaluru. Massive push for HAL as well, because HAL has played a very important role here. So this just speaks volumes about the contribution of HAL via this Aero Show.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks so much for getting us those details.
Hey, brother. Okay, na. What?
Jamia Chief Mahmood Madani stirs another controversy now. Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind President Mahmood Madani on Sunday stirred a controversy after he slammed RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat after saying Allah and Om are the same. Speaking at an event of Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind at Ramleela Maidan in Delhi, Madani said Om is something which is referred to as Allah, God and the Lord. He further went on to say that India is the first homeland of Muslims and Islam is the oldest religion amongst all religions. Mahmood Madani also launched scathing attacks on the RSS and Saffron clan, saying that India belongs to Mahmood Madani as much as it belongs to Narendra Modi and Mohan Bhagwat. Meanwhile, upset over Madani's remarks, saints present at the event left the stage.
मनु कुछ नहीं था दुनिया में, वो ओम को पूछते थे। मैंने कहा ओम कौन है? बहुत से लोगों ने कहा कि वो एक हवा है जिनका कोई रूप नहीं है, कोई रंग नहीं है, वो दुनिया में हर जगह है, हवा हर जगह है। बाबा, इन्हीं को तो हम अल्लाह कहते हैं, इन्हीं को तो तुम ईश्वर कहते हो, इसी को तो हम अल्लाह कहते हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि मनु एक अल्लाह, मनु यानी आदम, एक ओम यानी एक अल्लाह को पूछते थे।
आज ये सवाल ही नहीं है कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर सबसे पुराना मजहब कौन सा है, सबसे नया मजहब कौन सा है। इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि हिंदुस्तान सारे धर्मों की इज्जत करता है। इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि भारत में रहने वाला आदमी तमाम आस्थाओं की इज्जत करता है, तमाम धर्मों की इज्जत करता है। ये इमैटीरियल है कौन सा मजहब पहले आया, कौन सा मजहब बाद में आया।
हिंदुस्तान सबका है, हर जाति, हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई, सबका बराबर का अधिकार इस देश में है। मोदी की सरकार हो चाहे भागवत जी हो, वो किसी संगठन को, किसी धर्म को, किसी जाति को, किसी बिरादरी को धर्म के आधार पर अलग थलग नहीं कह सकते।
सबको पता है, उन्होंने आज कहा भी कि 1400 साल से ये हम लोग साथ साथ हैं। इसका मतलब है दुनिया 1400 साल से पहले भी थी। इसका अर्थ सीधा सीधा है। तो उन्होंने कोई इस तरह से ये नहीं कहा कि दुनिया पहले नहीं थी, दुनिया बाद में नहीं रहेगी। दुनिया पहले भी थी, दुनिया बाद में भी रहेगी। लेकिन 1400 साल से जो हम साथ साथ रहते आ रहे हैं, अब कुछ ऐसा माहौल बने कि हम आगे भी इसी तरह से रहते आएँ। मनु की बात उन्होंने की कि हमने मनु के चरणों में अपना माथा रखा है। इसका मतलब है कि मनु ने जो उस समय कहा था कि मानव बनो, इंसानियत कायम रखो, हम उस पर आज भी अटल हैं।
All right, Rahul Gautam now joins us from Delhi. Rahul, this is unnecessary controversy now brewing, and you know, it comes from either of the sides, whether it is coming from the minority side or the majority side, communally divisive statements, and they all know need to be avoided because that ends up creating much of a controversy. But in this particular context, what really happened?
Well, absolutely. You know, the same thing which Congress party is saying that these remarks were absolutely uncalled for, and therefore, we should not get into these comments given the fact that this is a non-serious issue which should not be discussed. In fact, Congress is also saying that this is being done only to divert from real issues. As far as comments of Mr. Madni is concerned, not just he equated, Manu, who is the first human as per Hindu mythology, with Adam, or Adam as per who was the first human as per the Islamic history. In fact, he also said that Islam, India is the first home of Islam, and we were here, since the very beginning. So obviously, these were the remarks that were made, the controversial remarks as per the Congress party, and many leaders of the Congress party are saying that these remarks were absolutely uncalled for, and this is nothing but an diversionary tactics because these remarks are going to take away the attention from the real issues. On the other side, BJP and the other, several other right-wing outfits are also condemning these remarks, saying that this is only being done to distort the history and to create a narrative that Islam was here, since times immemorial. So obviously, this you can expect that this controversy is not going to die anytime soon, given the fact that many people would certainly try to encash political gains out of it.
That's right. So there you go. This is the controversy which is brewing, and Rahul is getting us all the details. Continue to be with us. We'll come back to you for more on this particular story. In the meanwhile, politics is erupted over former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nazir's appointment as Andhra Pradesh Governor. As President Draupadi Murmu notifies the appointment of former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nazir's appointment as the Andhra Pradesh Governor, Congress and BJP have locked horns over the judge's appointment, claiming that such appointments of judges will reduce people's faith in the judiciary. Congress leaders said that government should keep judiciary and executive separate. The Grand Old Party also asked the government to keep judiciary independent. Sharing a picture of bench of Ayodhya judgment on Twitter, AIMIM leader Waris Pathan took a jibe at the government, calling judges' appointment as post-retirement jobs. Meanwhile, BJP General Secretary BL Santosh slammed the Congress for crying foul over Nasir's appointment, claiming that it is the habit of Congress-left ecosystem to oppose everything that the government does. BJP said that former justice was being attacked only because he was a part of Ram Janmabhoomi judgment. Remember, Abdul Nazir was a part of many landmark judgments, and they include Triple Talaq, Ayodhya Babri dispute, demonetization case as well.
एक रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 50% रिटायर्ड जजेस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गवर्नमेंट कहीं ना कहीं उनको भेज देती है, जिससे लोगों का यकीन जुडिशरी पे कम होता चला जाता है। जस्टिस गगोई को अभी तो राज्यसभा दी थी, अब जस्टिस नजीर साहब को आपने गवर्नर बना दिया। राम जन्मभूमि बाबरी मस्जिद का सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले पर बहुत लोग सवालिया निशान लगाते चले आ रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट के दबाव में हुआ है। जस्टिस गगोई के बनने के बाद जस्टिस नजीर को गवर्नर बनाना उन लोगों के शक और शुबे को और मजबूत करता।
We are not talking about persons. We are not talking about individuals. Personally, I have very great respect for this person. I know him. It is not about him at all. As a matter of principle, we oppose it. As a matter of principle, we believe that this is a great diminution and a great threat to the independence of the judiciary.
Rahul Gautam joins us live from Delhi for the very latest. Rahul, big quid pro quo charges on the Bharatiya Janata Party. How do they respond, accepting, just saying, no, there is no quid pro quo? What is their explanation?
Well, as far as government of the day is concerned, they made it very clear that these appointments were made purely on the basis of merit and as per the rule book. In fact, B.L. Santosh, who is a very senior leader of the BJP, also said that merely because of the fact that Abdul Nazir was part of the Babri Masjid judgment, which they claim Congress party had problem with. That's why they are accusing Mr. Nazir of being handing gloves with the incumbent government. Otherwise, everything happened as per the merit and as per the rule book. On the other side, the Congress party is saying that it's not for the first time which is happening that a retired Supreme Court judge is being appointed on a plum post. In fact, they are saying that this is happening as a routine affair under the NDA government, and therefore this is nothing but a threat to independent democracy. In fact, Congress party spokesperson Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi said that I condemn it, and Congress party is going to keep on opposing such decisions. So obviously it seems that it is certainly going to set a stage for confrontation between Treasury and opposition benches, and it is very likely that this issue will might also echo tomorrow in both the houses of the parliament.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us with the very latest details right there. Destruction and devastation across Turkey and Syria. Death toll stands at 28,000. Rescue teams look for survivors under the rubble. India sends 7 humanitarian assistance flight. Exclusive crowd report in just moments from now as we slip into a very short commercial break here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other, chronicling India Inc.'s journey through time. Now, at 31 years, Business Today presents the future. Mission 2047, Road to India at 100. With Indian industry's biggest stalwarts and an exclusive interview with Google CEO Sundar Pichai.
Roses, gifts, mushy letters, soft toys, yawn, yawn and a very big yawn. So cliched and been there, done that.
You can surprise your Valentine with a short romantic trip, and the options are plenty.
Travel can be a good activity to even reconnect, talk and spend time without the push and shove of everyday routines. But where? If your Valentine loves the hills, choose a quiet getaway which is not a regular resort or a hotel and get nestled into the valley with nature around you.
There's this awesome place called Naukuchiatal. It's about, you have to take a 5-6 hour train ride to Nainital, then you take like a 1 hour cab. It's beautiful. It's like these little cottages around a lake, very peaceful, kind of away from the hustle and bustle of like other hill stations. Great hiking. You can like go paddle boating on the lake, very romantic. Really nice restaurants and stuff around.
If you both enjoy the water, skip Goa and do something fun and out of the box.
If you've done Goa too many times, take the train. It's this beautiful beach called Bengare Beach, completely deserted. It's a small fishing village, and it's like a really small surf camp. You can go surfing 3 times a day with your partner. So it's like a really fun activity.
There are cities which are known for their romance. But which ones are they, and are they even worth it?
Valentine's Day is a special day for couples. And what a better way to celebrate Valentine's Day with your loved one than going to romantic cities in India. Couples can go on a long romantic boat ride in the City of Lakes. Also, there are plenty of options, like you can go and gaze the stars on the mountains. There are options like holding hands and walking along the seashore with a romantic love partner. Go hurry, the options are plenty. Go on a romantic getaway with your partner this Valentine's Day.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
The deadly quakes that jolted Turkey and Syria have mounted the death toll to over 28,000 amongst the global countries roping in to help these two countries. India has sent 7 special relief flights to Turkey under its Operation Dost. India Today's Gaurav Sawant with this report.
Harrowing scenes in the earthquake-ravaged Turkey and Syria. Round-the-clock rescue operations and the death toll increasing every minute. Turkey is living its worst nightmare. But in this time of need, India stands with Turkey. Its historic Operation Dost mission is ensuring relief to the earthquake-hit regions, providing every possible help and showing the world the real meaning of Vasudev Kutumbakam. On Sunday, India's 7th special relief flight, a C-17 Globemaster carrying relief and rescue material and life-saving drugs, landed in Turkey.
C-17 Globemaster, one of the biggest load carriers in the world. This Indian Air Force aircraft, that's the defense attaché of India, the pilot of the aircraft, the air crew. What's the equipment that they're carrying? Very crucial humanitarian assistance. These are the blankets that are being carried. 13 tons of medical equipment has come from India.
This essential material will be provided to people getting treatment at 60 field hospitals, where thousands of quake-hit Turkish citizens are getting treated at the moment.
All this aid was requested for by Turkish authorities and will be taken to the 60 para-field Indian field hospital, Indian Army field hospital at Iskandarun. At that hospital, we are told every day at least 400 people are getting medical attention, and this medical equipment will play a very crucial role in looking after those people.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has pulled all stops to help Turkey, also referred to the earthquake, saying it has deeply saddened him.
अभी जब हम टीवी पर तुर्की के भूकंप के दृश्य देखते हैं तो बेचैन हो जाते हैं, पीड़ा होती है। मुझे याद है 2001 में जब गुजरात में भूकंप आया, पिछली शताब्दी का भयंकर भूकंप था।
The earthquake is being described as the worst in 100 years in this region. And in this crucial time, India is teaching the world how to be a dost when it is needed the most. With Gaurav Sawant and video journalist Kripal Singh in Turkey, Bureau Report, India Today.
That's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download the India Today app. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for your time.
You are watching India Today.
It's Aam Aadmi Party versus Delhi LG once again, as Delhi stares at another political slugfest. With the latest flashpoint being Anil Ambani-owned Discoms, aka the privately owned power distribution companies. Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena cracked the whip on Aam Aadmi Party nominees in the board, days after terming their selection grossly illegal. So what's illegal? Well, usually the government would nominate bureaucrats to the board, but in this case, it was Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson Jasmine Shah and Naveen Gupta, son of Aam Aadmi Party MP N.D. Gupta. Adding to the out-of-turn appointments is an allegation of massive corruption, accused of an 8,000 crore cash for favors scam. LG Saxena has now shunted these two nominees and replaced them with bureaucrats, prompting BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party slugfest.
दिल्ली के लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब ने आज एक और लूट के ऊपर अंकुश लगाते हुए BSES यमुना और BSES राजधानी, जो कि रिलायंस की कंपनियां हैं, जो दिल्ली में बिजली बेचती हैं, उनको आम आदमी पार्टी के स्पोक्सपर्सन जैस्मीन शाह, नवीन एनडी गुप्ता, जो कि एक राज्यसभा मेंबर के बेटे आम आदमी पार्टी के, उमेश त्यागी और बाकी यादव जो लोग थे, जिन लोगों ने रिलायंस को 8,000 करोड़ रुपया माफ़ कर दिया। 8,000 करोड़ रुपया ये प्राइवेट डायरेक्टर बनकर गए, जहां पर पहले सरकारी डायरेक्टर होते थे, जो कि IAS अफसर होते थे, उनकी जगह आम आदमी पार्टी ने इनको डाला और फिर इनके माध्यम से जो दिल्ली सरकार को पैसा देना था रिलायंस ने, उसको 8,000 करोड़ रुपए को माफ़ कर दिया। इतनी बड़ी लूट है अब तक की।
4 साल पहले CM साहब के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली सरकार ने, दिल्ली की कैबिनेट ने बिजली कंपनियों में 4 प्रोफेशनल डायरेक्टर्स की नियुक्ति की थी। अब LG साहब कह रहे हैं कि 4 साल पहले जो फैसला लिया गया था, मैं उसको डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन के दिए हुए अधिकार के तहत आज पलट दे रहा हूं। दिल्ली की कैबिनेट ने फैसला लिया, मुख्यमंत्री ने फैसला लिया। LG साहब के पास में कोई अधिकार नहीं है कि वो दिल्ली सरकार के बिजली संबंध में लिए गए फैसले को पलटें। आपके पास संविधान में केवल और केवल 3 विषयों पर निर्णय लेने का अधिकार है: पुलिस, जमीन और पब्लिक ऑर्डर।
The Delhi government, which owns 49% of the stakes in the private discoms, would usually nominate senior government officials, but these appointments definitely raised eyebrows.
With LG VK Saxena sending out a firm message by rejecting Aam Aadmi Party nominees such as Jasmine Shah, the AAP is accusing Delhi LG of contempt of court. Now Aam Aadmi Party is citing the Supreme Court order to claim that LG Saxena cannot make such decisions independently. With video journalist Alok Das, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
He is perhaps India's most popular soldier general. He was the co-commander in charge of Kashmir, including the Kashmir Valley, when the Pulwama terror attack happened. And his memoir is now one of the most anticipated books that's about to be published. It's called Kitne Ghazi Aaye, Kitne Ghazi Gaye. And Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, better known as Tiny Dhillon, to all his millions of admirers in India around the world, is here with us for that first detailed interview ahead of the publication of his book, as well as to talk about some of the big things facing us as a nation today. General Dhillon, always a pleasure. Good to see you here on India Today. Thank you for your time, sir. First of all, congratulations on your upcoming book. We're all looking forward to it very greatly. But I want to start with something that is not only your passion, but something that the entire country is seeing right now, sir, which is the Turkey earthquake. And once again, it is the Indian army that is helping over there. In the common Indian's mind, there is a perception that no matter what the problem, the Indian army is called in to help. What is it about the Indian army, sir? You know, having led large numbers of men and women over your career. What is it about the Indian Army that they have such an amazing reputation, not just here in India, but also abroad in the worst situations?
Thank you, Shiv. And first of all, good day to all your viewers. Indian Army, the ethos, the culture, the upbringing, the mentoring, the training, the chiseling, I can continue saying these words, is something which is beyond explainable words. It's a phenomenon. I served Indian Army, if I include my NDA and IMA training, 43 years. Never in these 43 years I ever had this feeling that job can take a second seat. I had written in the book which you mentioned, I was not home when both my children were born. I was not there when they went to school, when they did their schooling, completed their schooling, when they went to professional colleges. So Indian Army is का एक जज्बा ही अलग है, जो एहसास है ना, and they are a very people-friendly army. Even in situations in Northeast and in Kashmir, you covered them so extensively. The people there, in spite of all the propaganda, they say, "Sab army ki post nazdik laga do." They feel very secure, they feel very safe when there is an army close by. And then again, we are an army of India. India is a very diverse nation. We are a very diverse army. We do our job properly, and you talked about Turkey. In spite of whatever the diplomacy or whatever the states have been doing in the past, when there was a job to do, the humanitarian aid, Turkish citizens have to be saved, Indian army contingent, the medic.
And the army was off.
Yes.
Instantly. There was no time wasted at all.
Yes, I tweeted about it. I said, Indian government decides, ADGPI is moving. So this is how it works. And a nation of our size, the army of our size, the military might, we have to be prepared for all contingencies at all times. Only country in the world with 2 nuclear neighbors and both not very friendly to you. So we have to keep our powder dry all the while, and out of area contingencies, humanitarian aid contingencies, any counter-terrorist contingency or local, sub-conventional convention. We need to be every time ready for everything.
How much energy does it take, General, to keep the powder dry at all times? Bahar se to it looks very easy. You have to be ready at all times. But there must be a cost and an energy expenditure to constantly be combat ready, constantly be prepared to fly at a moment's notice, no matter where the problem is in the world.
See, Indian Defence Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force all together, as also the paramilitary forces, maybe ITBP, BSF, CRPF, who are supporting the defence forces during peace as well as during war. They have to be ready all the time for all the contingencies, like I said earlier, and keeping the powder dry is easier said than done. They are very specialist weapon systems, they are very specialist ammunitions. Those ammunitions have shelf lives. Those ammunitions have storage requirements of maintenance of particular temperatures. Those ammunitions have problems of carriage. You cannot carry them in a particular type of a transport system. Those ammunitions will have to be replenished. They have to be turned over. Their life has to be checked every now and then. So it's a very complicated and complex system which various wings of the army, same is true for Navy and Air Force, who are continuously on the job, keeping your men in shape, keeping your fleet in shape, keeping your heavy equipment in shape, keeping your ammunition ready and replenished, and obsolete ammunition disposal. It happens in a very, very complex but in a very synthesized manner. And it's a major operation. I'm sure you are aware of it.
Absolutely.
But our countrymen, I think it's enough to say there's a lot which goes into it.
And the work speaks for itself. Nobody needs to shout about it. The fact is the army quietly does its work, and that's the most amazing thing about it. General, now coming to a topic that's very close to you, but have been one of the most troubling episodes in our country, which is the Pulwama terror attack. Your book comes out on the 4th anniversary of the Pulwama terror attack. Reading your book, one comes to know that you had just taken over the Chinar Corps in Srinagar when the terror attack had happened. So in more ways than one, the Pulwama terror attack was your trial by fire. You were thrust straight into a nightmare as soon as you had taken charge. You had experience in Kashmir, but this was probably the maximum level trial by fire that could happen. Take us through what happened that day, sir. Like, you were there, just 4 days old in that position. What happened?
Like you said, I took over the responsibility or the command of Chinar Corps on 10th of February 2019. I had multiple tenures earlier.
Yes.
I've been there since Captain Days of 1988. I have seen 19th of January,
So you're familiar with Kashmir?
1990 and everything. I've seen Kashmiri Pandit Exodus. I've seen a number of operations before that. And 10th of February I take over. 14th February, an attack of the magnitude of where we lost 40 bravehearts of CRPF. This type of attack had not happened in Kashmir terrorism history earlier with so much of damage. Yes, it took time for us to understand the magnitude of the damage.
Yes.
But there was no time to be lost. We got down to work straight away.
Immediately.
We immediately, like I'll give you a small anecdote, I written in the book also. When I was traveling for a meeting, my ADC, Captain Sandeep Singh, naturally young officer, he was also following up the thing. This is 14th February evening. And he asked me in the vehicle, he said, sir, ab kya hoga? Again, pardon my language, I said, we will. Now that is the time we need to recompose ourselves, get our composure together, get our act together, and then we got down to it. Within 48 hours, we got the intelligence, we struck, and less than 100 hours, we eliminated that module. The commander of that module was the code word Ghazi Kamran. And this is how Kitne Ghazi aaye.
Of your book, and everyone remembers that, that press conference as well. It must have been a source of amazing pride to take over the Kashmir Corps after having served in Kashmir. Such a beautiful place, and I'm sure you would join me in recommending to all those watching that they must go and spend some time in Kashmir. It's a part of our great country, lovely, lovely place. But being there as a soldier is a different experience altogether, sir, because there you are not. There it's not a holiday, it's not a picnic. Any day could be your last. So I want to know, since having served on the frontiers and the line of control, high altitude areas, etc. Death is always possibly around just the corner. You've touched upon some of the instances in your book. I want to know from you, what is your most telling memory of a close brush where you thought, this is it, this is the end now?
This happened.
The reason I'm asking is because most young people want to know that from those who've served.
See, this happened, although I had more tenures in Kashmir, I had number of encounters in Kashmir where I was personally involved. But this particular incident which you are referring to, the closest brush, happened in Manipur.
Right.
I was posted as a major in Rashtra Rifles in Manipur, and this was July of 2000, July of 98. July of 98. And we got information at 11 in the night that in a particular village there are 40 insurgents with the machine guns and all.
Right.
My commanding officer gave this information, and he also told me, Tani, lagta nahi hai sahi hai. This is too huge a number. I said, no sir, this particular village is a known place. It has acted as a training camp for the terrorist insurgents earlier. So this information is correct. It was on a pinnacle of a hillock. So I said, I will hit with a small team of 10 people. I will hit the village. The insurgents will run down. So we'll have strong ambushes at the base. And I put 20 men each at 4-5 places. And I, with a small team, hit that village. It was raining the whole night. We walked for 4 hours. And early morning, as you are aware, in northeast, the sun rises early.
Yes.
It was around 4:35 and sun was just coming out. And as I was approaching the village, from the top, this insurgent opened up with a machine gun and a grenade launcher.
While you were climbing up?
While I was climbing up, and I looked into his eyes, he looked into my eyes. It was just for 30-40 meters. And these bullets were not hitting me. There's something called plunging fire.
Right.
When you fire downhill, the gravity takes the bullets away from the point of aim.
Right, right.
I explained this in this.
Yes.
And imagine, you are looking into his eyes, he's looking into your eyes, and he's firing at you, and you are not getting hit.
Right.
And that is when I called for the 2-inch mortar, because I knew I also won't be able to hit him, in spite of having
because he has the advantage. Obviously.
He has the advantage. So we got the 2-inch mortar. Naik Krishipal, he ran up to me, and we then fired, and then that operation continued for 3 days. And again, I had close brushes in that operation. But beautiful thing is, next day morning, we were out of communication the whole day.
Yeah.
Next day, we were chasing this terrorist, and next day, I got into a place where I could communicate. So first thing, my headquarters was asking, is everything okay? Is everything okay? So I said, after giving the report, I told them, I said, there's a boy whose wife is in hospital. Please check and let me know what is the condition. So this is how we, and then second thing was, I said, my wife's birthday is coming after a few days. I may or may not return, please wish her. So this is keeping your senses alive, keeping a human angle, humanitarian aspects of soldier.
This is the humanitarian aspect of the soldier is another thing that is, very commonly portrayed in the public sphere. The buddy system, soldiers together, camaraderie in the forces. But most people, they see it, they applaud it, general, but I don't think people understand it as a soldier and a general can. Explain that to us. The capacity of people like you to put your life in your soldier's hands, your soldier to put his life in your hands. How does that work? And explain that with a situation where, two men or a group of men have actually realized that my life is in another person's hands.
Shiv, it is like this. Soldier by appearance looks a very tough man, very burly face, twirling mustaches, and big smart gun. But inside, he is a very, very nice, simple human being. He has a family, he has his fears, he has his parents, he has his children, everyone. We come from we come from the same society. But there comes a time when we leave apart all these things, and then we only look at our job at hand. And coming to buddy system. And buddy system is, there are 10 boys in a bunker. One man or a buddy pair is standing guard outside, one on the, say, northern side, one on the western side. It's breezy, it's snowing, it's chillingly cold. Now this man is giving the duty. Something called imandari, wafadari, zimmedari.
Right.
Imandari and wafadari we all understand. Zimmedari is something with which this man is standing guard. 10 people are sleeping inside. And he is zimmedar for the safety of these 10 men.
No compromise.
No compromise. And why no compromise? Now he is standing there, if enemy fires or terrorist fire, he will save these 10 men. But after 2 hours, he will go inside and sleep. Somebody else will come out and stand guard. And फिर उसकी जिम्मेदारी है. So जिम्मेदारी is in our DNA. We can never let down our buddy, because it is not that we are letting down. It is next moment he may be letting you down. So it is an unwritten law. Nobody leaves the buddy. We don't even leave our dead behind. So those are ethos of Indian Army.
This is something that's captured quite often in movies as well, sir. In India, we've seen movies about the armed forces quite a bit from many, many years, and I'm sure you've seen many of them as well. How does a soldier like you feel when you see the movies? Because the movies capture the glamorous aspect of it, the patriotic aspect of it, but like you said, it's not a cakewalk. It's not all hunky-dory in the armed forces. Yes, there's a great deal of nobility and pride and, and patriotism, but an overwhelming part of it is difficult. There's a great deal of drudgery. There's a great deal of mental stress, anxiety. How do you feel when you watch the movies? Do you feel like they should portray more about the reality of the armed forces, sir?
Movies in India.
I'm not saying that they're wrong, but a more realistic portrayal.
Movies in India, especially the war movies, the military movies, if I may call it. Earlier, if you remember in our childhood, there used to be this Colonel Saab with handlebar mustache, carrying a 12-bore gun, and maar dunga, kat dunga. That is not the way a soldier is. Soldiering is a very, very serious business. And the movie making has to be done very seriously. We can't have, a soldier running around the trees and singing songs. No, he has his lighter moments. He has his enjoyable moments. Those can be captured. But when you can't have a 23-year-old person wearing Lieutenant General's ranks. Doesn't happen.
Embarrassing errors are always
embarrassing.
there.
And then the uniform is wrong. You're wearing a beret of a different wing of the army. You're wearing the shoulder titles. And so research work which has to go. Serious research work. Fortunately, lot has improved in last few years. Having said that, still a lot needs to go into the research work and the serious research work. I understand there are commercial constraints. But then if you're making a war movie, you're making a war movie.
Correct.
You can't be singing songs during the war.
The subject matter is too serious.
Too serious.
For any kind of, compromise. I understand that. General Dhillon, as many admirers of General Dhillon will know, he has embraced social media in a very, very open manner. He talks to his audience. He's constantly answering their questions. He's always says thank you to compliments from no matter where they come from. And I'm guessing you get them all day, sir. But social media is also a very serious business. And you've seen the flip side of social media as the Kashmir commander, I'm sure. So I wanted to know about your experience with that, because we've seen how terror groups have used social media for recruitment, for propaganda, for their own sinister purposes, especially in the Kashmir Valley, sir. How did you handle all of that? Because your understanding of social media is amazing. So how did you handle the flip side of social media by terror groups?
Pakistan has a narrative, has a propaganda.
Yeah.
And he uses social media to spread that propaganda and spread that narrative. If we do not portray our part or our point of view, and most importantly, in a transparent manner, in an ethical manner, in a truthful manner, there is no bigger propaganda than being truthful. There is no bigger propaganda than being transparent. But finally, the lies will come out. There was a Prime Minister of Pakistan who tweeted the wrong photographs.
Correct.
So he got caught. But if you are truthful, and my point when managing social media is managing of perceptions of young minds. If I'm not honest in my social media content, if I'm not transparent, if I don't respond to questions. But only thing I always tell, yesterday also I tweeted, I said we can discuss, let's not argue. Let's not be abusive. We can convey your point of view very firmly without being abusive. I've seen on social media friends of years are blocking each other. So social media, by definition, media is a platform or a sort of a medium given to you to interact socially. So it's a social interaction platform.
But did it ever pose a challenge for you, sir? Did you ever think that, how does one tackle this challenge where you have, inimical elements, anti-national elements, terror groups, using these same platforms that are otherwise beneficial to society to go against the country, go against the army? How big a challenge was that?
Yeah, it's a challenge because Pakistan social media management or the perception management or the narrative building, they do it in a very, very systematic manner.
Absolutely.
To counter it, you have to pick up their content, you have to say this is wrong, and you have to counter them with facts. Making a mere statement that this video by Pakistan is a propaganda will not help. It will probably also have doubt on your credibility. But if I give the corroboration, if I give the origin of that video, and if I give why this video is not what it is being portrayed, then my credibility goes up. So it is not important to, sort of give a rebuttal immediately. You must counter it with facts, figures. Like some small thing like when did the terrorism begin in Kashmir? In my book I written, I said 19th January 1990 was a date. A very serious date, very black day. But the terrorism started much earlier. People are not ready to talk about it because it doesn't suit their constituency.
Right. And there are so many narratives.
There are so many narratives. Narratives within narratives.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of narratives, sir, I know for a fact that soldier generals like General Dhillon like to keep away from politics. So I'm not going to touch upon politics at all. But to frame my question, I'd like to say that there has been a lot of politics over how safe is Kashmir right now. Recently, we saw the Bharat Jodo Yatra over there. Then we saw huge tutu meme happen in Parliament where one side said, we went there, it's not safe. The other side said, you walked there, it's totally safe. You proved our point. My personal sense is that the common average Indian would more readily believe a soldier who has served there than anyone else, perhaps. So I want your view, sir, of what Kashmir is like right now, especially after the abrogation of Article 370 and especially at now, because I'm sure you visited recently as well. How much has it changed? How safe is it? What is the status?
Shiv, again, I will base my argument or my logic on facts and figures. There are indices which will give you what is the level of terrorism. Firstly, how many terrorist initiated incidents are happening? how many local boys are joining the terrorist team,
Yes.
how many actions of terrorists and the civilians are getting killed, how many security forces personnel are getting killed, how much infiltration is happening. So all these indices combined together are pointers about the situation. Then tourism, how many tourists are coming in, hotel bookings, all these are the indices.
Yes.
And I dare say all these indices are down
Yeah.
compared to any time, year on year or a quarter on quarter.
Tourism is up, but everything else is
down. Yeah, I'm saying you can weight it the way you want it.
Yeah, yeah.
So every index is in the favor of peace. So I will not make a statement without facts.
Right.
They're very favorable facts.
So you're saying we don't need to be subjective. The data.
Yeah,
proves that
data
things are
proves,
better.
data speaks. The data speaks for itself.
Yeah, yeah.
So Kashmir is a much safer and peaceful place
Yes.
as compared to any time prior to today. You can have a year on year, or like I said, quarter on quarter, whatever.
Yeah.
And it is improving further.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
why it is improving is very important.
Yeah.
The common Kashmiri, the Awam, they have tasted the dividends of peace.
Right.
When the tourism goes up, when the peace goes up, when the shop is open till 8 o'clock, he's earning more, he's got more job creation, schools are open, children are getting educated.
Right.
There is a better prospect for the future children, the future of children.
Yeah.
So when he tasted all these dividends of peace, now he doesn't want to go back to the black days.
Yes.
So it is the yearning of the local Kashmiri which is forcing even Pakistan to stop this nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is why Kashmir's peace journey is now irrevocable.
It's irrevocable, yes, absolutely. But things are still sensitive, and I hope that things don't move into a reverse gear. Believe me when I say that Kashmir is one of the most beautiful places, not just in India but the world. And I encourage our viewers to plan your holidays there. Don't constantly think about going abroad. Go and spend a winter in Kashmir. You will be thanking me. Trust me. My final question to you, to come back once again to Kashmir, General, and once again to something that you've spoken about in your book, is Pulwama. And sadly, most often the Indian public hears about Kashmir when soldiers or officers are killed in action in an encounter, like Pulwama or any other terror attack or encounter. That's when it happens. You, as a corps commander, have had to make those difficult phone calls, even previously, to families of men under your charge who may have lost their lives in operations. I want to know about that, sir. How difficult is that? Because you have to break the news to either a wife, next of kin, parents who might not be very old, about losing their loved one. Tell us about that process. How difficult is that?
Most difficult job in a commander's service career is to salute your comrades for the one last time and lay the wreath. This particular press conference and this photograph on the cover of the book happened after I had laid the wreath on the mortal remains of Major Vibhuti Dondial and the soldiers who got killed in action during the Pinglana operation, where we eliminated Ghazi. Straight from the war memorial, I came to the press conference. And a lot of people say there is a lot of anger in your eyes. It is not without reason. So, coming back to your question, most difficult job in a commander's life is to pay the homage or lay the wreath. And again, the most difficult thing is to call up someone and say, I'm sorry to inform you, this is what happened to your son or the... And here I would like to say, our wives, army parents, they are the strongest people on this planet.
Yeah, true.
My wife has heard my death news or seen my death news on the TV twice.
Yeah.
I mentioned this once when she was 8 months pregnant.
Yes, I remember that.
But she held herself together for the same wafadari, imandari, zimmedari, wafadari. She did not want to show herself as a shattered person. So our families are also very strong, and somewhere at the back of their mind, every time the phone rings, the heartbeat goes up.
Absolutely.
And they are expecting probably the worst news,
Yes.
especially once you are posted in such areas. But they hold the fort together so the soldier can do his duty without having to look back or be bothered about his home front. So I think we have a wonderful companionship here, and every soldier I can talk about.
On that, very sobering note, and a reminder to all of us as citizens is, perhaps to, make a country that's worth protecting. It's not a proverb or a cliche, because, we cannot, unfortunately, meet all of our soldiers and thank them personally, but we can be good Indian citizens and make a country that's worth protecting. And as the General said, military families are truly made of something else. So our salute, not just to soldiers and generals, but also to those families. And what better tribute could there be to those who were lost in Pulwama and other terror attacks than a book that pays tribute as well as remembers and talks about everything and has a forward-looking perspective on how the country has changed, is changing, and will be changing in the days ahead. General Dhillon, thank you very much. A pleasure and an honor. Thank you for speaking to India Today.
Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
It's a relatively cool morning. Best way out is chai. Thoda chai karna, garam chai. Perfect. How is everybody? Kaise ho? Yeah, fine.
How are you?
Very well. What is going to happen in elections? क्या होगा?
इलेक्शन तो अच्छा ही होगा.
अच्छा का मतलब क्या है?
बट इस बार मुझे लग रहा है बीजेपी रिटेन करेगा.
बीजेपी रिटेन करेगा?
रिटेन करेगा.
बीजेपी वर्सेस लेफ्ट फ्रंट. बेटर गवर्नमेंट किसका था? बीजेपी का या लेफ्ट फ्रंट का?
बीजेपी का गवर्नमेंट. Now we are seeing development everywhere.
You are seeing development everywhere.
लास्ट 25 इयर्स क्या हो रहा था, जो मतलब सीपीएम का लोग था, अंडर क्वालिटी लोगों का नौकरी मिलता था. बट अभी लास्ट 5 इयर्स जो क्वालिटी आदमी है उसको भी नौकरी मिल रहा है. ठीक है.
बट कई लोग तो ये कह रहे हैं कि हमको नौकरी नहीं मिला है, बहुत प्रॉमिस किया, ये होगा वो होगा.
एक्चुअली मेन क्या है कि पहले जो है नौकरी मिलने के लिए किसी नेता के पीछे घूमना पड़ता था. अभी वो चीज नहीं है, क्योंकि बाईबाक का सिस्टम उड़ गया. ये बस रिटर्न दीजिए, नहीं तो नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी. रिटर्न में आप क्वालिफाई हो गए तो आपको नौकरी है. ट्रांसपेरेंसी है. इसमें क्या है कि हमको जो एजुकेटेड लड़के लोग हैं, जो एजुकेटेड आदमी है, वो क्या है कि नेताओं के पीछे नहीं जाना पड़ता.
Remember, of course, Manik Sarkar was the chief minister of the left front for 20 years. Manik Saha is the chief minister now of the BJP. So Manik Sarkar or Manik Saha?
Manik Shah.
Manik Shah
is better than Manik Sarkar.
चाय पी के चाय त्रिपुरा वाली. चलो कटिंग चाय, अर्ली मॉर्निंग कटिंग चाय, ग्रेट इंडियन ट्रेडिशन.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Now, there are harrowing scenes that one can see from the earthquake-ravaged country of Turkey and Syria. Now, the death toll of both Turkey and Syria from the earthquake has surpassed 28,000, and the hope of finding more survivors is fading despite some miraculous rescues that we have seen over the past many days. Now, thousands of rescue workers are still searching through the flattened neighborhoods despite freezing weather, and it is this freezing weather that is deepening the misery of millions. There are millions who are in desperate need of aid. India has also sent additional consignments of life-saving medicines and relief material for the victims of both Turkey and Syria. The quake has been described as the worst natural disaster event that has taken place in the region over the past 100 years.
The C-17 Globemaster of the Indian Air Force has reached the Adana airfield, and this aircraft is carrying very crucial medical equipment that is required here in Turkey. India Today is the only channel to have exclusive access, and we'll show you what this aircraft has got. Now, this is a huge C-17 Globemaster, one of the biggest load carriers in the world. This Indian Air Force aircraft, that's the defense attaché of India, the pilot of the aircraft, the air crew. What's the equipment that they're carrying? Very crucial humanitarian assistance. These are the blankets that are being carried. 13 tons of medical equipment has come from India. So apart from the blankets, this is the medical equipment. 60 parafield hospital medical equipment. Extremely crucial. Now, what is it that they're carrying inside this aircraft? This aircraft is carrying X-ray machines, ventilators, medical consumables, as you can make out. They're also carrying an anesthesia machine that requires very fragile but very essential equipment that is required. This is disaster and emergency management from India for the people of Turkey. Very essential items, 13 tons. The same aircraft had landed in Damascus in Syria before this, and it had carried about 24 tons of emergency aid for the people of Syria. With cameraman Kripal Singh at the Adana airfield in Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
My colleague Gaurav Sawant is now joining me from Adana in Turkey. Gaurav has been on the ground. Gaurav, you have been covering the devastation that has taken place. Unfortunately, the death toll now stands at almost 28,000 people. Gaurav, what's the situation on ground?
Aishwarya, good morning. We come to you live from the Adana airfield here in Turkey. And right behind me, you see this gigantic C-17 Globemaster aircraft of the Indian Air Force. It's just landed here a short while back. And these images are exclusive on India Today. India's ambassador to Turkey, Ambassador Virendra Paul, our defense attaché, Colonel Manoj Garg, and officers of Turkish Foreign Ministry, including Ambassador Mehmet, they were here just a short while back as the C-17 Globemaster landed, because Turkey, the assistance that Turkey requires, this is assistance that Turkey sought. 13 tons of that medical equipment is being unloaded right behind me, as you can see here. The medical equipment includes ventilators, it includes X-ray machines, it includes medicines, also equipment that the NDRF required because the task, as you very rightly pointed out, is enormous. This is now going to be day 7 after the quake. And, the good news is that people are still being found alive in the wreckage. That actually gives hope and, help people. It boosts their morale to keep hunting for those who are buried in the debris. And this equipment that's come in will help in 2 ways. NDRF gets more equipment to search, and Indian Army's field hospital, the 60 para field hospital, they get more equipment to treat the injured. And that para field hospital, Aishwarya, as of now, there are at least 400 people being treated every day. So that just shows the kind of importance that is being given by the people of Turkey to that hospital, that help that's so desperately required as part of Operation Dost.
Right, Gaurav. Gaurav, it was the Prime Minister who himself said India will do everything in its power. It will go above and beyond to help the people of Turkey. In fact, Prime Minister also became very emotional, and he said he remembers what happened in Gujarat during the Bhuj earthquake, and which is why we are seeing, as you said, almost 13 tons of relief material being sent. Gaurav, how important do you think India's help to both Syria and Turkey is at the moment? You have been on ground. We understand that the medical aid which is being given is really helping the people. People are in desperate need of help.
You're absolutely right. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke of the need for India to help people in Turkey. And as you noticed, we are the first responders whenever help is required, not just in our neighborhood, but now that help is being provided as far as Turkey. Now, this aircraft that you see behind me, the C-17 Globemaster, it's been used extensively. This aircraft has been used extensively. The first consignment brought in here, incidentally, Aishwarya, another 24 tons of consignment of medical aid and other assistance has also been provided to Syria. This aircraft landed in Damascus and provided medical attention, all the equipment and all that was required in Syria. 24 tons of assistance was given there. Then it's come here, and the help is not just in search and rescue that NDRF is doing, and their tremendous expertise that we've seen on ground. They've been able to locate people, they've been able to bring out people, and their help is being well appreciated. That Dost is a concept, a friend in need is a friend indeed, is what Turkey also says. But how is this being expanded is the big issue, because the death toll, as we've been reporting, has now gone up once again as more bodies, emerge every day. And the effort now would be to rehabilitate Turkey, which is a task that's easier said than done.
Right, Gaurav. Gaurav, stay on with me now. You have been reporting from ground zero. The NDRF teams are working around the clock in Turkey to rescue all the survivors. Now, NDRF's canine heroes, Romeo and Julie, who are the members of the dog squad, are on the ground with the teams. Watch this special report by my colleague Gaurav Sawant.
Very late at night, if you notice, work has stopped. Most teams have left. But notice very carefully, Romeo and Julie and their handlers of the NDRF are still there on top. Their work still continues, because it's in the still of the night that they can sniff, hear and sense if there is still life. Today, some people were saved. Now, in the wreckage of this building, under the debris of this building, some people were saved in the past several days. But today, one after the other, 10 bodies were taken out. And the still of the night, the moment the next of kin who've been waiting very patiently through the past 6 days and nights, the moment they saw the mangled remains of their loved ones, their cries, they just are unbearable to hear. But amidst all this, if you notice the Indian NDRF team working relentlessly, there is a lot of faith in NDRF operations, because even when others give up, India refuses to give up. India continues. These men continue to fight against all odds till the last moment to try and save lives. with cameraman Kripal Singh at Gaziantep, Turkey. Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
My colleague Gaurav is joining me on the broadcast. Gaurav, you spoke about the fact that even though others are giving up, it is India which is not giving up, and it is going above and beyond to help those who are in need. Gaurav, you have been on the ground, you have visited the buildings, you have also visited the children who in fact were miraculously saved. What according to you are the top 3 things, Gaurav, that Turkey and Syria need at the moment?
You know, the task here is enormous. For the past 5 days, in fact, India Today is the only team that's actually traveled very extensively. We've been to Gaziantep, one of the worst affected areas, Marash, which is the epicenter of this earthquake. We've also traveled to Noordagi, again, one of the very badly impacted areas. Every day, the misery is actually gut-wrenching. It's soul-numbing to see the death, devastation and destruction all across central and southern Turkey. In fact, yesterday we were reporting from the Turkey-Syria border, and the information that's coming from Syria, we spoke to some of those who were fleeing Syria and coming to Turkey. The situation on the other side apparently is even worse than what it is here. But if I were to talk about what we've seen in the past 5 days here, whether it's at Noordagi or at Marash or at Gaziantep, wherever we've traveled, or in the Hatay province, street after street, city after city, flattened completely. Multi-storied building, 10-story, 12-story, 14-story buildings, they've been smashed to the ground in that devastating earthquake of 7.6 on the Richter scale, and then subsequent tremors that continue to be felt for the next several days. And it's so heartbreaking. Like last night, we were reporting till about midnight, a little after midnight, and one body was recovered. The family of that man whose body was recovered, it had stood there for 5 days and 5 nights in -6 degrees temperature. And when the lady finally saw, her husband's body, she was hoping against hope that he'd survive. Unfortunately, he didn't. And in that icy cold, she just collapsed on the ground. But then there were many medical workers who were standing by, and they took her to hospital immediately. But it's actually soul-numbing. It's the still of the night. You hear no sound except this sudden shriek, when a body is recovered. That sudden cry of agony, which doesn't just pierce through the night, it pierces through your soul. So those are the kinds of scenes we've seen day after day here in Turkey, night after night in Turkey. So we reported that in Gaziantep, and then we came back to Adana. And early this morning, we are here at the airfield because for the people of Turkey, this is actually good news. This medical equipment that's arrived, and all this equipment will now quickly, as you notice, it's being unloaded very quickly, and it will be taken to Noordagi and to Gaziantep and to Iskenderun, and there it will be put to good use to help the people of Turkey, Aishwarya.
Right, Gaurav. Gaurav, stay on with me. Now, the NDRF and the Turkish rescue teams are working together in a fight against time even after dusk. Now, rescue teams are checking the debris of houses where it is believed many are still trapped, while their family members await patiently near the site. Watch this report.
A late-night operation to save lives, and this time in Gaziantep. Now it's a race against time. Usually operations are called off at sundown because it's very unsafe for operations to continue through the night. But right now, lights have been brought in. If you notice, there is an NDRF team of India and a team of Turkey, and even family members who are up there, because now it's a desperate race against time to save lives. It's already day 6 is ending as hope diminishes. Families are still extremely hopeful, and if you look behind me, there are several family members who are standing by very patiently. They want to ensure that they are there when any information comes out. Of course, the information that came out a little while ago wasn't very good when right from this wreckage here, 5 bodies were pulled out, but the hope still is. Remember, the information is there are between 50 to 60 people who were trapped inside this multi-storied building when it collapsed. So there is a heavy crane that's been brought in. This heavy crane is working from this angle. There's another crane working from the other angle. But between the cranes, if you notice, there are family members who are standing up there with the NDRF team, and they've drilled a hole. Through that hole, one person has gone in and confirmed that there is some kind of movement. They're not too sure what kind of movement it is, and that is why no heavy equipment is being used right now. It's only through hands that they're working. Aim once again to snatch lives from the jaws of death.
My colleague Gaurav is joining me on the story. Gaurav, you know, the place where you are standing, million of tons of aid has been given by India to make sure that the people get what they need at the moment. Gaurav, you know, from where you are standing, you were showing us some visuals of the aid being unloaded. How long, Gaurav, do you believe that this aid will take to reach the people? And what, according to you, is the timeline that you are looking at? You have been on the ground. How long do you think these rescue operations will go on? And how long do you think actually it will take Turkey?
And all the other aid workers and rescue teams are doing here in all of the affected parts of Turkey. In this race against time, now that it's day 7, finding people alive, it's a miracle, but that miracle is actually happening. Yesterday, when we were reporting from Marash, in Marash, 2 children were found alive after being buried for 5 days. Yesterday, a man was found alive after being buried for over 140 hours. So that kind of gives hope to all the workers to continue searching. And now, apart from, just the sniffer dogs, they're also using technology in terms of acoustic radars to help. The moment the dog gives some kind of an indication, small holes are dug into concrete slabs, and that fiber optic cable is put inside. That fiber optic cable has a camera, it has a microphone, and aid workers are able, rescue workers are able to look inside. If there's any movement, the microphone is used. It also has a speaker to tell the individual that if you can make some noise, if you can say something, the moment that person reacts, if at all, then they know which direction to start working in. And very heavy equipment and cranes have been brought in. All of them are now being used to, as of now, as quickly as possible, rescue as many people as possible in this race against time, Aishwarya.
Well, Gaurav, please stay on with me. Now, the rescue workers from Turkey are working relentlessly in Gaziantep. Now, this is one of the most affected cities in Turkey. Now, Turkish workers have paid their respects to the ones who lost their lives in the earthquake by standing in silence. Watch this report by Gaurav Sawant.
The rescue workers from Turkey working relentlessly at this very difficult site in Gaziantep. Now, this was one of the worst disaster sites, and these people worked non-stop. While some people were fortunately saved alive, some people could not be saved, and as a mark of their respect, all of them stood in silence as a mark of respect for those who had died in the earthquake here. While they finished their work today, after paying respect to those who died, they will return once again tomorrow for this task to continue. And this task will continue for a very long time. Not just search and rescue, then it would turn into relief and rehabilitation. But these workers, including some from the Turkish army, are working non-stop at this site to ensure as many lives as possible can be saved. With cameraman Kripal Singh at Gaziantep, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today. With me is Ibrahim. Ibrahim is a member of the Turkish Army rescue team. Ibrahim, what can you tell us about the operations that are going on here?
This operation is difficult because we have many people lost, and after the cleaning area, we can starting operation. We hope rescue the alive people. Yeah.
So the effort even now in this race against time is to rescue people alive, and that is why you notice very experienced machine operators are being used here to remove all the rubble from the path for ambulances to be able to move quickly and to be able to rescue people from the debris here in Gaziantep in Turkey. Ibrahim, I wish you all the best, my friend.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Standing here non-stop for the past several days is Isan Saab. He's a school teacher in Kuwait and
5 years.
For 5 years.
Yeah, okay.
And you've been standing here for quite some time seeing this rescue operation.
Yes. My friend is here, okay, and I will come this country 2013. Okay. Together 2 years in Turkish school. And
are they still in the wreckage, still in the debris?
Yes, here. Okay. And his family and 2 sons and 1 sister and her mother and sister together, 6 person here. There is only 1 son. He's a policeman in this Istanbul, and I came here this help his son. Okay.
I'm so sorry to hear.
Sorry, thank you very much. I will come here about 800 kilometers here from Istanbul, near Istanbul.
So as soon as he heard of the disaster, he came 800 kilometers to see if lives can be saved here. His friend, his wife, and their 4 children, 6 in all. 1 son survived. The others are still feared, buried in the debris. And late at night, he's braving this icy cold to stand here, hoping against hope that someone would still be found alive in the rubble.
And at this crucial time, entire Turkey is coming together. My colleague Gaurav Sawant, while he was reporting from Ground Zero, met those people who are offering help to their own people and also providing essential material. Watch this report.
It's biting cold here. We're in Gaziantep, and this is one of the disaster sites here in Turkey. But as we report on this tragedy and the rescue efforts that's on, a group of youngsters just walked up to us and said, "Would you like a cup of coffee?" And when we started speaking to them, they're coffee roasters. They're all from the coffee community. It's a very nice cup of coffee. Tell me your name and tell me what you're doing here.
My name is Adi Reza and I'm 27 years old. We are a roaster and coffee company in Gaziantep, and our friends came from Istanbul, and we have a coffee community here as a Specialty Coffee Association Turkey. So they are supporting us, and they ask us to come here and helping workers and who living here right now in bad situation. So we are here to giving them foods or some necessary things, and also coffee for the employees here. So yeah.
So if you just look around, a group of youngsters. Okay, come, please join us. Please join us. So, okay, so you're also a part of this community. Tell me, you're one of the rescue workers, aid workers here. Okay.
Yeah, please.
So no, okay.
I can translate for you.
So, okay.
Yeah, he come from Istanbul just for helping us. Yesterday they just arrived here and they bring to the coffee, and for the child they just bring a lot of stuff for them.
So and these are youngsters who are helping all those, the rescue workers behind me. I mean, if you look late at night, that rescue operation is still on. The effort to locate people trapped in the debris, that effort is still on. So this coffee, is meant for those and also those who've lost their homes.
Yeah, for sure. We did it by ourselves, and we just brewing 6 hours before, and we came here and we just come here and give it to you, the coffee.
That's really. What's the reaction of the people, the workers or those who've lost their homes when you walk up to them and give them coffee?
Right now we don't have very good emotional. We are really bad situation. It is terrible, but everyone just thankful for us because we are not doing anything, just coffee, you know. We are just coming here and give it to you, but for them it's everything right now because they need to be here and don't sleep, just waiting the family. So for this, I think for them is too much, and for us is too. Actually, if you are happy, we are happy too.
And that's such a noble gesture when you see a hot cup of tea or coffee or just a warm word that comes to those who are impacted by this devastating earthquake. I wish you all the best. Please do continue the great work that you're doing here. This is how Turkey is actually coming together. This group has come from Istanbul to Gaziantep. It's about 12 hours. You drove for 12 hours?
Yeah, they did it for 12 hours.
Oh,
And it is more, 24 I think. 24 saat öyle değil mi siz geldiniz? It will be almost one day.
It took an entire day. Oh,
Yeah.
of course, because a lot of the roads are damaged and traffic jam.
Yeah.
And this is how the entire country is coming together to help those in desperate need at this point of time. With cameraman Kripal Singh at Gaziantep, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition. Thank you for watching India Today.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Thank Mr. Puri.
I thank you for giving me the chance to address you.
Terrorism now a global issue.
The First Lady position is so unusual.
Never in my career did I ever see that love and affection in any other country than we saw in India in 79.
Pakistan has been responsible chronically for association with sponsorship of terrorist groups.
Mr. G, what I do want you to do, since we are at this iconic facility, if you could just tell us what's happening around us, because there's so much movement, you can just give us a rough idea, how do these 55 acres of this facility. How does it operate, and how do you manage to make it efficient and truly scale up the volumes and increase business via this facility?
Yeah, this is only one factory. As I told you, we have two factories. This is not the surprising issue. This is only one factory.
Yeah.
In this factory, we are producing refrigerator about 2 million sets per year. Only this factory. And then RAC about 1 million sets. And then washing machine front loader also we are producing here almost 6 lakh quantity, and also TV also. So this is one of the general production sites of LG India here. So now most of them is we are digesting in local domestic market. So that's why we say India has a most potential country of global.
These are all good things to hear, Mr. G. But lastly, just one.
Hello and welcome, namaskar, to this Aaj Tak India Today special. Reinforcing its commitment towards building the foundation and ensuring greater financial protection for the country, Max Life Insurance, the country's leading life insurance company, has unveiled the findings of the 5th edition of its flagship survey, Max Life Insurance India Protection Quotient 5.0, in partnership with Kantar. The latest survey has 3,530 respondents across 25 cities, exploring critical insights on financial protection and preparedness, and therefore is one of the most comprehensive studies of its kind on the entire critical life insurance sector in the country. With me is my colleague सईद अंसारी।
एक ऐसा सर्वेक्षण जो हमें ये बताता है कि हमारी वित्तीय स्थिति क्या है, हम पैसों को लेकर, अपनी जीवन की सुरक्षा को लेकर कितने आश्वस्त हैं, कहाँ खड़े हैं, क्या है ये, एक बहुत विस्तृत रिपोर्ट के माध्यम से आइए हम आपको समझाते हैं।
How well prepared are you for the uncertainties of life? Why is life insurance important? Do Indians feel they are financially protected? Max Life Insurance, in partnership with Kantar, has been taking the nation's pulse on financial security since 2019 through its comprehensive survey, the India Protection Quotient. The IPQ survey over the last 5 years has reflected the financial awareness, ownership and security levels across urban India. The India Protection Quotient, or IPQ, has evolved with the times to become more sustainable, comprehensive and robust. It notably added cities in Tier 2 that were not included in earlier versions, as is now working towards giving us a glimpse of Bharat as well, giving it the necessary breadth and depth. Now in its 5th year, we see what is the current state of financial security and preparedness in urban India, and how much has it changed in these 5 years, especially given the severe uncertainty of the last 2 years. Let's find out with IPQ 5.0.
So let's talk about this IPQ 5.0 survey, India Protection Quotient 5.0, Max Life Insurance's survey that stretches across the country. What exactly are our learnings from this survey? To explain that, to give us more details about these findings, we're joined by special guests. I'm joined by Prashant Tripathi, MD and CEO, Max Life Insurance. Welcome to the show. Soumya Mohanty is Managing Director and CCO at Kantar South Asia. Welcome. Sarabveer Singh is CEO, Policy Bazaar. Welcome, Sarabveer. And we have a special guest, Boman Irani, actor and co-founder of Irani Movie Tone. So welcome to the show, and let's get a sense from all of you of why life insurance matters. Congratulations, first of all, Prashant, on launching this 5th edition of the Max Life Insurance India Protection Quotient 5.0. 5 years is a big milestone in a way because most organizations will do one-off research studies. How did this idea of doing this kind of a survey come around? What was the objective? What were you hoping to achieve through a comprehensive survey like this?
Thank you, Rajdeep, for having me here. I think life insurance is a very fundamental need in our lives. However, the awareness as well as propensity actually to be covered has historically been very low in India. And as a life insurance company, we just thought it is not just our responsibility to sell life insurance or provide life insurance. It is equally our responsibility also to create a barometer, a kind of mirror for people in India to know how protected Indians are feeling. Because in our category, awareness actually leads to ownership, which will lead to protection. And hence, we came up with this thought to come up with a property called IPQ, and we launched that exactly 4 years ago, so this is the 5th edition. And the objective was to go year on year, without fail, to people in India, to start with the urban population, to find out how protected they are feeling and ask them a variety of questions which could really give a view on life insurance, ownership, the direction that we're taking, whether India is feeling protected or not. Because we thought by using this methodology, we will be able to create more and more awareness. And I'm very happy to share that year on year, we have seen improvement, though, as they say, Delhi abhi dur hai, there is a lot of work that needs to happen. But we are seeing progress in that direction. People are feeling more and more protected. Again, a long way to go, but a step in the right direction. And I think by every passing year, we are making it more refined. So there are, of course, things that we have done this year, focusing on millennials, women. And for the first time, we are also intending to go rural to figure out how people are feeling protected in rural areas. And I sincerely hope that surveys of this kind will absolutely provide good measurement to people in India, and they will be more inclined to buy life insurance.
दोस्तों, एक बात तो यहाँ पर ये सिद्ध होती है, जो प्रशांत जी को हमने सुना कि पिछले कुछ वक्त में हमने एक ऐसा दौर देखा जिससे प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से आप और हम, कोई भी ऐसा यहाँ नहीं होगा या हमारे देश में ऐसा नहीं होगा जो प्रभावित ना हुआ। और हम कोरोना की बात कर रहे हैं, वो बहुत बुरा दौर हम सब ने देखा। लेकिन थैंक यू प्रशांत जी, कम से कम आज आप हमें ये हिम्मत दे रहे हैं, ये बता रहे हैं कि अब हम आर्थिक तौर पर मजबूत हुए हैं। बमन, आपकी इंडस्ट्री भी इससे बिल्कुल अछूती नहीं रही, और हम लोग तो वर्क फ्रॉम होम कर रहे थे, किसी तरह से अपना काम चला रहे थे, लेकिन आप लोग घर में बैठ गए थे। और आप जो दिखते हैं, हमारे हीरोज़ हैं जिन्हें हम पर्दे पर देखते हैं, बहुत सारी मेहनत आपके पीछे होती है आपको हीरो बनाने के लिए। वो लोग, उन पर बड़ा असर पड़ा था। आपको क्या तब लगा था कि कहीं ना कहीं फाइनेंशियली मैं थोड़ा सा परेशान महसूस कर रहा हूं, और आज IPQ 5.0 के बाद आपको लगता है कि मुझे कुछ ऐसी तैयारी करनी चाहिए जिससे मेरा फ्यूचर ठीक हो, या ऐसी कोई मुसीबत आए तो मैं उससे लड़ सकूं?
Thank you everyone for having me. Thank you. Lovely to see you all. पहले तो मैं अपने खुद की बात करूंगा, because जब मैंने ज़िंदगी में एक करियर की शुरुआत की थी, तब मैं एक वेटर था। अभी वेटर को माई फर्स्ट सैलरी वाज हाउ मच, 105 रुपीज़, 105 रुपये की सैलरी थी। फिर 200 हो गई, फिर 250, ज़्यादा नहीं, उससे ज़्यादा। टिप्स बना लेते थे। फिर मैं दुकानदार था, सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड, छोटी सी दुकान थी। फिर फोटोग्राफर बना, और जब मैंने फोटोग्राफी का करियर मैंने जब शुरू की थी, I told my wife and my wife told me, now we should make some money. कुछ पैसे बनाने। How much do you think will be safe? कितनी? और बहुत सारे लोग, see, you are representing Kantar, you are representing MacLife, you are representing Policy Bazaar. I am representing your mind in many ways. And हमारी सोच simple होती है ज़्यादातर. Maybe not some people who are wearing ties, but बहुत simple होती है. And I asked my wife, and my wife said, in my lifetime savings, अगर 10 लाख हो जाएंगे ना, we will be happy, how stupid were we? It's not about just the savings. It's not about, about 10 lakh मिलेंगे fixed deposit में रखेंगे तो इतना मिलेगा. I think we had to think a little ahead. And that's when somebody advised us to do life insurance. Now, I have been protected for many years. And I said to myself, मैंने अपने आप को ये सवाल किया कि जब कोरोना वायरस की बात हुई, I am more or less like all the workers, behind the scenes people, जो हमें, who make us look good, right? What must be going inside their head, because they make money only on projects. Project khatam ho gaya, so they have to look for another project. And the answer was very simple: life insurance. Simply because during the coronavirus, everybody got a wake-up call. Your ticket can be punched next morning. किसी को भी कुछ भी हो सकता है. All my life मैंने एक ही बात सोचा, मैं अपने bucket list में जो भी करना है as a creative person करूँगा, लेकिन पहले I will protect my family. और जो भी हम पैसा कमाते हम अपने families के लिए बनाते ना. बाकी there are two sides. One is for your own satisfaction. Two is to protect your family. तो मैंने सब कुछ लेट किया लाइफ में. फोटोग्राफर बना लेट, एक्टर बना 44 की उम्र में, और इस साल 63 की उम्र में मैं डायरेक्शन का डेब्यू करूंगा दादा बनकर.
अरे वाह.
You know what? So everything I've done late. However, my focus every time, किसी के साथ भी बात, am I protected if something happens to me? Am I protected? बाकी कुछ मुझे लाइफ में कुछ इंटरेस्ट नहीं. अगर मैं एक्टर नहीं भी बनता, doesn't matter. My family has to be protected. Get yourself protected. It made my life easy. Because if my mind is not distracted, I can focus on my creative work. Because the moment you're worrying about that, two things. You can't focus on your work, your career will suffer. And two, if you're worrying about that, it tells on your health.
And you think that just to add to that, you think that the years of the pandemic has made many more people, even celebrities, those in the film industry, conscious of the fact that life insurance lena hai?
Without even knowing what the survey says, I say yes. 100%. People got a huge wake-up call. Huge. I hope I'm right.
Absolutely.
Huge wake-up call.
Absolutely, you're right. आप कभी सोचिएगा, आपने जिंदगी में जितना भी पैसा कमाया है, अपने ऊपर कितना खर्च किया है. कभी सोचिए आपको लगेगा 5%, 10% सर. सौम्या जी उससे भी कम शायद. कभी सोच के देखिएगा. कितने लोग ऐसे हैं प्लीज़ बताइए आज हाथ खड़ा करके जिन्होंने कोई ना कोई फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग, वित्तीय सुरक्षा अपनी की हुई है. प्लीज़ बताएं. और ये कुछ नहीं है मैम, क्या हो रहा है? Rajdeep sir, क्या है?
No, and what is my worrying point sometimes is that the younger people did not raise their hands. The older people have already done the financial planning, so I think we have to change that. We have to completely make sure millennials get far more involved in insurance issues. Let me do another show of hands. How many of you have actually changed your views about life insurance and financial planning in the last 2 years because of COVID in particular? जिन्होंने अपना मन बदल लिया है कि things have changed, हमें कुछ ना कुछ करना है future के लिए. Raise your hands. How many of you have been influenced by COVID? थोड़े ज्यादा हाथ उठे हैं, धीरे उठ रहे हैं. Soumya, let's look at this survey. Let's look at exactly why this India Protection Quotient 5.0 survey is so important. And I want to give a sense to our viewers and audience about the demographics and geography of it. Because Prashant mentioned this about the rural-urban divide. Millennials, this audience has a number of people under the age of 25. Is there enough of representation of millennials in your survey? Have you seen distinctions now, rural-urban, millennials versus senior citizens when it comes to life insurance? Can you give us some idea of what this study has shown you? How is it different this time?
So first is, we have been partnering with Max Life for the last 4 years. This is the 5th edition. And every year we have maintained a wide geographic and demographic spread. So despite the fact there was COVID in between, we had to shift from an offline way of doing survey to online. But we have ensured we have covered 25 cities, 6 metros, 9 tier 1 cities, 10 tier 2 cities. We have consistently gone to about 3,000 plus kind of number of sample, and you would be aware that's a pretty decent sample to get a coverage of urban India. Besides that, we go to NCCS A-B, which is essentially let's say it covers the middle class completely, and those who earn about more than 2 lakh rupees per annum. So that pretty much covers all kinds of income strata, males and females. And we have some very interesting learnings on females. And we also ensure we have quotas for different professions, self-employed professionals, so that we are able to read the data in a granular way. Male, female is not that. Actually, the difference is male, females are behaving pretty similarly. So female ownership, female knowledge is pretty much keeping pace with male ownership and male knowledge.
यानी लड़की हो या लड़का, there is no difference when it comes to life insurance.
Absolutely. But there are other interesting trends, Rajdeep. In fact, what we are finding is, IPQ has actually gone up. This edition, the India Protection Quotient has actually gone up. And the reason for that is the increase in knowledge. The quantum jump in knowledge that has happened, especially when we have gone through COVID, just the knowledge of the need of insurance products has really gone up. And that is what has led to this jump. There has been an increase in ownership also, but there is possibility of further improvement there. And a sense of security. We had actually gone down on the sense of security during the COVID period. That has come back. I think that's one interesting thing. The second is South India. South India really leads in terms of ownership of life insurance. North has a bit of following up to do. And we are all in Delhi, so North has a bit of following up to do. And the third is the gap between metros and tier 1 towns has gone down. There was a 22% gap when we started 4 years back in terms of ownership, which has actually declined to 11%.
ये कैसे साउथ इंडिया के लोग ज़्यादा अवेयर हो गए, जागरूक हो गए, हम लोग नहीं हो पाए? कोई कारण इसके पीछे?
ये जो ट्रेंड है सईद, ये आज का नहीं है. हमने जब IPQ 1.0 भी किया था, तब भी हमने देखा था कि साउथ इंडिया जो है बाकी सारे जोन्स के मुकाबले आगे है. उनकी अवेयरनेस ज़्यादा है, उनका ओनरशिप भी ज़्यादा है, और वो उस ट्रेंड को कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं. तो हमने ये देखा कि तरक्की हर जोन्स में हुई है, बट वो अभी भी नंबर 1 पोजीशन पे ही चल रहा है.
ठीक है.
Interesting. Sarabveer, Policy Bazaar is one of the biggest platforms that evangelizes this need for life insurance. You encourage people to take life insurance. Do you also share some of these trends that Soumya has spoken about, South versus North, no gender disparity, महिला हो या पुरुष हो, दोनों तैयार है life insurance अब लेने के लिए. Also the reducing gap between the big city and the smaller towns. लोग धीरे धीरे हर तरह से के लोग want to take life insurance. So in a sense, there is almost a secular spread across the country now.
So yeah, first, thanks to Max Life and Aaj Tak India Today for shining light on a very important subject, which is that Indians need to protect themselves. So let me explain the context to you, right? Even today, despite all the effort, only 4% of Indians have life insurance, right? And the second more worrying thing is that of the people who do have life insurance, they are mostly underinsured. So the idea should be कि आपके पास उतने पैसे होने चाहिए कि अगर आप ना रहें तो आपकी फैमिली का lifestyle change ना हो. So I think this is a very important subject, and again really nice that we are talking about this because it's not a very nice subject to talk about. I think the second thing I'd say is that COVID was a major change in the way people look at insurance. इंश्योरेंस इज़ अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग सब्जेक्ट. सबको पता है कि हमें इंश्योरेंस लेनी चाहिए, इंश्योरेंस बहुत अच्छी चीज़ होती है, लेकिन मोस्टली हम लोग लेते नहीं हैं. Frankly, death is not a subject that we all are comfortable talking about or thinking about. So I think we all knew about insurance. COVID, I think, brought out this point that something can happen, to you at the very next instant. And I think that has helped. So if you see the number of Google searches, etc., they've gone up. In the last 2-3 years, they've stayed up. I think the second point is that in digital at least, there was a divide between metros and the smaller cities. So metros में जो लोग थे वो फिर भी तैयार थे कि digitally वो चीज़ें खरीदते थे या खरीद में उनको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी. लेकिन छोटे शहरों से लोगों को अभी भी लगता था कि यार इंश्योरेंस मतलब ऑनलाइन कैसे खरीद सकते हैं. और ये अब पिछले 2-3 साल के बाद ये स्टोरी ख़त्म हो गई है. अब हम ये देखते हैं कि हर किस्म के शहरों से लोग आते हैं, वो रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं ऑनलाइन, फिर उसके बाद वो खरीदना चाहते हैं. एक और चीज़ हुई है, जैसे आई वुड से इवॉल्व कंपनीज लाइक मैक्स लाइफ के साथ जो हमने पार्टनरशिप करी है पिछले कुछ सालों में, तो हमने अलग अलग किस्म के प्रोडक्ट बने हैं. तो अब जैसे अभी बात हो रही थी कि महिलाएं कम इंश्योरेंस खरीदती हैं, ये शायद पहले सच था, पर अब नहीं. अब महिलाओं के लिए स्पेशल टर्म प्रोडक्ट है जिसमें अगर आप हाउसवाइफ हैं तो आपको प्रोडक्ट मिल सकता है. देयर आर स्पेशल प्रोडक्ट्स फॉर सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड पीपल. आई थिंक दैट वाज आल्सो रेज्ड. देन a very interesting product has been created which is called zero cost term insurance, जिसमें बेसिकली आप 60 या 65 साल की उम्र में आपके सारे प्रीमियम आपको वापस मिल सकते हैं. तो पॉइंट ये है कि ये सारे प्रोडक्ट के कारण अब नई इंश्योरेंस खरीदने का बहाना मेरे ख्याल से कम हो गया है और अलग अलग किस्म की चीज़ें हैं. और इसका फाइनली नतीजा क्या है? इसका नतीजा ये है कि पहले अगर आप देखें आज से 3-4 साल पहले तो टर्म इंश्योरेंस में मेट्रो सिटी से लोग 50-60% मेट्रो से आते थे. अब आज की डेट में सिर्फ 1/3 मेट्रो से आते हैं एंड 2/3 आर कमिंग फ्रॉम स्मॉलर सिटीज़. सो आई थिंक while the survey is quantified everything, but we see this very much in our business and we see this very much in the trends that are there.
You know, it's interesting. Awareness is one thing. Action to feel protected. कि मुझे एक तरह से प्रोटेक्शन है कि मेरे पास लाइफ इंश्योरेंस है, स्टिल इज अ वेरी स्मॉल नंबर ऑफ द टोटल साइज ऑफ अ कंट्री, ऑफ कोर्स ऑफ सबकॉन्टिनेंटल साइज कंट्री.
It's time for a short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Shah Rukh Khan's Pathaan has been rocking at the movie theatres. It is in fact being touted as the best action movie of recent times. But is it true? What does the Tech Today community think about it? Are the tech sequences worth watching the movie in the movie theatre, or will the Tech Today community wait to watch it on OTT? Let's try and find out. Where will it be, in the cinema theatre or on OTT?
Cinemas. SRK in cinemas.
Movie theatre. OTT.
Will you be watching it in an IMAX or in a regular theatre?
IMAX for sure.
Yeah, that is really have a great VFX, and even John Abraham also, I like him, and Shah Rukh Khan especially.
I have heard a lot about it, how it has a parallel from a Christopher Nolan ka movie, and the technologies that they've used is same, so I want to explore that.
Not interested in watching in a movie theatre.
Is there any reason why you're averse to going to a movie theatre?
I feel more relaxed watching it at home.
Yes, if it releases in Amazon or Netflix, otherwise not.
Actually, we went to the cinema hall yesterday. I almost wanted to watch it, but my wife said we'll watch it on OTT.
Let's get audience questions then. Yes, the young man here has a question for Prashant. Go ahead.
This is Devas Arora. मेरा क्वेश्चन प्रशांत सर से है. सर मान लीजिए कि मुझे जीवन बीमा खरीदना है और उसके लिए मैं काफ़ी बीमा कंपनियों की वेबसाइट पर जाता हूँ, तो मुझे वहाँ पे कई तरह के पैरामीटर्स दिखते हैं सर, जैसे क्लेम्स पेड रेशियो, या कोई कंपनी कहती है कि हमारा बीमा सबसे सस्ता है. तो इन सब पैरामीटर्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए मुझे कैसे चुनना चाहिए अपने लिए जीवन बीमा?
आई थिंक जब भी आप प्लीज़ बैठ जाइए, जब भी आप जीवन बीमा खरीदने चाहें तो मैं कहूँगा 5-6 चीज़ें अपने दिमाग में ज़रूर रखें. सबसे पहला, थोड़ा रिसर्च करें उस कंपनी के बारे में कि उसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड कैसा रहा है, कितनी बड़ी है, उसकी फाइनेंशियल स्टेबिलिटी कैसी है. मैं आपको ये ज़रूर यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि सारी लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनियाँ IRDAI के द्वारा गवर्नड हैं. तो ऐसा कोई लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कंपनी नहीं है जो आपको क्लेम देने के पहले कहीं भाग जाएगी. दिस इज़ अ वेरी रेगुलेटेड इंडस्ट्री. नंबर 1, claims paid ratio is a very important parameter when you're trying to buy a protection plan. तो वो एक ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड बताता है कि कंपनी ने कितने ऑफ द 100 क्लेम्स जो उन्होंने रिसीव किए उसमें कितने क्लेम उसने पे किए. एक तरह का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है. ब्रांड के ऊपर आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या आप उस ब्रांड से एसोसिएट करते हैं, क्या आपने उनको देखा है, क्या आपका पुराना एक्सपीरियंस उस एक्सपीरियंस रहा है कि नहीं। आप ये भी ज़रूर देखिए कि उनकी इशुएंस कैपेसिटी कितनी, वो कितनी जल्दी इशू करते हैं, उसके बारे में भी आप थोड़ा रिसर्च करिए। तो आप इन सब चीज़ों पे जब ध्यान देंगे तो आपको एक चीज़ ज़रूर डिटरमिन कर पाएंगे। कई बारी लोग सिर्फ प्राइस कंपेयर करते हैं कि कौन सस्ता है कौन महंगा है। मेरे ख्याल से वो क्राइटेरिया सही नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर आप प्रोटेक्शन प्लान खरीद रहे हैं तो ज़िंदगी के मुकाबले हर चीज़ ही सस्ती है, और वो प्रोटेक्शन इंडिया में इतना कोई महंगा है नहीं, सबके बीच में गैप थोड़ा थोड़ा ही है। तो आप सिर्फ प्राइस के ऊपर इसको डिटरमिन ना करें, आप ज़रूर ब्रांड देखिए। क्लेम्स पेड रेशियो सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसको देखिए, और देखिए कि उस ब्रांड से आप एसोसिएट करते हैं कि नहीं। एंड एट द एंड ऑफ द डे प्लीज़ नो, इससे रेगुलेटेड इंडस्ट्री, ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आप कौन सा खरीदें, ये ज़रूरी है कि आप खरीदें ज़रूर।
You know, it's interesting, Prashant, that survey speaks about growing awareness. But awareness is one thing. Action to feel protected. कि मुझे एक तरह से protection है, कि मुझे मेरे पास life insurance है, still is a very small number of the total size of a country, of course, of subcontinental size country. Why is that, and what can be done to correct it? How do you translate awareness into action?
When we go to larger cities, ownership, when we spoke to this, people had close to about 71% people actually owned it. So large number of people own it. The big issue that India has is, despite this level of ownership, especially in urban India, the coverage is very small. So most people have bought savings plans. They have not bought protection plans. The sum assureds are very low. And that's where this 90% gap actually comes. So there could be high ownership in India, especially in large cities, but is that yielding the outcome which is expected from a category like insurance? The answer to that is a big no. And hence we need to be on this journey, and the answer to that is adequate protection, exactly the point Sarabir was trying to mention. More and more term plans, more and more coverage which is required for us to be completely protected. Otherwise we will save a lot, but that won't give us the benefit of being life insurance.
सौम्या जी, आपको लगता है कि आप इस स्टडी, सर्वे, इस सर्वेक्षण के बाद हम ज़्यादा अवेयर हुए हैं, हम में वो जागरूकता ज़्यादा आई है?
जी, फ़र्क तो डेफिनेटली आया है, क्योंकि जो हमने नोटिस किया है कि बीच में हम इन लॉन्ग टर्म इतना नहीं सोच रहे थे, सिर्फ यही सोच रहे थे कि मेडिकल इमरजेंसीज़ के बारे में सोच रहे थे। अभी फिर से लोग सोचने लगे हैं कि बच्चों के एजुकेशन के बारे में, बच्चों की शादी के बारे में, या रिटायरमेंट के बारे में, इन चीज़ों के बारे में हम फिर से सोचने लगेंगे कि हमें सेविंग करना है। एक तो ये फ़र्क आया है। दूसरा, मतलब हम फिर से ज़िंदगी के बारे में उस तरीके से सोच रहे हैं जैसे पहले सोचते थे। दूसरी चीज़ है कि बीच में हम थोड़ा बेसिक नीड्स पे स्पेंड कर रहे थे, लग्जरी की स्पेंडिंग थोड़ी सी कम हो गई थी। अब फिर से लोग लग्जरी पे स्पेंड करने के बारे में फिर से सोचने लगे हैं। तो एक तरफ सेविंग्स में लॉन्ग टर्मनेस आई है, दूसरी तरफ शायद सेविंग्स पे इम्पैक्ट पड़े क्योंकि हम लग्जरीज पे स्पेंड करना चाहते हैं। सो देयर इज़ अ बिट ऑफ थोड़ा सा बैलेंस यहाँ पे मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा।
बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, कुछ ना कुछ हमारे पास होना चाहिए। हम चाहेंगे कि एक एक सवाल आप हमारे सभी मेहमानों से पूछें।
I, as a housewife, am aware of many products as such, but I would like to know, are there any specific products for, housewives per se, because they don't have an income? So what are the products that you are building or have built for specifically housewives? Thank you.
ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। और प्रशांत जी, जो अभी तक एक आम भारतीय महिला को ये लगता था कि मेरा हस्बैंड है, मेरे बच्चे हैं, मेरा बेटा बड़ा हो गया, वो संभाल लेगा, वो कैसे अवेयर हुई है?
बहुत ही ज़्यादा पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा। बहुत वक्त तक लाइफ इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री इस चीज़ से ब्लाइंडेड रहती थी कि आपकी ज़िंदगी का मोल क्या है, क्योंकि ज़िंदगी के मोल के बेसिस पे ही लाइफ इंश्योरेंस दिया जाता है। इट जस्ट एस्टिमेट्स द वैल्यू ऑफ योर लाइफ। And for a very long time, life insurance industry assigned very little weight to the life of a homemaker, whereas the life of the homemaker is extremely important to the household. I'm very proud that last year we and Sarab came together and we started to give term plans for the first time to homemakers, and that's been a very hit category. वो बहुत ही अच्छा रहा। इसके अलावा सेविंग्स की नीड भी महिलाओं को होती है और वो प्लान्स भी महिलाओं के लिए अवेलेबल हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि उस एरिया में और ज़्यादा काम करने की ज़रूरत है। जैसे कोई अगर होम मेकर है, वो जाके कहे कि मुझे 50 करोड़ की पॉलिसी खरीदनी है, अभी शायद वो देने वाले लोग कम मिलेंगे, बट धीरे धीरे उस डायरेक्शन में हमें मूवमेंट करनी पड़ेगी।
Today you have awareness. but you also have a lot of millennials here. India has the largest young population in the world. More than 60% of this country is under the age of 35. Do you believe that millennials, what would you tell the millennials? Because the millennials perhaps feel that, yes, sab theek hai, at the end of the day, we are going to live life our way. We'll think about insurance when we are Baman's age, whatever that age is.
So first of all, since I represent you and especially the young people in this audience, I'd like to say this. Which young person over here is saying, मेरे बच्चों के बारे में सोचेंगे? Where? The बच्चे नहीं है तो बच्चे के बारे में क्यों सोचे? So how is it pertinent to you? How does it affect you? Let me tell you how. So I'm different. When I was 25, I got married. Before I turned 26, I was a dad. Why would I be thinking as a young person, or should you be thinking as a young person to be, first of all, congratulations for being here, firstly. And two, for taking into account what is being discussed for yourself. Let me tell you, as you grow older, whether you like it or not, no matter how young you think you are, no matter how many skin, whatever you do, or hair transplants you do, you are older. There's no question. And we're talking about a body and a system that slowly will start showing signs of failure, be it diabetes, or be it blood pressure, be it stress. And let me tell you, young people, you all are far more stressed than we ever were. The work that you do, the kind of jobs that you take up, you're stressed. When you're younger, your premiums will be lower. Remember that. And the moment you hit, some kind of diabetic threshold, your premiums will be higher. I don't know if I'm making sense. But believe me, if you start thinking now, it becomes much easier when you are my age or even in your 40s. Believe me, because in the 40s, you've hit the ground running, your career is going well, and the stress is the killer. So you say, no, I need to take care of my health or, cover myself. By then, your premiums will be higher. So I think it's a great idea to start young in everything you do. Not like me, became an actor at 44, wants to be a director at 63, But you start young, and God bless you.
Okay, question for Baman. Yes, the young man here in front.
बमन सर, आपने 3 Idiot मूवी में एक किरदार निभाया था.
कौन सी मूवी में?
3 Idiot.
हाँ, 3 Idiots. हाँ.
डॉक्टर सहस्त्रबुद्धे. यस सर.
डॉक्टर सहस्त्रबुद्धे.
यस सर, इस किरदार में आपने कहा था लाइफ इज रेस. तो लाइफ रेस अगर है तो सर इस रेस को जीतने के लिए फाइनेंशियल प्रोटेक्शन की क्या अहमियत है हमारी लाइफ में?
पहले तो उस डायलॉग में मैं मानता नहीं. बकवास डायलॉग है, लेकिन डायलॉग अच्छा है क्योंकि एंटागनिस्ट ने कहा है. Life shouldn't be a race. Don't kill yourself getting ahead. Enjoy yourself doing your best for yourself. So I don't believe in this life is a race, especially in... Lekin I do believe that life itself has a shelf life. And you would be aware of that. So there's a race against time to protect yourself. Compete with yourself if you must. But be aware that there is no one that has lived, in my knowledge, more than 125 years. So life has a shelf life. And today, after the coronavirus, things are very, anything happens. Just anything happens. So be aware of that race of the shelf life and just cover yourself. I think I'm making sense for the first time in my life.
There's more young voices. Someone has a question. Yes, apart from you. Baman, yes, good. A young woman voice. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. You rightly said that we should start protecting ourselves on an early basis, on an early note. Sir, what do you think that youngsters like we are even thinking of having an investment in life insurance as the pandemic is hitting us hard? And you know that we have limited earnings, we have limited liabilities. Is it right to have an investment in life insurance? And what is the right age of having a life insurance?
Let me take that to Sarvesh. Sarvesh, you want to take that? What is the right age, Is there an age? Is there a right age at all?
I think the right age is earlier the better. I think, as Bowman said, it's a race to get insured. And there are a few reasons for that. Even if you are young, first I just want to explain the point you raised about it being expensive. See, covering yourself a good protection plan at a young age is cost less than 3 cups of coffee a month, and 2 cups in a more expensive chain. So 3 cups of coffee, I think we all can afford not to have in a month and cover ourselves. The second point is that even when you are young, you may have liabilities because your parents will be older. They may be depending upon you. Some of your siblings may be there. So I think we always have some liabilities or the other. Finally, the point that from an economic perspective, the sooner you start, the cheaper is life insurance, the cheaper is a term plan. That plan remains fixed for the next 30, 40, 50 years, depending on how long you buy it for. And the third thing is that all plans today come with a lot of creative options where as you grow older, as your income increases, you can actually increase the sum assured. So you can go up as your incomes go up. Then as you reach retirement and maybe a very far out scenario, but when your kids are in a position to look after you, then perhaps you can cut down on the cover that you have.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other. Now, Business Today presents the future.
Could I request Mr. Arun Puri, our Editor-in-Chief, to come up on the stage with the Finance Minister as we unveil the anniversary issue of Business Today. This is the 31st anniversary of India's #1 news magazine.
BT produces a cover with an AI avatar of Pichan on its 31st anniversary issue. Visit businesstoday.in/subscribe and subscribe now.
This is a new generation which believes that the future is there. So they have huge aspirations. आपके सपने बहुत हैं. You have more opportunity. It's a lucky generation in many ways in this country. Does the study, Soumya, reflect that younger India, which perhaps has limited liabilities but these growing aspirations, is also slowly planning for the future, or do they live here and now? कि बस आज जो है वहीं रहना है, forget about what happens tomorrow.
No, they are. They
are actually thinking about the future?
Absolutely, they are. And we have seen that over this, not just in this edition, we have seen millennials are thinking about future. The digitally connected Indian is actually buying more insurance. And most of the millennials are online. So they are definitely concerned. It's not maybe the priorities they have are different, but they are as concerned as the rest of us. So
that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Very good. Yeah, actually, great big hand.
बमन, अब आपका टास्क ये है कि हम ये जानना चाहते हैं आप प्रशांत जी से आप कौन सा इंश्योरेंस लेना चाहेंगे, अपने बारे में क्या हम भी तो समझें कि भाई जिसके पास इतना पैसा है उसे इंश्योरेंस की अगर ज़रूरत है तो वो कौन सा क्या इंश्योर करना चाहता है, कैसे अपनी ज़िंदगी को सुरक्षित करना चाहता है.
तो प्रशांत, I'll ask you a question. ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है. जैसे कि हम पैसे कमाते हैं, there is no end to it. और कमाएंगे and it's never enough for some reason. It's never enough, believe me. आप जितना भी कमा लो.
बिल्कुल.
लेकिन इंश्योरेंस के सिलसिले में how much should be enough to be covered and be insured and be safe, risk free?
करेक्ट बुमन, आपका सवाल बिल्कुल सही है. और आप जब एग्जांपल दे रहे थे अपनी वाइफ का कि 10 लाख रुपए जब हो जाएंगे तो सब ठीक हो जाएगा, वो चलता ही नहीं है, क्योंकि इन्फ्लेशन है, लाइफस्टाइल है, हम ग्रो होते हैं. आज से 25 साल पहले मैं सोच रहा था जिस दिन 25,000 रुपये की सैलरी हो गई तो लाइफ बन गई. उसके बाद मेरा बॉस कहता था जिस दिन 25,000 की सैलरी हो गई लाइफ बन गई. अभी 25,000 की सैलरी में कुछ भी नहीं होगा. हमें जब हम अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे हैं, हमें अपनी एनुअल इनकम मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 10 उस अमाउंट से प्रोटेक्टेड होना. जैसे मेरी सैलरी अगर 10 लाख रुपए है तो आज की डेट में मुझे 1 करोड़ रुपए से प्रोटेक्टेड होना है, क्योंकि अगर मुझे कुछ होता है तो मेरे जो डिपेंडेंट लोग हैं उनको कम से कम 10 साल की मेरी सैलरी उनको मिलती रहेगी. ऑफ कोर्स every year inflation will catch up and needs will increase, etc. Now that could be a math at a particular point of time. Now if you're earning today 10 lakhs, if you start to earn 30 lakhs tomorrow or after 3 years, then don't forget to use the math again, which means 30 lakhs ka aapko 3 crore pahunchna hai. So you keep doing it until you feel that you and your family have become reasonably financially independent, after which you could perhaps get down or disembark from this journey. But make sure that you're always keeping this math of 10 times of your annual salary every point of time during the year.
It's not a complicated thumb rule.
No, it's very easy.
Just 10 times
easy.
what you make.
Yes, very
cover
easy.
yourself.
Anyone who from an older generation?
Yes, sir.
I am Dr. A.K. Jain, a young man of 68 years old.
Arre wah.
My question is to Mr. Prashant Tripathi. While taking any financial product, let it be any product, insurance or anything, whether a person should consider for his own life or after life, that is saving, wealth creation versus pure protection. That's the question to you. Thank you.
I think हमारी ज़िंदगी के अलग अलग उद्देश्य हैं, फाइनेंशियल उद्देश्य हैं. लाइफ के उद्देश्य चेंज होते रहते हैं. जैसे जैसे हम बड़े होते हैं हमारे उद्देश्य बदलते जाते हैं. प्रोटेक्शन या मॉर्बिडिटी, या तो हम बीमार पड़ गए या हमें हमारी ज़िंदगी के ऊपर खतरा बन गया. दोनों केसेस में भी लाइफ इंश्योरेंस आपको हेल्प करता है. या तो प्रोटेक्शन प्लान्स या आप राइडर्स खरीद सकते हैं, उससे आप वो नीड कवर कर सकते हैं. और ये वाली नीड कंसिस्टेंटली जब तक हम जिंदा होते हैं तब तक चलती रहती है. दूसरा, जो हम हर तरह से सेफ हो गए, बट हमें चिंता होती है कि अब रिटायरमेंट आने वाला है, और रिटायरमेंट के बाद कैसे चलेगा. कई लोग ऐसे सोच रहे होते हैं कि वो आज की अर्निंग को इन्फ्लेशन भूल के सोचते हैं कि काम चल जाएगा. जैसे मेरा बॉस था, 25,000 कहता था कि बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त सैलरी, वो भूल गया इन्फ्लेशन. या इनकी पत्नी, तो वो इन्फ्लेशन का ध्यान सबसे ज़्यादा रखना ज़रूरी है. इन्फ्लेशन इस हमारी अर्निंग और हमारी वेलबींग का सबसे बड़ा दीमक है. इन्फ्लेशन वो खा जाता है. सो अनलेस यू प्लान फॉर दैट, योर retired life, even if you're wealthy, could be quite difficult unless you make the right decisions. And that's where also life insurance companies come quite handy, because they help you with retirement solutions.
Sarveer, there are financial managers who will tell you, look, there are various other instruments available to ensure financial security for you or your family. Why life insurance? You see, why would you say life insurance, go for life insurance, don't go for some of the other financial security instruments that are out there?
So I think, Rajdeep, life insurance is a part of the equation. I mean, we would not say only life insurance. I think life insurance should be considered as part of a well thought out financial plan. The thing I would say, however, is that life insurance is a bedrock of a good financial plan. So you should take it early. Taking it early, as I think Bowman has very clearly explained, helps you in 2-3 different ways. One is it ensures that you are paying less amount of money versus, as you grow older. Secondly, life insurance and protection works on the principle that at whichever age you take it, you pay the same price for the next 30-40 years. So you lock in a lower price. And finally, of course, protection premiums do go up from time to time. So I think you should think of term insurance or protection as part of a financial plan. I'm sure you need other instruments which will allow you to achieve your other life goals that you may have. But this term insurance helps to make sure that one in a, let's say, million, case that if something happens to you, your family will have something to go back on. And that point, I just want you to explain to you that there is no other instrument which gives you these kind of payoff. So literally for 1 rupee that you pay in protection, you get 500 to 600 times the cover. So this is a really important number, and no amount of returns, etc., can ever compensate for this. So it should be a very important and key part of your financial plan. But please look at all financial instruments and make sure that you have a comprehensive financial plan.
Prashant, first of all, congratulations on having built this India Protection Quotient along with Kantar and spread this kind of financial awareness. So I think you and Max Life Insurance deserve a very big hand for doing it, and doing it in a manner that spreads financial awareness above all else, and doing it across the length and breadth of the nation. But I want to get concluding remarks, 30 seconds each from all of you. If there is one big learning that you've had in your own personal experience from this survey, or in general from your own experience with life insurance, what is that? And we can start with you, Sarabveer.
I think the only learning I would say is start early. Look after yourselves. I think we have more to protect than we ever had. I think as you grow wealthier, as a country grows wealthier, you have more assets, you need to protect them. So I would say start early. There are fantastic kinds of products and plans that are available across the board. Do your research, talk to a few experts, but most importantly, buy something rather than just keep thinking about something.
Soumya.
Mine would be connected to the survey. It's very rarely you get an opportunity to do a survey where you can see behavior change happening over the years. So it really feels great with IPQ to see how behaviors have changed. And hopefully by IPQ 6, Prashant, we should see even greater growth in many things. So yeah, that would be my learning.
Baban, you're learning at 63 and counting.
It keeps reminding me, I don't know why. My learning is simple. I think like a young man, and that is it. When you're out with your friends and you're having those cups of coffee, I don't think many people think it's cool to talk about life insurance at that age. Believe me, it is cool. It is cool to talk about life insurance. You're wiser than your so-called cool friends. You are the cool one.
Prashant, a final word?
Yeah, in this journey of life, many times we start to live our work than living the life. We should live life, not work. And when you live life, anxiety has actually come as a big deterrent. Life insurance as a category has the potential to take away those anxieties and can enable you live a very full life. So enjoy your life, be life insured.
Be cool, but be conscious in a way. Make yourself equipped with more knowledge, क्योंकि उसी में ताकत है. The more knowledgeable you are about these financial instruments, the more empowered you will be to face the future. Said साहब.
थैंक यू राजदीप सर, आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा, लेकिन हमें लगता है कि हिंदी के 2 शब्द हैं. एक है ज़रूरत और दूसरा है जागरूकता. तो हमारी ज़रूरतों को तो हम समझते हैं, लेकिन हम जागरूक नहीं होते कि हम उन ज़रूरतों को कैसे पूरा करें.
Ambassador Sir, the fact that Syria has been under sanction, and there are many countries that have, despite not lifting of the sanctions, have sent aid. Could you tell us which are those countries that are sending humanitarian assistance and aid to Syria? And secondly, we've seen a lot of messaging from various countries regarding the earthquake, but very little on Syria, more to do with Turkey. What is your position or your reading on how the world has reacted to a natural calamity where lives have been lost?
Firstly, I would love to mention that those sanctions are only political sanctions imposed by the Americans due to some political concerns and interests. We have been always independent in our decision, and we will be independent in our decision. The country is changing. And it's not the United States, the God of the world anymore. Other countries looking for the position they deserve in the new world are taking their independent decision. Among those comes India. As I'm telling you, it took only some hours to start taking the decision of being with the Syrian people and the Syrian government. His Excellency the Prime Minister of India was attending that meeting I'm telling you about. In a short time, he conveyed his condolences to Syria. Later on, the foreign minister and the high-ranking officials at the Ministry of External Affairs and other friends in India, they responded soon, and this is a beginning of a better position. When it comes to other countries, we have many friends, and they can understand the reality of these political sanctions, and they don't care because they already have those sanctions imposed on them.
Right.
What I'm trying to say, when you are honest and have good friends, you will find a way to find a solution of those crazy sanctions.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Lok Sabha Secretariat serves show cause notice to Rahul Gandhi. Lok Sabha Secretariat seeks answer from Rahul Gandhi by 15th of February. Parliament Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi writes letter to Lok Sabha Speaker, says Rahul level false, unparliamentary and misleading allegations against Prime Minister Modi over the Adani issue. Remember, Rahul's baseless claims were expunged earlier on 8th of February. That is the latest coming in at the moment. Secretariat of Lok Sabha seeking response from Rahul Gandhi. Himanshu Mishra is now joining us for the latest. Himanshu, if you could tell us the contents of this particular show cause notice to Rahul Gandhi, as the Secretariat is seeking answer now from Rahul Gandhi by 15th of February.
देखिए, बिल्कुल 7 तारीख को राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर चर्चा के दौरान राहुल गांधी ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए जिन शब्दों का प्रयोग किया, उसको लेकर निशिकांत दुबे, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सांसद हैं, उन्होंने लोकसभा स्पीकर को चिट्ठी लिखी कि उनके खिलाफ ब्रीच ऑफ प्रिविलेज यानी कि विशेषाधिकार हनन का मामला बनता है, इसको लेकर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। दूसरी तरफ संसदीय कार्य मंत्री प्रहलाद जोशी ने कहा कि उन्होंने कुछ असंसदीय, असम्माननीय शब्दों का प्रयोग किया है प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ, इसलिए उन शब्दों को एक्सपंज कर देना चाहिए। आज लोकसभा सेक्रेटरीट की तरफ से जो है वो राहुल गांधी को इस नोटिस का जवाब मांगा गया है। उनसे कहा है कि 15 तारीख तक आप बताइए क्यों ना आपके खिलाफ जो है ब्रीच ऑफ प्रिविलेज का मामला चलाया जाए संसद के अंदर, क्योंकि आपने जो आरोप लगाए हैं वो तथ्यों पर आधारित नहीं है, वो असंसदीय है, वो कहीं ना कहीं फॉल्स एलिगेशन है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को लेकर। तो कहीं अब ये जरूर है कि 15 तारीख को राहुल गांधी की तरफ से क्या जवाब दिया जाएगा वो देखने वाली बात है। लेकिन लोकसभा सेक्रेटरीट ने बहुत ही मामले को गंभीरता से लिया है, क्योंकि इस पूरे मामले में पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर मिनिस्टर प्रहलाद जोशी ने भी चिट्ठी लिखी थी और दूसरी तरफ निशिकांत दुबे जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सांसद हैं, उन्होंने तो ये लोकसभा स्पीकर को चिट्ठी लिखकर ये कहा था कि इस पूरे मामले को जो है वो देखना चाहिए और जिस तरीके के तथ्यों के बिना आधारहीन तथ्यों पर जो है वो राहुल गांधी ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पे आरोप लगाए हैं, ब्रीच ऑफ प्रिविलेज का मैटर बनता है। अब राहुल गांधी के जवाब के बाद लोकसभा स्पीकर ये तय करेंगे कि उनके ऊपर ये ब्रीच ऑफ प्रिविलेज का मामला बनता है या नहीं बनता है।
Bilkul, thanks so much for getting us those details right there. Let's listen into Prime Minister Modi's response in the Parliament now to the allegations leveled by Congress MP Rahul Gandhi.
अदानी जी का जो नेटवर्थ है वो 3 साल के अंदर, नहीं सॉरी 2014 से लेकर 2022 तक ये $8 बिलियन से $140 बिलियन कैसे हो गया? एक लिस्ट आती है दुनिया के सबसे अमीर लोगों की, इस पे ये 609 नंबर पे थे 14 में, 609 609 पीछे बिल्कुल पता नहीं जादू हुआ दूसरे नंबर पे पहुंच गए
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है
तो
अध्यक्ष जी आपकी गालियों को आपके आरोपों को इन कोटि कोटि भारतीयों से होकर के गुजरना पड़ेगा जिनको दशकों तक मुसीबतें में जिंदगी जीने के लिए तुमने मजबूर किया था। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी कुछ लोग अपने लिए अपने परिवार के लिए बहुत कुछ तबाह करने पर लगे हुए हैं अपने लिए अपने परिवार के लिए जी रहे हैं मोदी तो 25 करोड़ देशवासियों के परिवार का सदस्य है आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के आशीर्वाद ये मेरा सबसे बड़ा सुरक्षा कवच है और गालियों के शस्त्र से झूठ के शस्त्रास्त्रों से इस सुरक्षा कवच को कभी तुम भेद नहीं सकते हो वो विश्वास का सुरक्षा कवच है
Prime Minister Modi will unveil the 5-day Aero Show at the Curtain Raise in Bengaluru. The theme for this year's Aero India Show is "The Sky is Not the Limit," and LCA Tejas will be the star of this year's show. HAL to display at Aero India 2023 a unique Atmanirbhar formation flight of 15 helicopters and scale model of Generation Next supersonic trainer. DRDO is going to be showcasing a variety of indigenously developed technologies and systems during Aero India 2023.
एयर इंडिया शो 2023 के रूप में हमने एक बड़े इवेंट की कल्पना की थी पर आप सबको यह बताते हुए मुझे बेहद खुशी है कि जितना हमने सोचा था उससे कहीं ज्यादा ग्रैंड उससे कहीं ज्यादा भव्य इवेंट यहां आयोजित होने जा रहा है इसकी भव्यता का अंदाजा आप सभी इसी इवेंट में आने वाले पार्टिसिपेंट्स की संख्या को देखकर लगा सकते हैं जैसा कि आप सबको बतलाया गया है कि लगभग 100 फ्रेंडली कंट्रीज और 800 से अधिक एग्जिबिटर्स के साथ यह देश का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा एरो इंडिया शो है जब हम विश्व की इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर बनने की राह पर अग्रसर हैं मेरा मानना है कि डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर इसमें एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगा हम डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में जो भी अचीव करते हैं उनका भारत की इकोनॉमी को बहुत व्यापक स्पिन ऑफ बेनिफिट प्राप्त होता है
Akshay Dongre is now joining us live for the very latest on this. Akshay, what are the highlights of Aero India 2023?
Well, it's going to be a mega event, Chaiti, as far as this particular Aero India 2023 is concerned. Last year, the Aero India could not take place because of some COVID restrictions, but this time, the celebrations, it's a celebratory mood in Bengaluru. As I could show you, these kind of banners, posters have been put up across the city to make people aware of the grand event that is going to take place in Bangalore. As far as the comparison between the last Aero India and this Aero India is concerned, there is going to be a lot more to see in terms of static displays, in terms of flying displays, in terms of number of memorandum of understanding that are expected to be signed in terms of nations that will be attending. So in year 2021, there were 55 nations who took part in the Aero India, but this year there will be 98 countries that have in fact confirmed as far as the participation is concerned. So the number have almost doubled in just 2 years. As far as the static displays are concerned, they have gone to about 60. The flying displays have similarly gone to 67 from 60 last time. The area has also been increased. There is going to be a lot more more. Tejas especially is going to be is going to be the center of attraction, but it's not just limited to the aircraft. There are going to be missile defense systems, there are going to be missiles, air-to-air missile, air-to-surface missile, everything that the Indian Air Force, or for that matter the Indian defense sector needs. There is going to be a display of that. There is going to be grand celebrations across 5 days. The first 3 days will be for the defense minister, for the air chief that will be coming from different friendly countries, and the last 2 days on 16th and 17th of February will be open for public as well, so people can also go and witness the grand event that is going to be organized by the Indian Air Force.
And what about LCA Tejas? If you could tell us a little about why LCA Tejas and how it is going to be the star of the Aero India 2023 show.
Well, Chaiti, we have to understand that LCA Tejas is the first supersonic aircraft, a fighter jet aircraft in contemporary time, the first fourth generation aircraft that India has been able to build. There was a long time that took place in development, in perfecting the art of making a supersonic aircraft, and there are very limited countries that have this power.
All right, thanks so much for joining us with those details. That's it from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. Keep watching India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Many who understand sustainability understand slow fashion is the way to go. So what's the problem? Slow fashion can be more expensive, and more often than not is expensive compared to fast fashion. But there is a solution. Reuse, repurpose. Alternatively, go for something called as a closet detox. You can sell a big label on a pre-loved fashion platform to make the planet a better one, so that all of that does not go into the landfill. What's more, you can even buy pre-loved clothing. Celebrities have now caught on to the pre-loved trend. Recently, Alia Bhatt, Deepika Padukone, Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma indulge in a closet detox, setting off a pre-loved revolution in India. While you give your closet a second life, remember you are also giving your planet another life. And with that, don't forget to reuse, repurpose, or alternatively, join the pre-loved revolution in India. In New Delhi with Vaishnavi Kaharwar, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
I'm literally here at the Hyderabad Formula E track beside the Hussain Sagar Lake, the scenic route, and yes, this is the last position here on the dummy grid. The drivers are going to be taking this turn and hopefully aiming for a podium finish shortly after. But that's what we're going to focus on Tech Today. We're also going to be with the drivers, asking them what they really think of this track, because this is the first time Formula E is coming to India. All that and a lot more on this episode of Tech Today. There's all sorts of cool things happening on this racetrack. Terms I'm learning today, attack mode being one, when the drivers really get that boost and can actually, well, use that extra energy in their battery packs. The Formula E is exciting, just like all other EVs on the electric experience. And then, once in a while, they do need to stop. You do need to take a commercial break on the show as well. And for that, you have to head to the pit stop. That's where I'm headed right now.
So as you can see, this is the pit stop. The tires go right here. They're hand-cooked tires, which are standard across all Formula E cars. They're in the process of getting the car ready for shakedown. Formula E certainly is the future. When you're talking about sustainability, you're talking about performance, that sort of thrill that we get on the show often in an electric vehicle, that's come to the racetrack. I'll take you a little bit on this side as well, obviously not heading to the back of the car. But this is the confined space that the drivers need to be in through the course of the race. And look, it's really hot, like I said, in Hyderabad, and actually managing to last a couple of hours sitting right there with your suits on, it's not going to be an easy task. I've been speaking to some of the drivers as well. And of course, it means you need to be really sorted when it comes to your diet. You need to be really sorted when it comes to your hydration. And those seem like key elementary things that your mum was telling you about, but that's something that will certainly come in handy whilst you are racing these Formula E cars. Now, the difference across the Formula E seems to be the fact that all of these manufacturers work on their powertrain, because you have many technologies which are standard and similar. As we're walking across, you see, well, yet another vehicle rolling out for the shakedown. And the technology on a lot of these vehicles is where the real unique selling point comes in. So across the Formula E lineup, you might have the same tires provided to you by the FIA. You might have similar charging infrastructure from the ABB. But what really does change is your technology partnership. And that's where the India Connect is there, and it's incredibly strong. Jaguar TCS being one, Mahindra Racing with a strong India Connect as well. Jaguar, obviously owned by the Tata Group, has TCS as a partner, which gives them a plethora of insights when it comes to how you should brake, how you should prepare for the next round, where you're going from here straight to Saudi Arabia and from there to Mexico. Simulator experiences are all powered by their technology partners. Similarly, for Mahindra, we're speaking to them as well. They have Tech M, and there's a bunch of other India Connects across the Formula E. Hence, it has come here to Hyderabad. But one thing I must tell you is there's another small connect for Mahindra Racing, which a lot of people aren't speaking about. The reserve driver happens to be a young Indian lad from Mumbai named Jehan Daruwala. So clearly, the investment is there, the intention is there when it comes to motorsport, and motorsport is officially back in India with the Formula E. And we can only hope that India's days in motorsport continue to get better, and of course, our influence continues to increase. You've been in GP2 before, and now with Formula E, a very different sort of a format, very different sort of an experience. But now that you're here, you've trained on the simulator so often. Now you're here at the racetrack and we're walking the track. How different is it from the simulator experience? Because this is the first time that you are seeing the Hyderabad racetrack.
Yeah, it's the first time. So far, I mean, I've only seen a few corners, but so far it's been as it was in the simulator. Now the correlation is pretty good, even though the track, the guys that create the track models for the sim have never been here.
Yeah.
But it's pretty impressive to see how close it gets, and it helps our preparation a lot, especially with the new tracks.
James, you mentioned something really interesting. You said, driving a Formula E car is very similar to dealing with something like a smartphone. We have a lot of smartphones on the show, and one thing that happens in these sort of torrid climate sort of temperatures is that the battery doesn't always work well on smartphones. Does that change when you're talking about Formula E cars as well? If you could share that with our viewers.
Well, that's exactly the point I made earlier. So I use that example. Using your mobile phone in the sun whilst charging it is the kind of worst scenario, right? Because of that temperature build-up. So how we design the cars, one of the most fundamental things is, yes, we focus on efficiency. In other words, how long we can make the car go as fast as we can. So every kilowatt of energy, making sure that we can utilize all of that and not lose any of that in the process. That's the first thing we focus on. Because in Formula E, efficiency is speed. The other thing, though, which is critical, is the thermal performance. In other words, how cool we can keep the car and the battery. Because if you overheat the car and the battery, again, it just means you have to slow down to regain the temperature, or you stop in the worst case scenario. So the way we've designed the car, the way we operate the car, the work the engineers are doing to prepare the car for the race, and the role the drivers play in helping us manage that is going to be critical. 35 degrees on Saturday, it's going to be a factor in this race that all teams and all drivers are going to have to be on top of.
Well, February is a big bang month for tech. It all started off with Samsung Galaxy Unpacked, and then it culminates in the end of February at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. But in the midst of all of this, there's also other Android launches that we want to bring you on the show. Most importantly, the OnePlus event, which we've all been waiting for. Was it a hit? Was it a miss? Was it a damp squib? Or is it truly the flagship killer yet again? Tech Today's Danny De Cruz brings you all the details.
Hi, so we are at the OnePlus Cloud 11 launch event where OnePlus has launched a huge range of devices. We have a new TV, we have a new flagship OnePlus 11, we have a new OnePlus 11R, a new Buds Pro 2, and even one new smart TV. But what we have right now is the OnePlus 11 flagship smartphone. So let's dive straight into it and tell you how it actually feels like. Right off the bat, it feels premium. The glass and metal rim gives it a very good heft, very substantial heft, I would say. And yes, the alert slider is back almost after a 1-year break. And what's different is this camera module. Last time, if you remember, it was a very squared off camera module, but now OnePlus has gone for a round version. In my opinion, it looks a little off because of the entire design, and the circular angle doesn't really complement each other. But yeah, that's my personal opinion. And there's a very shimmery finish to this camera module, which gives it a unique, but yeah, you may love it, you may hate it. That's up to you. As far as performance goes, this phone is packed up to the gills. You have UFS 4.0 fast storage, which is a rare find in the Android ecosystem. And then the RAM goes right up to 16 GB. And talking about the display now, the display in general is very bright, it's very snappy, it's a 120 Hz panel, and it's around 6.7 inches, and it's an LTPO3 display, which can take the refresh rate from 1 Hz to 120 Hz, which will save you a lot of battery. Talking about the battery, it comes with a 100-watt fast charging brick and a 5000 mAh battery unit. Now let's move to the camera. What we have here is a triple camera setup. There's one primary lens, which is 50 megapixel unit. Then there is a 48 megapixel ultra wide angle lens, and there's a 32 megapixel telephoto lens. So yeah, let's get to the most important aspect, the pricing. OnePlus has priced it at 56,999 for the lower variant with 8 GB RAM and 128 GB of storage. Then there's another variant with 16 GB RAM and 256 GB of storage. That will cost you rupees 61,999. So we have the OnePlus 11 here, and this is the OnePlus 10 Pro that was launched last year. This was last year's OnePlus flagship. Let's see the differences between both these devices. So you see that the shimmeriness is still there, and most of the finish looks same, but what has changed is this camera module, and the front of the display is pretty much the same. You go to the bottom, the differences are not very evident. The speaker grill is right here, the USB Type-C charging port and the SIM tray, and then you have the volume rockers in the same position. So not much has changed in terms of design apart from the camera modules. Now what we have here are the first impressions. The full review will come up on Tech Today, and stay tuned for that.
What makes this street circuit so special is that it is literally a street circuit. This is where the race is taking place. And of course, Tech Today has exclusive access to the garages right here. So while I'm going to go check out this car and geek out on what the Formula E is all about, I'm going to let you take a short commercial break and see you on the other side.
On February 3rd, a train derailed in a village in Ohio near the Pennsylvania state line. This caused a huge fire and the area got covered in billows of black orange smoke. The train was carrying more than 100 cars, 20 of which were carrying hazardous materials that could pose any kind of danger, including flammables, combustibles or environmental risks. Around 50 of those cars got derailed. National Transport Safety Board said that the derailment was caused by a potential mechanical issue with one of the rail car axles. Firefighters were called from nearby areas to defuse the fire. People residing within a mile of the accident were informed that an evacuation order remained in place. No injuries were reported from the derailment or from the controlled release of the chemicals, but some people complained about smelling chlorine and smoke in the area and having headaches.
It's really a scary experience. If you ain't never experienced something like it, everybody is.
The US Environmental Protection Agency said around-the-clock testing inside and outside the evacuation zone showed that the air had returned to normal. With Arushi Mohindra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Very hungry. No toilet, no shower. No food, no water, nowhere to stay, and loved ones gone. This is the story of Hatay. Thank you, Indian people, for helping. With cameraman Kripal Singh in Hatay, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Posted. Oh, we're rolling? Wait a minute. Story posted, WhatsApp sent. So much to do, but I think it's a good idea to occasionally disconnect from your smartphone or at the very least from social media. However, the majority of us still need our phones with us so we can make calls and send messages. Of course, you can leave your phone at home when you go out, and in my case, hopefully my cellular smartwatch as well. But the issue arises sometimes when you end up wasting an excessive amount of time scrolling and swiping away on mindless games and apps. Studies have actually shown that if you get addicted to your smartphone, it could possibly affect your relationships, mental health, and productivity. So sometimes it might be wise to take a step back and disconnect or detox from an increasingly connected world. Ironically, technology comes to the rescue here in the form of apps that can aid the process. So we've compiled a special Tech Today list of these apps which can really help you digitally detox and break this addiction for you in a matter of a few clicks. An excellent all-around digital detox app is App Detox. Literally, you can choose which apps you want to limit using this very app. Then you can make specific guidelines. You can decide, for instance, how many times you can open a given app and what time of the day you want access to it. You can view your app usage and completely block particular apps. Cleverest. The goal of Cleverest is to assist you in segmenting tasks. It is simple and straightforward as a user experience. Set a time limit and maintain your focus for that length of time. If you do, your avatar will prosper and expand. The Pomodoro technique, which suggests dividing things into manageable portions to help you stay motivated and focused, is the foundation of this very app. Forest. This app for digital detox won't disable your social media accounts, but rather creates a game-like situation to keep you focused. Open this app, plant a seed, and focus on the task at hand without being distracted by your phone. The timer will then start, and your seed will develop into a tree. Your tree will perish and you'll have to start over if you answer your phone before the timer expires. Procrastinators will appreciate this. Additionally, the program encourages you to spend the virtual coins you earn each time you develop a tree. And Forest will actually plant a tree as a result. You'll not only maintain your concentration better, but you'll also be planting new trees in the actual world. You can view your forest, which is exactly what it sounds like, and measure your progress over time. Just like with other top digital detox apps on this list, a virtual forest will contain a representation of each tree you've grown. Continue producing and expanding your forest. One of the best apps available right now for digital detox is certainly Flipped. You can join groups with people and give each other challenges just like on other apps. With this digital detox app, you can customize how much screen time you spend each day. All social networking apps will disappear after the timer expires for the specified period of time, but calls and messages will still be functional. The Flipped app is designed to increase your productivity. For instance, when you're studying for an exam, to improve attention and relaxation, you can use the relaxing soundtracks that are already included with the app. The tunes on the app are lovely, with sounds that range from crackling fires and even mild rain. Number 5. Well, this one isn't an app, but if you use an iPhone, then this is a nifty feature. Focus mode. And I'm using it right now. By switching on this mode, you can shut down your work apps for the weekend, turn off notifications when you're working or even sleeping. You can decide when to get email notifications and when you want to take specific calls, etc. It's like a much more effective and specific DND mode that you can use for work or play. Couple that with screen time notifications telling you you've been spending way too much time on Instagram, and it changes the user experience altogether.
As we make yet another pit stop at Hyderabad's Formula E, I can't help but think technology has disrupted every sector. The corporate world, logistics, banking with blockchain, government as well, and most importantly, art. Where does art meet tech? Tech meets art. Tech today has to be there at the confluence of that, with a little help from our friends who happen to be tech geeks as well. Here's a Tech Today special at the India Art Fair in New Delhi.
When you think about great art, you're reminded of Van Gogh's Starry Night, Monet's Water Lilies, Da Vinci's Mona Lisa. But this is art limited to the canvas. But has art evolved and has left the confines of the canvas in the 21st century? Has tech integrated with art to make something incredible? That's exactly what we are here to find at the India Art Fair. This piece of artwork is made by Varun Desai and it's called Dimorphism. It includes 4 layers of technology. They have a code, they have LiDAR scanning, they have freehand animation and an ambient sound. Let's ask the artist himself how he's bringing together technology and art to create something incredible like this. So Varun, could you tell our audience how you, coded this, like how you programmed this and scanned these 2 people and, brought this whole thing together?
Well, this piece brings together a lot of the art that I'm influenced by. So the code is inspired by a type of art called optical art or op art, and I have coded the grid using processing, which is a platform for creative coding to convert code into the visual format, and that's the underlying foundation to this piece. But on top of that is a really interesting technology on the iPad Pro, which is LiDAR scanning, which allows you to scan objects, it allows you to scan environments, it allows you to scan people.
This series of artwork has been created by Gaurav Ogle, who's an artist who used Apple products like the iPad, his cell phone, to create a series of how he sees Mumbai. Let's ask him why he used those products and how he thinks technology and art are coming together. So tell us about your collection.
You know, the phenomenal thing about the iPad Pro is that it kind of very organically blends with my intuitive practice of just drawing, right? And you know, because it sort of, it really reacts to your pressure, and you know, you can turn it just the way you would turn a pencil or a brush. So I think to me, because I have been traditionally sort of mainly drawing and, you know, sort of painting, so for me, I think it's a very organic transition, yeah, which is something I find very comfortable.
Now we are here at Cadbury's kiosk at the India Art Fair. They have tokenized and created NFTs of over 15,000 artworks sent by Indian children. And all the proceeds of these NFTs are going to go to save the children. We just saw how technology is bringing art beyond the confines of a canvas. People are using programming languages, hardware devices, moreover, even everyday devices like shredders to express their art. This was a Tech Today exclusive report from the India Art Fair. Back to you, Ayush.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed this action-packed electric episode of Tech Today from the Formula E in Hyderabad. There's so much more content on our socials and the Tech Today website, which you must be tuned into. Exclusive content, all sorts of interviews, and these big boy toys. I'm your host, Ayush Alavadi, saying until next week, an electric adios.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people. With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
So sorry.
कहाँ से आए हो?
बाबा दिल्ली से।
क्या दिक्कत है?
बाबा मंत्रिमंडल फेरबदल से डर लग रहा है।
देखो यहाँ पहले से लिखा है दिल्ली से आए हैं, मंत्रिमंडल फेरबदल से डर रहे हैं। ये देखो ये तुम्हारे काम काज का रिपोर्ट कार्ड।
मोदी बाबा की जय।
आजा आजा इधर आजा। कहाँ से आया है?
हम भी दिल्ली से आए हैं।
तुमको क्या समस्या है?
पद छिनने का डर सता रहा है महाराज।
ये देखो अपना पर्चा सब लिखा है। दिल्ली वाले हैं, पद छिनने का डर है। और सुनो तुम्हारी पूरी फाइल यहाँ रखी है, बस एक झलक देख लो, ज्यादा नहीं बोलेंगे।
मोदी बाबा की जय।
आ जाओ सारे आ जाओ, सामूहिक अर्जी लगाएंगे। सुनो अपना प्रचार बंद करो, सरकार के काम काज का प्रचार करो। समय कम है, जल्दी करो।
बीजेपी सरकार की जय। मोदी बाबा की जय।
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. This is Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Prime Minister Modi, mega Vikas push in pole-bound state of Rajasthan, unveils phase 1 of 1,368-kilometre long Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, attacks Gehlot government and says it has no vision. A day after Prime Minister Modi stormed Tripura, Amit Shah's big development pitch slams Congress for stopping Vikas, says party never thought of welfare of the tribals. V.S. Koshyari exists as Maharashtra governor months after facing fire over Shivaji comments. Ramesh Pais appointed new governor. Maharashtra opposition celebrates, calls Koshyari ouster a big win. Political storm over Adani rages on amidst logjam in the parliament. AAP hits the streets. Gherao BJP headquarter national capital. Stage massive protests in Chandigarh. Seeks JPC probe against Adani. Destruction and devastation across Turkey and Syria. Death toll stands at 28,000. Rescue teams look for survivors under the rubble. India sends 7th humanitarian assistance flight. Breaking news coming in. BJP versus BRS war of words escalates after KTR hit out at Bandi Sanjay's remark, saying he would destroy Telangana Secretariat's dome. BJP's Bandi Sanjay stays defiant, claims that he will destroy Nizami culture in Telangana. Bandi Sanjay says will not allow Taj-like domes in Telangana. Bandi Sanjay says will wipe out stains of Nizam's legacy. This is latest coming in. BJP versus BRS war in full swing right there. We will get you political reactions and a reporter to bring you up to speed with the political bickering that is going on. Abdul Bashir will also join us, and we have the reaction of Bandi Sanjay on this. Let's listen into his reaction first.
నిజాం వారసత్వాన్ని నిజాం యొక్క నెత్తుటి మరకలను ఎట్టి పత్రం తెలంగాణలో లేకుండా ఈ తెలంగాణ సమాజానికి ఒక మంచి స్ఫూర్తిని అందించే విధంగా తాజ్ మహల్ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండనియం, అసెంబ్లీలో ఉండనియం. నువ్వు డూబులు కడితే దాన్ని తీసేస్తాం, పక్క భయపడే అవసరం లేదు. భయపడేపాటు ఇలా హిందువుల ఆరాధ్యత పోచమ్మ తల్లి గుడి మాత్రం ఆ గుడి గురించి మాత్రం మాట్లాడు.
Okay, you heard it right there. We'll get you more details on this story in terms of what prompted BJP's Bandi Sanjay to go ahead and say that he would destroy Nizami culture in Telangana. This, of course, came in after KTR hit out at Bandi Sanjay's remarks saying he would destroy Telangana Secretariat's dome. So it's a bit of a back and forth going on for a while. This is BJP versus BRS, war of words, political bickering escalating in Telangana. We'll get you the latest with Abdul Bashir, who will join us. Bandi Sanjay says will not allow Taj-like domes in Telangana and will wipe out stains of Nizam's legacy. Abdul Bashir now joins us. Apurva is now joining us, I beg your pardon, on this broadcast. Apurva, what does Bandi Sanjay even mean by saying that we will wipe out stains of Nizam's legacy? What's his plan of action? Is he just giving out these empty threats?
Well, we can clearly see the kind of messages that Bandi Sanjay has been kicking over the last couple of days. In fact, just a couple of days back, he had also commenting on the same new secretariat that is currently being built in Hyderabad. Right now, the new secretariat is roughly around over 400 crores worth of money, and it is in construction right now. And he said that the dome of the new secretariat resembles that of the time of Nizam and Nizam architecture, and that if BJP is voted to power here in Telangana, then definitely the BJP will make sure that the dome of the new secretariat will be demolished. Following that, he had also received several backlash here from the BRS party as well, where not only had we seen BRS leader KTR there commenting that there are such kind of leaders here, such as Bandi Sanjay, saying that he will demolish the dome of the building there and talking about destruction, while the party BRS itself is talking about development. And this is the kind of leaders that should not be voted to power, is what KTR had said. And now today, while addressing a public rally here, Bandi Sanjay had spoken about the Nizams and how he had also talked about how during the time of Nizams, he talked about how there were several killings that had happened. He also goes on to state in very short sentences, he says that we should ensure we will wipe out the stains of Nizam's legacy and bring about a change that is befitting the people of Telangana. That's what he says. He says this will be to ensure that Telangana will be one with Sanatana Dharma, and that is the message that Bandi Sanjay wants to bring out in his speech time and again. This is in fact not the first time that Bandi Sanjay has called out on AIMIM party and the BRS party there, saying that KCR, who is the BRS party chief and Chief Minister of Telangana, he has not lashed out.
We'll come back to you for more on this particular story. Now, calling domes the culture of Nizams, Bandi Sanjay warned the KCR government earlier as well that the forthcoming BJP government would wipe out all kinds of structures that are symbols of slavery of Nizam regime. Listen in to the vibe from 2 days ago.
రాణి అన్న భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ ప్రభుత్వం ఏర్పడుతున్న ఆ భూములు కూల్చేస్తాం, పక్కా కూల్చేస్తాం డోములు. ఆ సచివాలయం అనేది తెలంగాణ సంస్కృతికి అనుగుణంగా, భారతీయ సంస్కృతి అనుగుణంగా సచివాలయం సవరి మొత్తం కొత్త రూపం తయారు చేసి.
Politics erupts over former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nasir's appointment as Andhra Pradesh Governor as President Draupadi Murmu notifies the appointment of former Supreme Court Judge Abdul Nasir's appointment in the Andhra Pradesh Governor. Congress and BJP have locked horns over the judge's appointment, claiming that such appointments of judges will reduce people's faith in the judiciary. Congress leaders said that government should keep judiciary and executive separate. The Grand Old Party also asked the government to keep judiciary independent. Sharing a picture of the bench of Ayodhya judgment on Twitter, Varis Pathan of AIMIM took a jibe at the government, calling judges' appointment as post-retirement jobs. Meanwhile, BJP General Secretary BL Santosh slammed the Congress for crying foul over Nazir's appointment, claiming that it is a habit of Congress and left ecosystem to oppose everything that the government does. BJP said that former justice was being attacked only because he was a part of the Ram Janmabhoomi judgment. He was in fact a part of many landmark judgments, including Triple Talaq, Ayodhya Babri dispute and the demonetization case.
एक रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 50% रिटायर्ड जजेस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गवर्नमेंट कहीं ना कहीं उनको भेज देती है, जिससे लोगों का यकीन जुडिशरी पे कम होता चला जाता है। जस्टिस गगोई को अभी तो राज्यसभा दी थी, अब जस्टिस नजीर साहब को आपने गवर्नर बना दिया। राम जन्मभूमि बाबरी मस्जिद का सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले पर बहुत लोग सवालिया निशान लगाते चले आ रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट के दबाव में हुआ है। जस्टिस गगोई के बनने के बाद जस्टिस नजीर को गवर्नर बनाना उन लोगों के शक और शुबे को और मजबूत कर।
We are not talking about persons. We are not talking about individuals. Personally, I have very great respect for this person. I know him. It is not about him at all. As a matter of principle, we oppose it. As a matter of principle, we believe that this is a great diminution and a great threat to the independence of the judiciary.
Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has stepped down. Ramesh Baz, the governor of Jharkhand, is Koshyari's successor. Meanwhile, opposition is rejoicing at the decision of Koshyari's exit, and they are saying that he insulted Maharashtra and Marathi people. Here's a look.
Who is your favorite hero? बाहर जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, यही महाराष्ट्र में ही आपको मिल जाएंगे। शिवाजी तो पुराने युग की बात है।
After the row over the comments on Chhatrapati Shivaji and face-off with opposition and pushing the ruling Shinde Sena BJP alliance on back foot, Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari has bowed out. Ramesh Baz, the governor of Jharkhand, is Koshyari's successor.
While the Bharatiya Janata Party has hailed the tenure of Bhagat Singh Koshyari, calling him a man of integrity, the opposition in Maharashtra has termed the acceptance of Koshyari's resignation as its own victory. Uddhav Sena, which was at the forefront demanding Bhagat Singh Koshyari's resignation, now says that the appointment of the new governor is because of the pressure that it built on the government, and that with that pressure, it was forced to bow down and appoint a new governor.
The opposition rejoiced at the decision to oust Koshyari, saying he insulted Maharashtra and Marathi people.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज हो, सावित्रीबाई फुले हो, उनके बारे में जो वक्तव्य किया, महाराष्ट्र के बारे में जो राज्यपाल महोदय ने वक्तव्य किया, उससे यहाँ की जनता नाराज है। अगर राज्य की जनता की आवाज़ सुन लेती तो तुरंत उनका तबादला होता, लेकिन नहीं किया। आखिरी मिनट तक राज्यपाल का समर्थन केंद्र सरकार करती रही। ये महाराष्ट्र कभी भूलेगा नहीं।
Very thankful to the Honorable President of India for accepting the resignation of Mr. Bhagat Singh Koshyari. Mr. Koshyari had been courting controversy with uncalled for statements in Maharashtra, and somewhere he kept hurting the sentiments of the people of Maharashtra.
The former governor made several comments that sparked controversies.
Who is your favorite hero? बाहर जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, यही महाराष्ट्र में ही आपको मिल जाएंगे। शिवाजी तो पुराने युग की बात है और नए युग की बात बोल रहा हूँ, कहीं मिल जाएंगे। डॉक्टर अंबेडकर से लेकर के डॉक्टर गडकरी तक, नितिन गडकरी तो साहब को यही मिल जाएंगे। समर्थ के बिना कौन शिवाजी को पूछेगा? मैं कोई शिवाजी को छोटा, चंद्रगुप्त को छोटा नहीं बता रहा हूँ, लेकिन उनके पीछे, जैसे हमारा कहते हैं हर एक के पीछे उसकी माता का बड़ा योगदान होता है, व्यक्ति के बच्चे के बच्चे के उससे बनना। तो ऐसे ही हमारे समाज में गुरु का बड़ा स्थान होता है। कभी कभी मैं यहाँ लोगों से कहता हूँ महाराष्ट्र में कि भाई महाराष्ट्र में विशेष करके मुंबई, ठाणे, यहाँ से गुजरातियों को निकाल दो और राजस्थानियों को निकाल दो तो तुम्हारे यहाँ कोई पैसे बचेगा ही नहीं। ये राजधानी जो है, जो कहलाती है आर्थिक राजधानी कहलाएगी नहीं।
Will Koshyari's ouster help the ruling Shinde Sena and BJP score some brownie points over the Maratha pride issue?
The opposition remained agitated with Bhagat Singh Koshyari till the very end. Now that Bhagat Singh Koshyari will return to his hometown in Uttarakhand, the fact remains his tenure will be remembered, 1, for the controversial statements that he made, 2, for the unending visits of the BJP leaders when they were in the opposition, and 3, of course, the Cold War that ensued between the Governor House and the MVA. With camera person Mahesh More, this is Pankaj Upadhyay in Mumbai, reporting for India Today.
Jamia Chief Saeed Arshad Madani stirs another controversy. Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind President Saeed Arshad Madani on Sunday stirred a controversy after he slammed RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat after saying Allah and Om are the same. Speaking at an event of Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind at Ramleela Maidan in Delhi, Madani said Om is something which is referred to as Allah, God and the Lord. He further went on to say that India is the first homeland of Muslims and Islam is the oldest religion amongst all religions. Mahmood Madani also launched scathing attacks on the RSS and Saffron clans, saying that India belongs to Mahmood Madani as much as it belongs to Narendra Modi and Mohan Bhagwat. Meanwhile, upset over Madani's remarks, saints present at the event left the stage.
मनु कुछ नहीं था दुनिया में, वो ओम को पूछते थे। मैंने कहा ओम कौन है? बहुत से लोगों ने कहा कि वो एक हवा है जिनका कोई रूप नहीं है, कोई रंग नहीं है, वो दुनिया में हर जगह है, हवा हर जगह है। बाबा, इन्हीं को तो हम अल्लाह कहते हैं, इन्हीं को तो तुम ईश्वर कहते हो, इसी को तो हम अल्लाह कहते हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि मनु एक अल्लाह, मनु यानी आदम, एक ओम यानी एक अल्लाह को पूछते।
आज ये सवाल ही नहीं है कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर सबसे पुराना मजहब कौन सा है, सबसे नया मजहब कौन सा है। इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि हिंदुस्तान सारे धर्मों की इज्जत करता है। इम्पोर्टेंट यह है कि भारत में रहने वाला आदमी तमाम आस्थाओं की इज्जत करता है, तमाम धर्मों की इज्जत करता है। ये इमैटीरियल है कौन सा मजहब पहले आया, कौन सा मजहब बाद में आया।
And Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the first stretch of Delhi-Mumbai Expressway from Rajasthan. The 246-kilometer stretch of Delhi-Mumbai Expressway is going to be reducing the travel time from Delhi to Jaipur to around 3.5 hours. With that, the government also plans to boost economy of the entire region. After the completion of the expressway, it will take just 12 hours to travel between Delhi to Mumbai. The expressway will cross through 6 states and will connect major cities like Kota, Indore, Jaipur, Bhopal, Vadodara and Surat. Speaking at the event, Prime Minister Modi launched a scathing attack at the Congress government in Rajasthan. He said his government focuses on investing in infrastructure in order to boost development, unlike Congress, who feared developing border regions. Meanwhile, Prime Minister also laid the foundation stone for road development projects of more than 18,000 crore rupees. Present at the inauguration event, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari also laid down the future plans, saying that now the government's mission to connect Kashmir to Kanyakumari by road will be completed.
एक बात का अफसोस भी है, मैं कई बार सोचता हूं कि अगर बीते 5 सालों में राजस्थान में डबल इंजन की पावर लगी होती तो यहां का विकास कितना तेज हो जाता। अटकाने, भटकाने और लटकाने की राजनीति करती है, उसमें विकास के कार्य कांग्रेस नेताओं द्वारा अधिकतर पटक ही दिए जाते हैं। दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे के पहले चरण को राष्ट्र को समर्पित करते हुए मुझे बहुत गर्व हो रहा है। ये देश के सबसे बड़े और सबसे आधुनिक एक्सप्रेसवे में से एक है। ये विकसित होते भारत की एक और भव्य तस्वीर है।
Mega expressway connecting national capital Delhi to the economic hub Mumbai, on which we are currently travelling, was inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Rajasthan's Dausa today. This mega highway will not only provide economic opportunities and a plethora of that to people in 26 districts across 8 states and union territories. It will also connect 8 airports, 8 MMLPs and 13 ports of the country. It will provide connectivity to Rajasthan to ports in Gujarat and other states. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a mega public event addressed the public and told them that this mega expressway will provide infrastructural boost to the country. This is the mega expressway connecting 10 districts which were traditionally backward economically speaking to other parts of the country. It will reduce travel time between Jaipur and Delhi by about 2 hours and between Mumbai and Delhi by about 10 hours. Clearly, Rajasthan, a pole-bound state, witnessed infrastructural development, and this mega expressway is likely to give an impetus to the lagging infrastructure in various parts of Rajasthan, which until now was considered lagging behind in development.
Slipping to a short commercial break. When we return, destruction and devastation across Turkey and Syria. India sends 7th humanitarian assistance flight. Exclusive ground report in moments from now. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other, chronicling India Inc.'s journey through time. Now, at 31 years, Business Today presents the future. Mission 2047, Road to India at 100. With Indian industry's biggest stalwarts and an exclusive interview with Google CEO Sundar Pichai.
are watching India Today.
Turkey and Syria continue to reel under the aftermath of the deadliest earthquakes in the history of mankind. Meanwhile, rescue operation is underway at full pace. Although the massive piles of rubble are hard to remove, heavy machineries have been deployed to remove heavy debris. Here's a look.
Horrific scenes from Turkey and Syria. Death toll mounting. Indian men and women in uniform toiling with NDRF dog squad comprising of Romeo and Julie to sniff out life from under the rubble.
This bark of Romeo and Julie, the two sniffer dogs, is actually a bark of hope, because this is when everyone around realizes perhaps there still is life. It's very late at night, it's biting cold, but if you look, there are only Romeo, Julie and their handlers and the NDRF team that's on top of this cluster of demolished, of buildings that have been damaged very severely.
Teams of human and canines often work late into the night and even after dawn, racing against time, searching for survivors.
अभी अभी यहाँ पर डॉग ने एक लाइव विक्टिम को डिटेक्ट किया है. उसने क्योंकि बार्क किया है तो प्रोबेबिलिटी हो सकती है जिसको हम कंफर्म कराते हैं दूसरे डॉग से. और अगर दूसरा डॉग भी बार्क करता है या तीसरा डॉग भी बार्क करता है अवेलेबिलिटी के हिसाब से, उसके बाद टेक्निकल सर्च कराई जाती है. तो वो अपने लोगों को तैयार कर रहे हैं टेक्निकल सर्च के लिए.
Meanwhile, operation is going on in the dark of night in Gaziantep. Several members of NDRF along with Turkish rescue teams are toiling hard to save lives.
We hope, rescue the alive people this year.
So the effort even now in this race against time is to rescue people alive, and that is why you notice very experienced machine operators are being used here to remove all the rubble from the path for ambulances to be able to move quickly and to be able to rescue people from the debris here.
The massive piles of rubble are hard to remove, and heavy machineries are being used with extra care, keeping those still under rubble in mind. The locals are pitching in with food and warm drinks, keeping the morale up.
That's such a noble gesture when you see a hot cup of tea or coffee or just a warm word that comes to those who are impacted by this devastating earthquake. I wish you all the best. Please do continue the great work that you're doing here. This is how Turkey is actually coming together.
Turkish rescue workers paid their respects to the countless unidentified who lost their lives.
As a mark of their respect, all of them stood in silence as a mark of respect for those who had died in the earthquake here. While they finished their work today, after paying respect to those who died, they will return once again tomorrow for this task to continue. And this task will continue for a very long time. Not just search and rescue, then it would turn into relief and rehabilitation.
It's Turkey's darkest hour, and these brave souls are doing everything possible to help and heal. With Gaurav Sawant and Kripal Singh in Turkey, Bureau Report, India Today.
As thousands of houses have been demolished in the Delhi earthquake, many people are now leaving the tremor-ridden Turkey. We're bringing you a report on that. Take a look.
We are at the Gaziantep airport and people in thousands are leaving this place. Gaziantep has been one of the worst affected places in this flood, and after day 7, several people say they've either been living in buses like this or in tents. Their houses are completely destroyed. They have absolutely no idea how long will it take for their homes to come up. So the government has announced all those living in the earthquake affected areas and want to leave for safer areas like Istanbul or Ankara or other parts of Turkey are free to do so. The tickets, no money will be charged from people who are living in these impacted areas. They just have to show their identity cards. If they're Turkish nationals, they fly out of here absolutely free. And that is why, just look around. This place is packed. Parking lots are full. Buses are full. There are thousands of people inside just waiting to go. We tried to speak to some of them and they said their homes are shattered. They are living in tents. They don't know how long will it take for the government to first pull down their houses and then make new houses for them. That is why they're looking for a safer place, a safer future for themselves and for their children. So Istanbul, Ankara, the northern part of the country, the safer part of the country is where they're headed. The government has taken another decision that no longer will they make high-rises in these areas which are in seismic zone 4 and 5. Only 4-story buildings will be made in future. But that's a long process. It will take time first to pull down all those houses and then start rebuilding 4-story structures. And once that happens, they say we will return. But till that happens, they have to live and look for a brighter future elsewhere. With cameraman Kripal Singh at Gaziantep, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
It's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you here. And welcome to the Banking Summit of Business Today. I'm Uday Mukherjee, and I'm very happy to have with me one of the smartest bankers in India today, Amitav Chaudhary of Axis Bank, who has effected a remarkable turnaround in Axis Bank's fortune since he joined a few years ago. And it seems apt by asking him what the picture for banking is looking like for the next couple of years. Amitav, it's wonderful to have you with us today, and thank you for finding the time.
Well, thank you so much, Uday. Really appreciate the fact that you invited me to this forum. Yes, when we talk about banking as we stand today, everyone is saying this is the decade, perhaps the best decade ahead for Indian banking, given a lot of factors which are coming to play. Banks' balance sheet are well capitalized, they've written off most of the losses. The corporate India has also cleaned up its act. Indian economy seems to be the sign of, or representing one of the few economies in the world which is growing. Geopolitical situation seems to be favoring India and all of that. So from that perspective, and the credit growth is also seem to be doing quite well. From that perspective, I think a lot of factors seem to be speaking to this decade ahead where we could be marching forward at a rapid pace. Being a banker, you also need to look at the risks all the time. In my mind, we need to add a dose of caution to this feeling of euphoria. And the feeling of caution comes from a couple of factors. One, while we have cleaned up our act in this desire and this aspiration to grow, all of us have to realize that today we might be making mistakes which could create not a new banking crisis, but create problems for banking going forward in the future. So we have to be very careful about what decisions we are taking today, because they will play out 5 to 7 years down the line. Secondly, there are three, I would say, things which still worry me from a macro perspective. One is that I believe while inflation is coming under control, and there is a report which I saw just a couple of days back which talked about how India might start reducing interest rates. But I would say that given what is happening around in the world, inflation could remain sticky for some time. And one of the factors which is, for example, feeding into this is that China has opened up. And China will start growing at a pace all over again. They have something to prove to the world. And, for example, commodity prices could start rising again. Second is, obviously, this looks like the Russia-Ukraine war is entered into an impasse. You don't know what the end game is. You don't know how long it will take. And while it is not impacting India, it is impacting things globally. It does cause people to pause, because when something happens or something flares up, people do kind of pause and say, okay, should I invest, should I not invest? things could go haywire. And obviously, last factor is China, and what China could be doing from a geopolitical perspective. They have ambitions. They have openly stated ambitions about what they want to do. They don't no longer see themselves as one of the superpowers. They want to be treated as one. They want to be recognized as one. And in that process, they could do things which could again upset the apple cart. They are doing things which seem to upset the apple cart regularly. So, dose of caution. But I think yes, the next at least 5 to 7 years look very, very positive for India. And I will just add one last thing. India has had these moments before. We seem to excel in somehow making a great dish go bad because our execution is poor or somewhere we go off track. I hope this time we don't.
You're being polite. You mean to say that we shoot ourselves in the foot?
We tend to. History shows that we are very good at it. And I think while the present government has done a great job in sticking to the knitting, we have to ensure that come elections or come some factors, we don't go off that path. And if we go off that path, we'll again miss a great opportunity for us.
Through the last 5-7 years, I mean, bankers like you have been very conservative because you were cleaning up the mess of the previous cycle. Now that you're saying that is pretty much done, from a management perspective, are you realigning yourself to become super aggressive once again to play a new credit cycle?
You use the word super aggressive. I think no regulator will like that word, super aggressive, because they'll get really worried. But yes, you can be smart about how you can capitalize on opportunities which present before yourself by investing in technology, looking at next 5 to 7 years, by investing in the right people, by investing and looking at where some of the other competitors are not paying too much of attention, or where you can play and become distinctive over a period of time. So I think that's what we are doing. It is a long play. You can't do this in the short term. But if you keep doing things the right way, you have a long-term vision, I think you can get there over a period of time. And I think some of the things which we have done, where we have gained market share, or what we're doing with the Citibank acquisition, is I think very much speaking to that strategy which we outlined a couple of years back. So we are just trying to say that we have done a lot of hard work to get where we are. It has cost us a lot. Let's not let that go ever in our future. So it's not just about me saying it, but what institutional mechanisms you have created to ensure that you don't let go of that over a period of time. So, for example, if we have changed our accounting policies, we have changed our accounting policies in this way where it is mathematics, it is driven by formulas. Any change I need to make has to be approved by my audit committee and the board and my statutory auditors. So I cannot play around. So we've tried to create institutional mechanisms whereby, alone I can't go and make changes. The institution has to agree to those changes. And then you kind of move forward. So we are hoping that we are playing a long-term game here. And when you're playing the long-term game, there is a short-term pain which you've been going through. But hopefully in the long term it will bear out and give us the right results.
You're the third largest private sector bank now. A lot of people say Axis Bank's ambition is to become number 2 over the next few years. So that's natural progression from 3 to 2. I've even heard people say that Axis and ICICI are like PV Sindhu and Saina Nehwal at their peak. They are raring to beat each other. Do you think you can do it? Get to number 2 in the next 3-4 years?
I made the mistake that when I joined Axis Bank, I in an interview said that I've not joined Axis Bank to remain number 3. I've joined Axis Bank to take this institution to a different level. Otherwise, what is the point? I mean, I was doing quite well where I was before. So in that sense, still in that journey, still behind, very much behind ICICI. And, people...
But the gap has narrowed.
The gap has narrowed, and, people tend to define number 2, number 3 based on size. Right. In my mind, it has to be beyond that in terms of respect and how people think of you. Size is important. It's an important parameter there, but there are a lot of other parameters. I think it's a multiple-year journey because ICICI Bank is not just sitting there and allow us to get ahead of them. They have also very smart people, smart management team, has been around for a long period of time, great reputation in the marketplace. So we have to work harder, run faster. To ensure that we not only catch up and beat them to some extent, but this journey will continue. This, if you do beat them, you have to run even harder to ensure that you stay ahead of them.
Is that your ambition?
Very clearly we want to, why ICICI? Why not HDFC? I know with HDFC Limited merger they will become much bigger. But why should we stop our ambition at just becoming number 2? We do want to become number 1. And so one is number 1 at the bank level. The immediate step could be you become number 1 in some businesses. And then gradually, slowly aim for becoming number one overall. But it's a long journey, as I said, and it is not easy. But as we have put our might behind some businesses, as we have looked at what we can do, there are businesses where we have become number two. There are businesses where we are giving tough competition to HDFC and ICICI. And my only push internally is that ambition is the one which will carry us forward and carry us through. So we have to have that ambition and believe that we can do it. And that's what we're trying.
Okay, you started this discussion by saying that the conditions are ripe for another great banking credit cycle. But when you speak to companies, do you get the same optimism? Because, if starting from the finance minister, everybody's lamenting that somehow Indian corporates are not gung-ho yet. Are you sensing that, or is something holding them back?
So, 12 to 18 months back, you were seeing investments coming through only in certain sectors of the economy. I think you're seeing the investments being talked about in a slightly wider set of industrial sectors, and obviously India is benefiting from some of the things which I talked about earlier. But you're absolutely right that that sense of that gung-ho feeling which media seems to be talking about, or people are saying, oh, India, great things will happen. I'm not seeing it as yet. I think the corporates are still being very careful. You are seeing a lot of investments in the form of acquisitions and acquiring market share rather than investing in greenfield. Some of this credit growth which you're seeing is coming from refinance, shift of money from international bonds and national loans to the domestic market. It's also a bit of a base effect in there. And by the way, if the deposit growth does not continue, our projections is that the credit growth could taper down in the next year. So yes, you're absolutely right that somehow that gung-ho feeling is not there. It could be driven by various factors. One is this global macro. One is that they believe they're better off consolidating rather than investing because they're getting it at prices which are cheaper. So that could be the second factor. Third factor is that as people look at some of these investments, they're also asking themselves the question that should they do it incremental or they should put up large greenfield projects. So I think Indian corporate has become a bit more careful because they've gone through a crisis.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing as a banker?
For bankers, the growth is obviously much better. It's more important. But growth of the right kind. Can't be growth for growth's sake. Because if people go for growth's sake, then they will make mistakes and credits will go back. So you obviously want to back the right corporates which are going after investments with the right plan in mind, rather than just going for capturing market share. So, and I'm not saying in some sectors it's bad, in some sectors it's difficult. I think overall, almost every bank after going through this crisis has come up with their own way of assessing some of those risks. And ultimately, the risk is assessed at a group and a corporate level. It is not assessed. You look at the sector, and you might have a view on the sector. But finally, it is done at the corporate level. So you decide based on that.
Over the last few years, when this balance sheet cleaning was going on for the banks, everybody, all investors liked banks which had a larger retail exposure. Corporate lending was a bad word. Now, as this cycle starts off, what will drive it? Because you've positioned yourself with the Citi acquisition on the consumer side as well. And of course, traditionally you've been strong on the wholesale side. But if you look ahead into the next 5-6 years, is it going to be a big wholesale credit lending cycle, or is it largely going to be a consumer cycle?
See, end of the day, India cannot expect to grow at a certain rate, whatever GDP growth rate we're all talking about, unless the wholesale side starts growing. I mean, in the sense that private side starts investing, and so it will reflect in the wholesale credit growth also. So this tepid growth rate which you're seeing on the wholesale side, some stage has to take off or the GDP growth will get impacted. So we are very clear that we want to be one of the large wholesale players across the entire set of requirements which a corporate might have, and I think we are seen as one of a very, very credible banks in that story. Obviously, right now, a lot of the credit growth is coming from the retail side. And a lot of it is not only coming from retail, it is coming from mortgage and unsecured. So I think India that way, if you look at larger India, I'm saying let's talk about the semi-urban, the rural markets, there is a huge amount of consumption which is possible. Yes, a lot of people will ultimately take on loans or take on liabilities because from their perspective they want to raise their living standards. So there are possibilities there and that should not be a problem. But when everyone starts rushing through the same door, and that is this great retail opportunity, some mistakes will happen. You have seen some of those mistakes play out in the fintech world, and you have seen some of the fintechs, I wouldn't say blow up, but kind of go through real crisis because they have given loans of a kind which did not make sense, or given loans to people they can't trace, or they did not have put collections in place, and so they're not able to collect it. I think those mistakes will happen in NBFCs and banks also, because some of the banks are not putting everything in place before they're going through it. You cannot assume mortgage is safe because I have a asset. When you really want to go and sell the asset and there are too many of those assets, the prices you get on those assets will mean that you'll make a loss. So I think people have to be careful. Some banks have been in this business for a long period of time. Some of the banks who've been in this business for a long period of time are playing on the low credit risk side. So if tomorrow the retail side was to blow up or there was a crisis there, the tail will get impacted first. The larger banks who have been in this business for a long period of time, I think will get much less impacted, because firstly, they are sitting on the lower credit risk side. Secondly, I think they've put processes and procedures in place where they're taking the right kind of credit risk. So I think you have to differentiate between where this could play out.
Now, if this wholesale renting cycle is to play out, this time the competition might be different, because in the last cycle, public sector banks were not a player. They were so badly hammered with the previous mistakes of the previous cycle, they could not participate. You just kept on getting share from them. But they seem to have cleaned up their act now. The SBIs of the world are back in the game. So how important a factor will competition be with a cleaner, leaner public sector coming into play on the corporate side?
No, the public sector banks have become quite aggressive in the marketplace. And right now you name only SBI. I'm seeing 5-7 banks which have become very, very aggressive. And the way they are playing their aggression game is to give a slightly lower price. So you have seen compression of spreads or NIMs on the wholesale side of the business. You have seen regulators and some people publicly talk about the fact that are you getting paid for the risk you're taking? And that's a question we have to ask ourselves. So right now, earlier some banks were aggressive, now they have curtailed their aggression, but some new public sector banks have entered the space. Hopefully at some stage, NIMs will become important to them, they will curtail their aggression. So yes, they are being aggressive, and that's what I say. Are we making some mistakes today which will play out 5 to 7 years down the line? So we might say, okay, NPL might not happen, but if you also don't price the risk well, that is also a mistake. It's not only thing of NPL might not happen, but you are making a mistake, we are not getting the right return on the capital. So it is a mistake in my mind.
हाय
Hi.
ये तो फुल लाइन मार रही है मुझ पे क्या बोल रही हाय
From wacky one-liners to some light-hearted cheesy dialogues.
वाला हाय था
Looks like Ranbir Kapoor is all set to charm his way into his fans' hearts courtesy his new rom-com Tu Jhooti Main Makkar, the trailer of which went viral in no time.
Lovable, humble, respectful, romantic, प्यारा
प्यारा और lovable same होता है.
मैं दोनों
With healthy dose of intimacy, the film stays true to its name and also manages to stick to the genre. This Love Ranjan directorial also stars Shraddha Kapoor, making it her first collaboration with the filmmaker as well as Ranbir Kapoor. ना एकदम अच्छी ड्राइव है मजे करेंगे
गाड़ी खराब हो गई और होटल में सिर्फ एक कमरा हो तो मैं जमीन पे नहीं सोऊंगा
तू बिस्तर पे सो जाना मैं जमीन पे सो जाऊंगा Ahead of the trailer launch, the star cast including Ranbir Kapoor, Shraddha Kapoor and filmmaker Love Ranjan was seen posing for the cameras. During the same, Ranbir was also seen adding a piece of heart to the puzzle.
किसी मासूम के दिल से खेलने का नतीजा क्या होता है
Tu Jhooti Main Makkar is all set to roll out in cinemas on March 8th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
कदर ही नहीं रह गई दुनिया में प्यार की मेरा तो दिल कर रहा है कूद के मर जाऊं इतने फ्रिवलेस हो चुके हैं लोग छी
Who would you say is a bigger competitor for you? Would you say it's the public sector bank which is cleaner now? Is it a fintech? Is it the Bajaj Finances of the world? I mean, who do you see as a bigger competitor?
So competition varies depending on which business we are talking about. I think on the wholesale side, there are about 5 to 7 banks which can actually, 5 maybe, which can provide end-to-end full suite of services. On the retail side, the competitive set is much larger. And when you talk about fintech and players like that, they are coming and attacking the juiciest parts of your business because that's where you can potentially make money. Now with RBI coming in with some regulations and very rightly so, I think the fintechs are realizing that there are only two ways you can play this game. One is that you come through the front door, take the right license, and then get supervised and regulated by the regulator. Or if you want to play outside the room, then you can do only certain activities in a certain way. Then you become a kind of a quasi-distributor, and you become a sourcing entity for the banks who are playing inside the room. So fintechs will remain competition. They will keep looking at what are the businesses which make the maximum amount of money for the banks, and they'll keep attacking it. I think we also ignore the fact that both the government and the regulator are also creating platforms which are making it much easier for competition to go and tap any customer. Platforms like account aggregator, platforms like where, for example, RBI has gone and completely digitized Kisan credit loans and stuff of that nature. So as either the government or RBI keeps creating these platforms which make it easier and simpler for any player to come in and play on that platform, if you're not smart enough, if you're not aggressive enough, if you're not on that platform, you could potentially see your customers going to someone else. So that's second competition which we cannot ignore. Third, obviously, is the NBFCs. Bajaj is one of them, but there are others also who, over a period of time, have demonstrated that they can play this game as well as the banks. At some stage, a question would be asked when they become large enough, like in case of HDFC, whether you become part of a bank or you continue to play the game, as NBFC. RBI is very clearly imposing more and more rules and regulations on NBFCs and reducing the arbitrage between banks and NBFCs. And as this arbitrage goes away, the cost of doing business rises. And when the cost of doing business rises, then either you have to either look at your growth and see whether you can grow, or your margins will come down. But please also understand that lot of, for the banks especially, RBI is very, very focused on ensuring customer conduct is right. Very, very clear on focusing that IT infrastructure keeps pace with the growth in consumer expectations and demand. Cyber security has become a huge risk. And why I'm listing some of them down is to say that the amount of investment required now to play this game is also going up manifold rapidly. So when that happens, when the risks in the systems are varied, when you're seeing competition coming from fintechs and platforms and NBFCs, it tends to speak to larger players. Only larger players can manage this massive change which is happening around them. So somewhere the smaller institutions will be forced to ask themselves the question, which business do I really play in? Because I cannot play in every business. I don't have the means and the wherewithal. So I also expect intense and sharper competition in some slivers of business where the smaller institutions will try to play only that business. So competition will come from all over.
Speaking of large players, there's a new competitor coming for you, Reliance with Jio Finance. That's not a small player. It ends up disrupting any sector it enters. How worried are you about that?
There are two simple parts of this equation. One is that what am I doing as an institution to ensure that when a customer thinks of, he has a need or she has a need of any kind, in their subconscious mind, you have worked with that customer or done things with that customer so that when they're looking for solving that need, they think of you as a name they want to consider. So there is a huge amount of work that is required to ensure that the customer thinks of you. Now in case of Reliance, for example, what we have seen is that they play this game of market share and the price points at which they come and attack. Somewhere in the minds of the customer, they'll say, okay, let me think of Reliance. Because maybe they're playing at their price point. So that's one part of the journey. And I'm simplifying it, don't get me wrong. Second part of the journey is when the customer actually comes to you, what is the experience you're providing to the customer so that they say, I've had a great experience with the customer. And let me give you a very stark example. For, our mobile app today is rated 4.8 on Google Play Store. It's the highest rated app in the world today. Great. Citibank is rated, because we're acquiring that business, 4.4. But if you go and ask the Citibank customers, they're not experienced access, and they think Citibank app is a great app, which it is. 4.4 is not a bad rating, but we are better. So unless the customers experience you, the value of you getting rated at 4.8 in a mobile app is only that much, because people are not willing to experience you. So first part you have to get it right, the second part you have to get it right. Now the second part is also not simple, because when the customer comes to you, if you have if I understand Uday, and I've underwritten Uday, and I understand what they will be exactly be looking for. If I can surface an experience which is delight, in 3 clicks you're out, because you've got exactly what you wanted. And if I can continue that experience across our customers, I can win that journey. Reliance has to do a lot of work to win that journey.
It sounds like a challenge, Amitabh.
It's a huge challenge. It is, because all of us are doing it, the kind of things you have to put in place to get the first part and the second part right cannot be underestimated. I'm just very gently saying that it's not as simple as it looks.
Come on, play the game and prove it first.
Yes, absolutely. And they are, the player all of us need to worry about. But that game is not easy, is all I'm saying.
We spoke a lot about the credit cycle. Where is the money for all this lending going to come from? Because, 17-18% is your credit growth. Your liability growth, deposit growth is 9%. At some point, the two have to converge, right? Otherwise, where is the lending money coming from? Does that worry you?
Oh, it is a worry. And frankly, if the deposit growth does not pick up, let's be very honest here, the credit growth will be a subset of deposit growth. It can't be even at the same level. Because some of the money you have to park and put it in SLR Sierra. So, unless this is solved in some form or shape, ultimately the credit growth in the system will slow down. And that's why I said, already at least we are projecting internally, our economist is projecting, I think he's here in some of the sessions, that the credit growth will come down to about 12 to 13% unless something happens on the deposit side. I think RBI is quite clear that they have certain things to do and they are following a certain path and they will continue to stick to that path. I don't expect that to change. So I'm not expecting any major impetus to come on the deposit side. So in that sense, that is one of the worries we also have, that if deposit growth does not come back, then this credit growth will get impacted because you can't rely on external borrowings to fund that deposit growth. And by the way, even if you were to rely on it, the regulator will come down very heavily on you very quickly, saying that this is not the way to grow. Because they have to watch for the risk in the banking system. And this would create a risk in the bank if you're relying on external borrowing.
We are slowly out of time now, Amitabh, but before I end, let me ask you one question. You've had a very interesting career. From Infosys BPO to HDFC Life Insurance to Axis Bank now. If somebody were to give you $1 million today and said, buy one of those 3 stocks, Axis or Infosys or HDFC Life, which one would you buy?
I'm in silent period.
No. Come on. You
cannot comment on any stock. No, from my perspective, each of those industries have a huge runway for growth. It's a question of how well you can do in that runway. And where you are, what your context is, how you playing that game, given the deck of cards you have. And I would say, I've been lucky if you look at all the 3 names. I think they all stand out in terms of what they've been able to achieve in their industries and their sectors. I would say, in case of Axis, we have a lot to do, because that's where I am. And that also represents a lot of opportunities going forward. If we can execute well, I think sky is the limit, but it all depends on how well we execute. And that's why one is working very hard to ensure that we can potentially grab some of the opportunities that exist.
Well, compliments on an excellent job so far at Axis, and I wish you all the luck in your race to overhaul ICICI Bank at number 2. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks a lot.
Pathaan has been rocking at the movie theatres. It is in fact being touted as the best action movie of recent times. But is it true? What does the Tech Today community think about it? Are the tech sequences worth watching the movie in the movie theatre, or will the Tech Today community wait to watch it on OTT? Let's try and find out. Where will it be, in the cinema theatre or on OTT?
Cinemas. SRK in cinemas.
Movie theatre. OTT.
Will you be watching it in an IMAX or in a regular theatre?
IMAX for sure.
Yeah, that is really have a great VFX, and even John Abraham also, I like him, and Shah Rukh Khan especially.
I have heard a lot about it, how it has a parallel from a Christopher Nolan ka movie, and the technologies that they've used is same, so I want to explore that.
Not interested in watching in a movie theatre.
Is there any reason why you're averse to going to a movie theatre?
I feel more relaxed watching it at home.
Yes, if it releases in Amazon or Netflix, otherwise not.
Actually, we went to the cinema hall yesterday. I almost wanted to watch it, but my wife said we'll watch it on OTT.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people.
With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
So sorry.
कहाँ से आए हो?
बाबा दिल्ली से।
क्या दिक्कत है?
बाबा मंत्रिमंडल फेरबदल से डर लग रहा है।
देखो यहाँ पहले से लिखा है दिल्ली से आए हैं, मंत्रिमंडल फेरबदल से डर रहे हैं। ये देखो ये तुम्हारे काम काज का रिपोर्ट कार्ड।
मोदी बाबा की जय।
आजा आजा इधर आजा। कहाँ से आया है?
हम भी दिल्ली से आए हैं।
तुमको क्या समस्या है?
पद छिनने का डर सता रहा है महाराज।
ये देखो अपना पर्चा सब लिखा है, दिल्ली वाले हैं, पद छिनने का डर है। और सुनो तुम्हारी पूरी फाइल यहाँ रखी है, बस एक झलक देख लो, ज्यादा नहीं बोलेंगे।
मोदी बाबा की जय।
आ जाओ सारे आ जाओ, सामूहिक अर्जी लगाएंगे। सुनो अपना प्रचार बंद करो, सरकार के काम काज का प्रचार करो, समय कम है, जल्दी करो।
बीजेपी सरकार की जय। मोदी बाबा की जय।
मानिक सरकार और मानिक साहा।
त्रिपुरा पर बेटर।
त्रिपुरा फिश बेटर। Hello and welcome friends to Elections on My Plate, where we start this big election year here in Agartala as Tripura prepares to go for the polls.
We cannot ask any question.
ये एक अद्भुत सिचुएशन बना के रख। Your leader यार ममता बनर्जी भी खाना नहीं खाता है बराबर। For 20 rupees you get 2 puris and sabzi. Like much of the Northeast, Tripura's politics too is complex and often turbulent. 5 years ago, the BJP dramatically came to power here, defeating the mighty CPIM, which had ruled the state for decades. Since then, much has changed. The BJP now is the powerful incumbent. The CPIM has tied up with its once arch foe, the Congress. And there is a new tribal alliance that has emerged, which is demanding greater autonomy, if not statehood. All of this points to a fascinating election ahead. What's going to happen? Let's find out. Join me on Elections on My Plate. It's a relatively cool morning. Best way out is chai. थोड़ा चाय करना, गरम चाय, perfect. How is everybody? कैसे हो? Yeah, fine.
How are you?
Very well. What is going to happen in elections? क्या होगा?
इलेक्शन तो अच्छा ही होगा.
अच्छा का मतलब क्या है?
बट इस बार मुझे लग रहा है बीजेपी रिटेन करेगा.
बीजेपी रिटेन करेगा?
रिटेन करेगा.
बीजेपी वर्सेस लेफ्ट फ्रंट. बेटर गवर्नमेंट किसका था? बीजेपी का या लेफ्ट फ्रंट का?
बीजेपी का गवर्नमेंट. Now we are seeing development everywhere.
You are seeing development everywhere.
लास्ट 25 इयर्स क्या हो रहा था, जो मतलब सीपीएम का लोग था, अंडर क्वालिटी लोगों का नौकरी मिलता था. बट अभी लास्ट 5 इयर्स जो क्वालिटी आदमी है उसको भी नौकरी मिल रहा है. ठीक है.
बट कई लोग तो ये कह रहे हैं कि हमको नौकरी नहीं मिला है, बहुत प्रॉमिस किया, ये होगा वो होगा.
एक्चुअली मेन क्या है कि पहले जो है नौकरी मिलने के लिए किसी नेता के पीछे घूमना पड़ता था. अभी वो चीज नहीं है, क्योंकि बाईबा का सिस्टम उठ गया. ये बस रिटर्न दीजिए, नहीं तो नौकरी नहीं मिलेगी. रिटर्न में आप क्वालिफाई हो गए तो आपको नौकरी है. ट्रांसपेरेंसी है. इसमें क्या है कि हमको जो एजुकेटेड लड़के लोग है, जो एजुकेटेड आदमी है, वो क्या है कि नेताओं के पीछे नहीं जाना पड़ता.
Remember, of course, Manik Sarkar was the chief minister of the left front for 20 years. Manik Saha is the chief minister now of the BJP. So Manik Sarkar or Manik Saha?
Manik Saha.
Manik Shah.
Manik Shah is better than Manik Sarkar.
चाय पी के चाय त्रिपुरा वाली. चलो कटिंग चाय, अर्ली मॉर्निंग कटिंग चाय, ग्रेट इंडियन ट्रेडिशन. Best footballer here. He's the local Messi. How are you? How is everybody? ये बताओ क्या होगा इलेक्शन में? बेटर गवर्नमेंट कौन दिया है?
দেখুন আমাদের ত্রিপুরা যারা শান্তিপ্রিয় মানুষ আমাদের এখানে.
শান্তি.
যারা আমরা মিশ্র জনজাতি, এখানে হিন্দু মুসলমান খ্রিস্টান সবাই আছে. সবাই মিলিতভাবে শান্তিতে থাকতে চায়.
तो बीजेपी में तुम सवाल नहीं पूछ सकता है, क्वेश्चन नहीं कर सकता अभी.
नहीं, इस we cannot ask any question, we cannot put any question in any forum.
And before in left front?
Before left front we
पूछ
feel
सकता था.
yes.
तो ये फर्क है कि अभी तुम कोई सवाल नहीं पूछ सकते.
नहीं.
How are you?
Fine.
Has development happened or not in last 5 years?
5 years तो डेवलपमेंट तो
बीजेपी के टाइम पे हुआ है कि नहीं?
नहीं
हुआ.
अब जाके देखो ना, तो हॉस्पिटल तो दिया था, हॉस्पिटल दिया तो वहाँ पे तो मोदी सही थे, तो डॉक्टर भी सही था, नर्स भी सही था. तो एक डॉक्टर दिया होगा क्या? सब आप ये बताइए ना, एक डॉक्टर से होगा क्या?
5 साल में काम हुआ है कि नहीं?
थोड़ा बहुत तो काम हुआ है.
थोड़ा बहुत. जितना होना चाहिए था
उतना नहीं हुआ, लेकिन अभी काम हो रहा है.
विप्लव देव को तो चीफ मिनिस्टर को तो निकाल दिया गया था लास्ट ईयर. अब मानिक साहा है. मानिक साहा बेटर या मानिक सरकार बेटर?
मानिक साहा
बेटर. तो क्या किया मानिक सरकार?
बहुत किया, त्रिपुरा के लिए बहुत किया. आप जितना देखता है ये मानिक सरकार का,
ये जो तो इमारत है ना, न्यू बिल्डिंग, सेक्रेटरी बिल्डिंग, असेंबली बिल्डिंग, जो कि होया, स्टेडियम हुआ,
सब मानिक सरकार का तैयारी है.
पर 5 साल पहले तो आपने बीजेपी को
कुछ नहीं किया.
विप्लव देव कुछ नहीं किया. और मानिक साहा
का तो टाइम ही नहीं मिला.
और टाइम अभी आया है. Remember, Manik Saha became the chief minister in May of 2022, replacing विप्लव देव. हाँ, 6-7 महीना हो गया.
6-7 महीना हुआ.
और व्हाट अबाउट दिस ट्राइबल पार्टी आ रहा है? प्रद्योत देव बर्मन ने एक तिपरा मोटा एक अपनी पार्टी बनाए हैं. वो तो किंग मेकर बन सकता है.
वो राजबारी का बेटा है.
हाँ, वो राजबारी में बैठा है.
ना बेटा नहीं, उसका लड़का है.
हाँ,
बेटा है.
वॉकिंग करता है,
जॉगिंग करता है, वॉकिंग करता है, मॉर्निंग वॉक.
मेरे साथ रेस करेगा? चलो, फ्रॉम हियर टू देयर एंड बैक. ओके, रेडी? हाँ, कम ऑन. अरे बाप रे. done. Well done. Thank you. Nice small fish. क्या बोलते हैं इसको? Tengru. Now, you cannot come to Agartala and not visit the fish market early in the morning because legend has it that you get sweeter fish here from across Bangladesh, from the river Padma, than you will even get in Kolkata. Is that true? इधर better fish या कोलकाता में better fish? तुम्हारा better है? Better. तुम्हारा better है? त्रिपुरा पर better है. त्रिपुरा fish better. और कौन सा फिश है ये? कौन सा है? काटर है ये? इसको बोलता है, इसको पापदा बोलता है. पापदा. बीजेपी ने पिछले 5 साल में काम किया है.
काम तो किया है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में बहुत सारा डेवलपमेंट हुआ है. रोड कनेक्टिविटी बहुत ही डेवलप हुआ है पहले से. और देखा जाए तो कुछ कमियां हैं.
क्या कमी है?
कमियां रूरल में कुछ कमियां हैं, तो वो तो टाइम के साथ ठीक होगा.
जॉब्स
भी हुआ है. 5 साल में तो कुछ नहीं होता ना. 25 साल में कुछ नहीं हुआ, 5 साल में कैसे होगा?
ये क्या है? कौन सा फिश है?
इलिश माछ है.
इलिश माछ. पर इलिश माछ कलकत्ता में अच्छा मिलता है या इधर मिलता है?
ना, कोलकाता में ज्यादा दाम है. मानिकतला ज्यादा दाम है.
उधर दाम ज्यादा है.
ज्यादा है.
और ये कहाँ से लाते हो?
ये तो बांग्लादेश का है.
ये बांग्लादेश से इलिश माछ है. क्लासिक इलिश माछ. एंड आई एम गोना हैव इट फॉर लंच टुडे. बीजेपी या लेफ्ट फ्रंट? जिंदाबाद. बीजेपी जिंदाबाद. ये मार्केट पूरा बीजेपी की तरफ है.
हम लोग सब लोग बीजेपी है. क्यों? सब कुछ मिला है.
क्या मिला है?
हमारा सब कुछ मिला है. फिर और भी और मिलेगा.
This market at the moment seems to be BJP dominated. 25 साल लेफ्ट फ्रंट था, 5 साल बीजेपी. किसने अच्छा काम किया?
और 5 बरस देखना है.
और 5 साल देखना है. चांस और एक और चांस देना है. Okay, that's one factor. One more chance left for 25 years. BJP for 5. Should they be given one more chance? छोटा केला है. हाँ, छोटा केला है, बड़ा वाला नहीं है. चलो एक केला खिला दो यार. आजकल केले का जमाना है. थोड़ा फिटनेस के लिए केला अच्छा होता है. Let me try. Okay, now when you come to a state for the first time, as I have to Tripura, and you want to get an understanding both of local cuisine as well as local politics, then you need the best of local journalists. I'm going to try some of the puri sabzi in a moment. This is going to be my political breakfast to get a sense of what's happening in Tripura. Tel kam karna hai mere liye. Thank you. Here is my local guardians in a way. Devraj Dev, Indian Express. Tanmoy Chakraborty from India Today Northeast. Thank you very much for doing this. Pleasure. Looks like this is a place that people often come to, right?
Yeah, it's a very popular eat out here. It's called Surjo Chamuni's, Puri Tarkari ka dukan, and it's a very popular place. Lots of people throng it on the most of the weekdays, and today is a Saturday, and you can still see that there are a lot of people waiting in the queue.
Hello, let me just go for a moment to check why the puri sabzi is. Arey wah. कितने का है? 20 रुपया क्या है? 20 rupees का दो. Very good, yaar. How cheap? I should start. I think I should move to Agartala. For 20 rupees, you get 2 puris and sabzi. Not bad, huh? Not a bad place to live, Agartala. Okay, we're going to talk politics and food. Devraj, why don't you start? How do you see this election in Tripura? Is it a game-changing election?
BJP's main issue of the last 5 years have been, development and, its implementation of central government policies. A host of this slew of this policy that is implementing here, say drinking water projects, development and infrastructure and all these things. So it's basically going to the election again on development issue.
The BJP is saying compare our 5 years with the left's 25 years.
Exactly. So over these last 25 years of consecutive left rule, the BJP's main allegation was underdevelopment, corruption, hooliganism, all this political violence.
What for you is different about this election to past elections in Tripura? What is so different this time?
The different, I would say, of course, the Tipra Motha. Tipra Motha is the party which emerged in the Tripura's politics as a kingmaker, I would say.
So are you saying that the left's vote has not been hit? It's just that the Congress vote bank shifted en masse to the BJP?
Well, see, all parties' vote base more or less shifted. But certainly, BJP's swell was mainly due to the Congress shift. But BJP is now claiming that it did have a organic growth in the last 5 years. It is yet to be seen how much it actually happened. Basically, this election is divided on 2 points. I would like to say in BJP's side is development, and opposition's perspective is basically whether people will be able to come out and vote freely or not.
But what is the status? What is the big issue you think? Is it this political violence? Is it this demand for a separate state or greater autonomy for the tribal areas? Is it development as the BJP understands it? Is it that you have an alliance this time between the left and the Congress, which for the longest time were enemies? Is it an unholy alliance just to keep the BJP out?
Well, I think it's a little bit of all of these. You see, Congress and the CPIM and Congress have been the only rival parties in Tripura all this time. BJP never had a real presence actually before 2018 in that major political kind of sense. So Congress and the communists have been at, loggerheads all this time, and suddenly you see before the elections these two parties come together, and Tripura's election in 2023 will be something like nobody has ever seen before. Why I'm saying this is particularly because the nomination submission process was over, scrutiny was over, withdrawal process was over, and even then neither the ruling side nor the opposition side could actually figure out which party is going with how many seats. And perhaps this is where, Pradyut Kishore's Tipra Motha comes in, because Pradyut Kishore has been basically saying that he wants to change the culture of politics in Tripura. He has been saying Tripura has had a lot of violence. It has been having, hooliganism, political murders and all these things. So he basically says his whole issue has been Thansa, which is unity in the Kokborok dialect. Kokborok is the lingua franca of most of Tripura's 19 tribal communities. And he's also been saying a change of political culture. And the main issue of Pradyut Kishore's Tipra Motha party is Greater Tipraland, which is the proposed state for people of Tripura. He says Tiprasa. In Kokborok, Tiprasa means tribals, but also means people of Tripura. So basically, Pradyut is trying to garner the support of non-tribals as well here.
Okay, one other interesting point, Mamata Banerjee. There was a lot of talk over the last 10 years. She's going to target Tripura. She's attempted it. Not quite worked, no? Where is Didi?
In the last civic elections in Tripura, Trinamool did a very good result. They came out with 16.39% vote share. But suddenly after that, they focused on Goa. They started focusing on Manipur. And the shift from Tripura maybe lessened a bit.
And
Meghalaya,
yes.
So their focus shifted a little bit, I must say.
Wonderful. So politics is undergoing an evolution, and so is food. That's why we call the show Elections on My Plate. Thank you very much for giving me a quick understanding of your wonderful state and for your hospitality. And I'm going to hit the road in a moment once I've finished my aloo dom. Too good. For 20 rupees, where will you get this? I'm going to have another one. Now, one of the issues bubbling under the surface here in Tripura, like many other parts of the country, is joblessness. Tripura has one of the highest unemployment rates in the country, which is why, when under a Supreme Court directive, 10,323 government school teachers were retrenched, alleging faulty recruitment process, the BJP government that followed immediately promised them jobs. 5 years later, the teachers haven't got their jobs, and their agitation has become a major talking point in this election season. Let's meet them. कितने सालों से जॉब नहीं है अभी?
अभी करीब 3 साल हो गया. हमारा जो स्कूल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट है, वहाँ से हम लोगों को निकाल दिया गया है. एक अद्भुत सिचुएशन बना के रखा हुआ है. त्रिपुरा छोटा सा स्टेट है कि हमें बिना कोई टर्मिनेशन लेटर दिए हुए हमारा एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट हमको निकाल दिया है, हमको सैलरी नहीं दे रहा है। ये एक अद्भुत सिचुएशन बना के
पर एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट का डायरेक्टिव है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा ना कि आप लोगों को निकालना है, रिक्रूटमेंट गलत है।
यही कॉन्सेप्ट गलत तरीका से सभी लोगों के पास पहुंचा गया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहीं पे भी एक भी शब्द ये नहीं कहा है कि 10,323 टीचर्स को निकालो।
तो बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ने प्रॉमिस किया था कि आपको इस नौकरी मिलेगा।
डेफिनेटली बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट 2018 का पहले चुनाव के पहले उन लोग का जो विजन डॉक्यूमेंट है, मैनिफेस्टो है, उसमें लिखा था ये जो प्रॉब्लम है हम लोग अगर सत्ता में आएगा हम लोग जरूर
ये सॉल्व करेगा। तो आप उनको मिले कि नहीं?
ये सिर्फ बीजेपी के नेता नहीं बोला, हमारा जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी, अमित शाह जी, तो उस टाइम का जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर अरुण जेटली,
वो सब वो बोला था।
बड़ा जो इंडिया का टॉप लीडर बीजेपी का, उन्होंने त्रिपुरा के इलेक्शन का बिफोर इलेक्शन उन लोग बोला है अगर ये त्रिपुरावासी बीजेपी को लाएगा हम लोग जरूर 10,323 टीचर को हम लोग रेस्क्यू करेंगे, नहीं देगा। लेकिन अभी 36 महीना हो गया, हम लोग का कुछ सैलरी नहीं है, हम लोग नाराबाजी कर रहे हैं 36 महीने से।
यू आर अ प्रेसिडेंशियल अवार्ड विनर फॉर टीचिंग एंड यू हैव बीन रिमूव्ड एज पार्ट ऑफ दिस 10,323। तो
एक्चुअली हमारे जो नौकरी चले जाने के बाद हमारा जो 150 टीचर्स प्रयात हो गए,
डेथ हो गया, 150 टीचर,
और एक मतलब और भी 8
भी किए हैं।
8 से 10 टीचर सुसाइड के रेल के नीचे खुद सुसाइड किया।
तो ये इलेक्शन का इशू बनेगा कि नहीं इस बार? आप लोग वोट करने जाएंगे?
सुनिए सर, हम लोग गवर्नमेंट चेंज करने के लिए हम लोग नाराबाजी कर रहे हूँ, हर जगह में हम लोग नाराबाजी कर रहे हैं। ये गवर्नमेंट नहीं चाहिए, ये जुमला गवर्नमेंट हम लोग को नहीं चाहिए।
एज अ टीचर हाउ डू यू फील टुडे?
Very depressed with 2 children, and to run the family is very difficult, and I feel that I have done my work, I have done my best in the school, okay, I have given my best. I love my students love me. After that, without whose fault, due to whose deeds we have lost our job, I don't know.
See, lots of professions are there in the society. Everybody can choose any profession, but so far teacher is concerned, teachers are the backbone of the society. Everyone accept this. So once you became a teacher, whenever you are walking in a road, our students call us sir, parents call us sir. So that is the dignity of this teaching profession. Once you lose this dignity, see, you can earn money from any sector, but you can earn the respect from any sector.
Very, very strong words, and I think they will echo very strongly. I thank you all for speaking to me. As you can see, these are the real issues that in a way are bubbling under the surface and perhaps won't even get addressed by yet another high voltage election campaign. Who will speak up and answer what these teachers are asking for? Their jobs back. Come with me. Okay, you heard the angry voices of the agitating teachers. What's the BJP's response? Let's find out. Rabindra, how are you? I just met the teachers. 10,323 teachers claim that they have lost their jobs, and you all had promised in 2018 you will give their jobs back. You have not. They say this is a jumla. How do you respond? Will you? What happened?
देखिए, ये तो सीपीएम का क्या धरा है, उनके कारण ही ये सब हुआ है। और अभी
उन्होंने उनको सीपीएम ने रिक्रूट किया था, उनको
रिक्रूट किया था, और जिस तरह से रिक्रूट किया था ये ठीक नहीं था, और कोर्ट ने ये बताया, कोर्ट के कारण ये गया है, और कोर्ट में जो गए हैं, ये विषय लेके जो कोर्ट में गए थे वो उनके साथ है। अभी
अब अगर आपकी सरकार अभी आती है तो बाकियों का क्या होगा?
जिनको राजनीति करना है, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के होकर जो राजनीति करना है, जिनको राजनीति करना है वो करें, नहीं तो इंटरव्यू देंगे फिर से और नौकरी में जाने की कोशिश करें। बिना इंटरव्यू के कोई भी नौकरी नहीं होगा, वो पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हो, सीपीएम के कार्यकर्ता हो, कांग्रेस के हो या अपना।
तो ये जिनकी नौकरी गई है उनको आप क्या कहेंगे?
बिना इंटरव्यू के कोई नौकरी नहीं होगा, और आपने बलबूते खुद कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो भी सरकार आपको सहायता करेगा। इसी के कारण ये संख्या घट के 6,000 में आ गया।
Among the many X factors in this Tripura polls is the Trinamool Congress. Mamata Banerjee's party did reasonably well in a civic poll in Tripura in 2021, winning a sizable vote share. But Tripura has traditionally been a bridge too far for Didi's party. Can 2023 be any different? Well, let's go and meet the party's campaign in charge, who's promising us not just food for thought, but also for the stomach. It's elections on my plate. Time for some Ilish. Hilsa. Getting hungry. Walking stairs, good for health. Hello, madam. How are you? Is my Tripura lunch promised?
Absolutely, as promised. How are you? Good
Very
to
well.
see you.
Good to see you in your den. Sushmita Dev had promised me that when I come to Agartala, she will give me the best Tripura lunch.
Absolutely. But there's Ilish.
There's Ilish.
Yeah. There is mutton made in only green chili. There's a regular dal and our famous aloo bhaja. And this is katila fish, which I wanted you to try.
Okay, let's go. Attack. We call it attack. You attack the food. Come on, I'll serve you. Since
You first. You're my guest.
I'm a guest. Okay, no. Go ahead. That's the rice.
That's all.
That's all? Yeah. अरे तुम लोग politician, you're like your leader यार. Mamata Banerjee भी खाना नहीं खाता है बराबर.
Mamata Didi is a
She hardly eats.
very austere leader.
Austere leader. As I said, lots of food, but a little politics. What's happening with your party? Are you all in the race at all in Tripura or not? Or is it only to get 5% of the vote and thereby strengthen your claims to be a national party?
Well, that's what our critics are trying to sell, that narrative. But I think the counter narrative is, will the left and Congress tie-up actually translate into a vote shift? I mean, you saw what happened in Bengal. There's too much of history there. So, you know.
So you are trying to capture the anti-BJP vote, right? You got about what, 16%? Not bad in the civic polls last year.
Yeah.
So you're looking to be not a vote katwa, but are you a vote katwa?
Not at all. In a democracy, everybody has the right to contest an election and look to increase their vote share. But you know what's important, Rajiv, in the municipal elections, we couldn't step out. Our own candidates couldn't vote for themselves. So the people who got to the booth, the BJP thought of BJP voters, but they voted for us. That's how we got the 16-17.
You're saying the BJP was not allowing non-BJP voters to come out?
Yes. So whatever they thought, they allowed, thinking this our voters going out. They are the people who gave us votes in the municipal elections.
Do you really think that we could possibly have a hung assembly? Tripura has never had one in a very long time. I don't recall when. It's usually been either a left sweep or a last time BJP. Do you see it changing this time?
If you look at the past few elections, generally people of Tripura don't divide their votes. But I think in this election, it's an unholy alliance of the left and the Congress. Trinamool is a new option, but I have to admit that in some seats our organization is not very strong. So I think people of Tripura may give us a hung assembly is what I think. This is my assessment. I've spent 1.5 years here. People don't want the BJP. That's for sure.
People don't want the BJP?
No.
Why?
Because they've been disastrous.
Who's your main enemy? BJP?
Absolutely, BJP.
Not the left?
Not the left. BJP is our primary enemy here because they are the incumbent government. We came to the state to fight the BJP and oust them. And we came at a time when Congress was in a state of disarray, you know that. Many things developed after that. Yes, I admit that.
You know, one thing I want to say, politics apart, thank you very much for this wonderful meal. I just love the fish. The meat is nice and spicy. And what more can I ask for? So thank you very much for giving me a flavor
You're always welcome.
Of Tripura. That's the advantage of elections on my plate. You can travel this wonderful country and get a sense of the diversity of its food. Even the Ilish in Agartala tastes different to that in Kolkata. Enjoy. Plenty more on the show. lunch, we've hit the streets again here in Agartala, where we are seeing a sight that has perhaps not been seen in Tripura before. Congress and left flags together. The two parties were arch enemies for decades, accusing each other, amongst other things, of political murders. Now they've come together like they did in Bengal. The CPIM Congress alliance didn't work in Bengal. Can it work here in Tripura? Let's find out. Came together in Bengal also, left and Congress. It did not work. It did not work.
But it is here, it is a very tough thing. Actually, this fascist government should be thrown out from the state. That's why we have.
So you have come here just to remove the BJP. आप लोग तो एक दूसरे के दुश्मन हुआ करते थे, लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस, अभी साथ में आ गया।
कांग्रेस देश का हालत ऐसा है जो एक साथ में लड़ाई करना चाहिए।
एक साथ में लड़ाई करना, पर एक समय में तो आप एक दूसरे के लड़ाई करता था त्रिपुरा में।
हो सकता है, लेकिन आज जो देश का हालत है, स्टेट का जो हालत है, इस हालत में अभी बीजेपी को हटाने के लिए जितना भी विरोधी दल है सब एक साथ में आना चाहिए।
आप लोग तो बोलते थे कि लेफ्ट वाला पॉलिटिकल मर्डर करता है, अब उसी लेफ्ट के साथ ज्वाइन कर दिया।
पहले enemy is my friend. हाँ? Enemy is my friend.
The BJP's rise in Tripura has been nothing short of spectacular. The party won just 1.5% of the vote in 2013. By 2018, it had gone up to 44% and it came to power for the first time. But the last 5 years have not been easy for the BJP, as the party has been driven by factional fights at the top that eventually resulted in Chief Minister Biplab Deb having to step down in May last year amid some acrimony. His replacement, a dentist, Dr. Manik Saha, once with the Congress, is now the BJP's face in this election. Can he arrest the anti-incumbency factor? We are here in his home constituency of Town Bodwali in Agartala. You believe that's the contest in this election between democracy versus dictatorship?
There is no contest in Manik Shah's constituency at all. You have the Congress candidate running helter-skelter, trying and sitting in the communist office, but not getting any support either from the communist partners or from his own party. So I think that as far as the Chief Minister's constituency goes, we all know that there is no contest. However, democracy demands that we go to the doorstep of every voter and humbly seek their blessings, irrespective of what a huge wave of support we see for the Chief Minister in his constituency.
Professor Dr. Manik Shah, welcome. Welcome. Sharon Kore Rakben.
Thank you very much for speaking to us, Mr. Chief Minister. How confident are you of winning Tripura this time?
I'm very much confident because of the hard work.
So what's the main issue in this election according to you?
Issue is only development. What the people wanted, we have already given that development by the blessings of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And above all, the law and order situation is very good, and that we have maintained.
So one question will come, that if all was so good, why did you need to change the Chief Minister after 4 years? Biplab Deb was removed and you were brought in less than a year ago before the election. That sends out the message that there was anti-incumbency against your government. That's why the Chief Minister was changed.
That is another issue, in our party, in other the state also you have seen the same thing had happened. So it is our party policy, and party wants that he should be there or she should be there. So accordingly they make it, and they do it. And in that, I think, manner, I have been given that opportunity.
Is the party united?
We are completely united. There is no problem.
When I read all the old articles, Wikipedia, everyone says till 2016 you were with the Congress. Are you saying that you never had anything to do with the Congress?
I was not the member of the Congress.
You attended their meetings?
That I have attended because because I was anti-communist. So we needed some platform. And that time the Congress was the very good platform. And people also trusted them. But you have seen they have already deceived the peoples of Tripura. So we ultimately we ought to change our ideology to BJP.
Post 2nd of March, will we see you back as Chief Minister? You're smiling the moment I said that. Are you confident that you will be?
I'm confident.
How many seats are you out of 60?
I always say above 50.
Above 50?
Expectation should be like that.
Jobs is a question. Providing young people jobs. That seems to be a major issue, Mr. Chief Minister.
Just now I have mentioned. But by giving direct employment is very difficult. But we are giving the job opportunity. Different types of job opportunity we are providing.
One final question. You have been a career dentist. How does a dentist become a good politician? By smiling a lot and showing his teeth? Is that the good sign? You have a perfect set of teeth, so you're a good dentist. What is easier, being a dentist or being a politician?
To become a politician is very easier than being a dental surgeon.
Okay, our program is called Elections on My Plate. So if I am in Tripura and I must have one dish, what is the dish you recommend? What should I definitely not eat in Tripura?
Hilsha, you take hilsha.
My mother-in-law actually says that the hilsha that comes to Tripura is sweeter than the one in Bengal. Is it true?
It is true.
Sweeter fish?
Sweeter.
But thank you very much for speaking to us. The Chief Minister of Tripura, Dr. Manik Shah. Good luck, sir. Okay, the BJP may be the incumbent this time here in Tripura, but for the longest time, remember, this was a left citadel. And one person was the face of the CPIM here for 2 decades. One of India's longest serving chief ministers. He's also been arguably one of the poorest chief ministers this country had in terms of his income levels. Let's go and meet the one and only Manik Sarkar. Left out. Hi, sir. Hi. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm fine. How are you?
Very well, sir. Interesting room.
Yeah.
Marx, Lenin, and Engels. Manikda, good to see you. The grand old or the grand young man of Tripura, Chief Minister for 20 years. But you're not contesting this time. Yeah. So is that your decision? Or is that the party's decision? Honest answer.
Surely, we are always honest. New group of leaders, they should also be groomed. So that's why we shall have to spare space, provide space for them. So keeping all these things in my mind, I thought that this time I should not contest.
I've always been fascinated. You were Chief Minister for 20 years. And then when someone saw your assets in 2018, you had 2,420 rupees in your bank account and I think 1,200 rupees in cash in your wallet. After 20 years of being in politics, you had 2,400 rupees in your bank account. What did your wife say?
She does not say anything against it because I am actually eating in her hotel that is being maintained and controlled by her. So
she was the one running the house.
Exactly.
And you would give all your money, your salary also, I believe, to the party. Your monthly salary went to the party.
That is our practice. According to our constitutional provision, Communist Party members, of course, Communist Party of India Marxist, if they are elected and if they get some money from the government, So that is to be treated as the money of the government, and that has to be deposited to the party. Party then decides. Accordingly, what I am getting, I am giving it to party. Like my other comrades are also doing the same thing. Don't think that I am alone is doing.
So the Congress voter went to the BJP to defeat the left in 2018, and today, Manikda, you have tied up with the same Congress.
BJP has forced the people of Tripura to be united to oust them from the seat of power. Why? Fascistic attack is going on.
These are the very words they use against the CPM. They say when you were in power, there was gundagardi, there was a rule, authoritarian rule. They use these very words that you're using today against the BJP, against the left.
I would tell you, at that point of time, after 18 assembly election was over, and counting of votes, there was a gap of about 20 or 25 days. At that point of time, like you today, number of national press representatives, they visited Tripura. After the election was over, they met each and one of the leaders of different political parties, including BJP leader. They asked, are you satisfied? Was there any problem? Every political party leader passed their comment, very peaceful election. We have no complaint. People have exercised their franchise fearlessly, freely. So if that was not happened, how BJP would come to the government?
What will you tell the next generation whose assets only seem to multiply when they enter politics? They have large cars, they live luxurious lives. What will you tell them?
No, I would like to tell them, I cannot advise them, I can request them. First of all, they should love the country like mothers. Loving country means loving the people of our country. And they shall have to work for their better future so that they can actually come out from the problems they have been facing, they are being faced. So to do this, to get it done, they shall have to be very, very honest, truthful, sincere. So they should not confine themselves for their own interest.
Manikda, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. It's pretty inspirational to meet a chief minister whose life hasn't changed even after 20 years in power. Still likes his black tea. On that note, it's elections on my plate or chai on my plate. When we return, we're going to travel into the tribal heartland of Tripura to find out why is that tribal vote so critical in this election. That's tomorrow morning. Till then, enjoy.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Thank Mr. Puri.
I thank you for giving me the chance to address you.
Terrorism now a global issue.
The First Lady position is so unusual.
Never in my career did I ever see that love and affection in any other country than we saw in India in '79.
Pakistan has been responsible chronically for association with sponsorship of terrorist groups.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
We've driven about an hour outside Agartala to enter the tribal parts of Tripura. Remember, around 30% of the state is tribal, 20 of the 60 seats are reserved for tribals, and these seats could prove decisive. Last time the BJP with its partner IPFT had swept this region. Now there is a new force here, led by this man, Pradyut Dev Burman, former Congress chief and a member of the erstwhile royal family, has forged an alliance of the tribals here called the Tipra Mota. What role will he play? Let's find out. A demand for a greater Tipra land, a separate state, or at least greater autonomy. क्या बना रहा है टाइगर? नागालैंड के पास नागालैंड है, तुम्हारे पास त्रिपुरा है।
त्रिपुरा है, लेकिन ग्रेटर त्रिपुरा लैंड।
ग्रेटर त्रिपुरा लैंड चाहिए। ये बताओ मोमो कैसे, क्या डाला इसमें? वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग मोमोज। अलग स्टेट तो इंडिया के सेंटर देगा?
देगा, जरूर देगा। मांगने से क्यों नहीं देगा?
आप प्रद्युत को कैसे देखते हैं? प्रद्युत देव बर्मन को कैसे देखते हैं?
महाराजा है, वो हम लोगों के लिए देवता समान है।
Okay, we've heard a chorus of voices here calling for a greater Tipra land. But what does the leader of this movement, Pradyut Dev Burman, really want? He's kindly invited us to his royal palace in Agartala. So let's go and find out whether Pradyut wants to play the role of king or kingmaker. Come with me.
You're entering the Darbar Khandan Palace.
Hi Pradyut. In your den I see, or your palace.
The cave.
This
You
is
can
your
call it the
cave.
cave. Yes.
All set for the big fight of Tripura?
Always ready for a good fight and always ready for a challenge.
And even better is that Pradyut is promising me an indigenous Tiprasa food, which is the classic tribal food of Tripura. Lots to talk about. Let's go.
Sure.
Wow. This is a pretty special dining room?
Just renovated for you, Rajdeep.
Which side there?
Anyway.
Okay, great. Okay, Pradyut, let's start with the big question. Are you in this election as kingmaker, to be king, or simply to be a vote cutter? What is the role of the Tipra Mota in this election?
I don't think that in a democracy it's good to use words like king and kingmaker. I think kings are made by God and kingmakers are also appointed by God. I think in this election we are basically trying to prove a point that the indigenous people of Tripura, who are actually the original inhabitants of the land, need their rights to be restored.
So are you calling for a separate state within a state? Are you calling under Article 2 and 3 of the Constitution, do you want a separate state within Tripura?
I have a point of view which has been over the years that we should have a separate state under Article 2 and 3. We are also open to an idea of a solution, a constitutional solution. But that solution has to be given to us in writing so that we can go and show to the people if that is enough or not.
One buzz that Tripura, which has never had a hung assembly, could now for the first time have a hung assembly, and you could play that critical role. But you know, the food is coming. You want to explain what's what?
Yes, so this is bhangui. This is sticky rice. That's a pita. This is a fish pita. Wak mozdeng is pork salad. Tok mozdeng is the chicken salad. And that is chakhui, which is our own curry.
Bangui. I start with the bangui. Oh, this is jhoom rice. Yeah. And I have it with the...
You can have it, yeah. You can have it, you should have it everything together.
Everything together?
Yeah.
Wow. The politics of Tripura at the moment is on a sticky wicket, which is why Pradyut has decided to give me extra sticky rice. Is this a make or break election for you, or you will continue with this movement as your...
This is a make and break movement for all of us, the entire community, because there will be delimitation in 2025-26, and then the real irony will be seen.
But you are a dynast in a way,
yes,
and the Congress party has often been accused of being a party of dynasts. You were close to the Gandhis, and one of the reasons why the Gandhis are seen to have lost out in the Modi era is they are perceived as dynasts. The Namdar versus Kamdar. So are you a Kamdar or a Namdar?
मैं राजनीति करता हूँ, मैं राजनीति नहीं करता हूँ.
राजनीति करते हो?
So if you see that whatever I've done, I probably was a politician till I decided to start my party, and now we are heading a movement. Much like you keep on saying after every elections that you will quit. I also don't want to continue in politics for the rest of my life. I would rather do things which are my passion, like music, sports, cooking, gardening. I'm very fond of animals, traveling, get married. And the fact is that these are the things which I would rather do. But this is a commitment that I've given to my people and my community. And till the time I don't take it to a logical conclusion, I cannot desert them. That's why I have not compromised till now. And I don't intend to dilute the people's aspirations. I'm being very honest about that. I have better things to do in life, but this is my commitment which I had given to my people, and also I owe it to my ancestors in a certain way.
One final time I'm going to ask you, if on this very dinner table we have Amit Shah and Hemanta Biswa sitting with you one day, and the next day Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, whom you know well, also sitting on the same table, whom will you say, I'm coming along with you if Tripura throws up a hung assembly?
First of all, I'll have to change the course because everything is non-vegetarian here. So if it's Amit Shah and Narendra Modi, probably it has to be a different cuisine altogether.
Sure.
The fact is that deals or negotiations are never done over a dining table. It is done in the public knowledge. And all I want is transparency in a negotiation with anyone, whether it is the Congress, the Communists, Yechuri Saab, or the government of India.
Because I was told that Amit Shah met you late night, you've been wooed by other parties, everyone is saying, Pradyut, join us, and you chose eventually to go on your own.
No, I chose my people.
You chose your people over the political parties who are wooing you. You know, Pradyut, you're sounding there like a politician philosopher, which is not a bad thing to be.
Not a bad thing at all.
Not a bad thing at all. And I just want to thank you. This is my first trip to Tripura, and then to get a sample of the wonderful indigenous food of the people of Tripura makes it very special. So thank you. Will this be the first time that Tripura could actually, as some political observers believe, throw up a hung assembly? And if they do, what role really will my dinner companion play? Will he stick to his promise that he's made here, that he's not going to cut a deal?
We'll stick like the sticky rice.
You'll stick like the sticky rice. Lovely note on which to end. Elections on my plate. From the entire team, Vivek, Amit, Alok, thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Bye for now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Oh, sorry.
कहाँ से आए हो? बाबा दिल्ली से। क्या दिक्कत है?
बाबा मंत्रिमंडल फेरबदल से डर लग रहा है।
देखो यहाँ पहले से लिखा है, दिल्ली से आए हैं, मंत्रिमंडल फेरबदल से डर रहे हैं। ये देखो, ये तुम्हारे काम काज का रिपोर्ट कार्ड।
मोदी बाबा की जय।
आजा आजा इधर आजा। कहाँ से आया है?
हम भी दिल्ली से आए हैं।
तुमको क्या समस्या है?
पद छिनने का डर सता रहा है महाराज।
ये देखो अपना पर्चा, सब लिखा है, दिल्ली वाले हैं, पद छिनने का डर है। और सुनो, तुम्हारी पूरी फाइल यहाँ रखी है, बस एक झलक देख लो, ज्यादा नहीं बोलेंगे।
मोदी बाबा की जय।
आ जाओ सारे, आ जाओ, सामूहिक अर्जी लगाएंगे। सुनो, अपना प्रचार बंद करो, सरकार के काम काज का प्रचार करो, समय कम है, जल्दी करो।
बीजेपी सरकार की जय।
मोदी बाबा की जय।
Now, there are harrowing scenes that one can see from the earthquake-ravaged country of Turkey and Syria. Now, the death toll of both Turkey and Syria from the earthquake has surpassed 28,000, and the hope of finding more survivors is fading despite some miraculous rescues that we have seen over the past many days. Now, thousands of rescue workers are still searching through the flattened neighborhoods despite freezing weather, and it is this freezing weather that is deepening the misery of millions. There are millions who are in desperate need of aid. India has also sent additional consignments of life-saving medicines and relief material for the victims of both Turkey and Syria. The quake has been described as the worst natural disaster event that has taken place in the region over the past 100 years.
The C-17 Globemaster of the Indian Air Force has reached the Adana airfield, and this aircraft is carrying very crucial medical equipment that is required here in Turkey. India today is the only channel to have exclusive access, and we'll show you what this aircraft has got. Now, this is a huge C-17 Globemaster, one of the biggest load carriers in the world. This Indian Air Force aircraft, that's the defense attaché of India, the pilot of the aircraft, the air crew. What's the equipment that they're carrying? Very crucial humanitarian assistance. These are the blankets that are being carried. 13 tons of medical equipment has come for India. So apart from the blankets, this is the medical equipment. 60 paraffin hospital medical equipment. Extremely crucial. Now, what is it that they're carrying inside this aircraft? This aircraft is carrying X-ray machines, ventilators, medical consumables, as you can make out. They're also carrying an anesthesia machine that requires very fragile but very essential equipment that is required. This is disaster and emergency management from India for the people of Turkey. Very essential items, 13 tons. The same aircraft had landed in Damascus in Syria before this, and it had carried about 24 tons of emergency aid for the people of Syria. With cameraman Kripal Singh at the Adana airfield in Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
My colleague Gaurav Sawant is now joining me from Adana in Turkey. Gaurav has been on the ground. Gaurav, you have been covering the devastation that has taken place. Unfortunately, the death toll now stands at almost 28,000 people. Gaurav, what's the situation on ground?
Aishwarya, good morning. We come to you live from the Adana airfield here in Turkey. And right behind me, you see this gigantic C-17 Globemaster aircraft of the Indian Air Force. It's just landed here a short while back. And these images are exclusive on India Today. India's ambassador to Turkey, Ambassador Virendra Paul, our defense attaché, Colonel Manoj Garg, and officers of Turkish Foreign Ministry, including Ambassador Mehmet. They were here just a short while back as the C-17 Globemaster landed, because Turkey, the assistance that Turkey requires, this is assistance that Turkey sought. 13 tons of that medical equipment is being unloaded right behind me, as you can see here. The medical equipment includes ventilators, it includes X-ray machines, it includes medicines, also equipment that the NDRF required, because the task, as you very rightly pointed out, is enormous. This is now going to be day 7 after the quake, and the good news is that people are still being found alive in the wreckage. That actually gives hope and help people. It boosts their morale to keep hunting for those who are buried in the debris. And this equipment that's come in will help in 2 ways. NDRF gets more equipment to search, and Indian Army's field hospital, the 60 para field hospital, they get more equipment to treat the injured. And that para field hospital, Aishwarya, as of now, there are at least 400 people being treated every day. So that just shows the kind of importance that is being given by the people of Turkey to that hospital, that help that's so desperately required as part of Operation Dost.
Right, Gaurav. Gaurav, it was the Prime Minister who himself said India will do everything in its power. It will go above and beyond to help the people of Turkey. In fact, Prime Minister also became very emotional, and he said he remembers what happened in Gujarat during the Bhuj earthquake, and which is why we are seeing, as you said, almost 13 tons of relief material being sent. Gaurav, how important do you think India's help to both Syria and Turkey is at the moment? You have been on ground. We understand that the medical aid which is being given is really helping the people. People are in desperate need of help.
You're absolutely right. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke of the need for India to help people in Turkey. And as you noticed, we are the first responders whenever help is required, not just in our neighborhood, but now that help is being provided as far as Turkey. Now, this aircraft that you see behind me, the C-17 Globemaster, it's been used extensively. This aircraft has been used extensively. The first consignment brought in here, incidentally, Aishwarya, another 24 tons of consignment of medical aid and other assistance has also been provided to Syria. This aircraft landed in Damascus and provided medical attention, all the equipment and all that was required in Syria. 24 tons of assistance was given there. Then it's come here, and the help is not just in search and rescue that NDRF is doing, and their tremendous expertise that we've seen on ground. They've been able to locate people, they've been able to bring out people, and their help is being well appreciated. That Dost is a concept, a friend in need is a friend indeed, is what Turkey also says. But how is this being expanded is the big issue, because the death toll, as we've been reporting, has now gone up once again as more bodies, emerge every day. And the effort now would be to rehabilitate Turkey, which is a task that's easier said than done.
Right, Gaurav. Gaurav, stay on with me now. You have been reporting from ground zero. The NDRF teams are working around the clock in Turkey to rescue all the survivors. Now, NDRF's canine heroes, Romeo and Julie, who are the members of the dog squad, are on the ground with the teams. Watch this special report by my colleague Gaurav Sawant.
Very late at night, if you notice, work has stopped. Most teams have left, but notice very carefully, Romeo and Julie and their handlers of the NDRF are still there on top. Their work still continues, because it's in the still of the night that they can sniff, hear and sense if there is still life. Today, some people were saved. Now, in the wreckage of this building, under the debris of this building, some people were saved in the past several days. But today, one after the other, 10 bodies were taken out. And the still of the night, the moment the next of kin who've been waiting very patiently through the past 6 days and nights, the moment they saw the mangled remains of their loved ones, their cries, they just are unbearable to hear. But amidst all this, if you notice the Indian NDRF team working relentlessly, there is a lot of faith in NDRF operations because even when others give up, India refuses to give up. India continues. These men continue to fight against all odds till the last moment to try and save lives. With cameraman Kripal Singh at Gaziantep, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
My colleague Gaurav is joining me on the broadcast. Gaurav, you spoke about the fact that even though others are giving up, it is India which is not giving up and it is going above and beyond to help those who are in need. Gaurav, you have been on the ground, you have visited the buildings, you have also visited the children who in fact were miraculously saved. What according to you are the top 3 things, Gaurav, that Turkey and Syria need at the moment?
You know, the task here is enormous. For the past 5 days, in fact, India Today is the only team that's actually traveled very extensively. We've been to Gaziantep, one of the worst affected areas, Marash, which is the epicenter of this earthquake. We've also traveled to Noordagi, again, one of the very badly impacted areas. Every day, the misery is actually gut-wrenching. It's soul-numbing to see the death, devastation and destruction all across central and southern Turkey. In fact, yesterday we were reporting from the Turkey-Syria border and the information that's coming from Syria. We spoke to some of those who were fleeing Syria and coming to Turkey. The situation on the other side apparently is even worse than what it is here. But if I were to talk about what we've seen in the past 5 days here, whether it's at Noordagi or at Marash or at Gaziantep, wherever we've traveled, or in the Hatay province, street after street, city after city, flattened completely. Multi-storied building, 10-story, 12-story, 14-story buildings, they've been smashed to the ground in that devastating earthquake of 7.6 on the Richter scale, and then subsequent tremors that continue to be felt for the next several days. And it's so heartbreaking. Like last night, we were reporting till about midnight, a little after midnight, and one body was recovered. The family of that man whose body was recovered, it had stood there for 5 days and 5 nights in -6 degrees temperature. And when the lady finally saw, her husband's body, she was hoping against hope that he'd survive. Unfortunately, he didn't. And in that icy cold, she just collapsed on the ground. But then there were many medical workers who were standing by, and they took her to hospital immediately. But it's actually soul-numbing. It's the still of the night. You hear no sound except this sudden shriek, when a body is recovered. That sudden cry of agony, which doesn't just pierce through the night, it pierces through your soul. So those are the kinds of scenes we've seen day after day here in Turkey, night after night in Turkey. So we reported that in Gaziantep, and then we came back to Adana. And early this morning, we are here at the airfield because for the people of Turkey, this is actually good news. This medical equipment that's arrived, and all this equipment will now quickly, as you notice, it's being unloaded very quickly, and it will be taken to Noordagi and to Gaziantep and to Iskenderun, and there it will be put to good use to help the people of Turkey, Aishwarya.
Right, Gaurav. Gaurav, stay on with me. Now, the NDRF and the Turkish rescue teams are working together in a fight against time even after dusk. Now, rescue teams are checking the debris of houses where it is believed many are still trapped, while their family members await patiently near the site. Watch this report.
A late-night operation to save lives, and this time in Gaziantep. Now it's a race against time. Usually operations are called off at sundown because it's very unsafe for operations to continue through the night. But right now, lights have been brought in. If you notice, there is an NDRF team of India and a team of Turkey, and even family members who are up there, because now it's a desperate race against time to save lives. It's already day 6 is ending as hope diminishes, families are still extremely hopeful, and if you look behind me, there are several family members who are standing by very patiently. They want to ensure that they are there when any information comes out. Of course, the information that came out a little while ago wasn't very good when right from this wreckage here, 5 bodies were pulled out, but the hope still is. Remember, the information is there are between 50 to 60 people who were trapped inside this multi-storied building when it collapsed. So there is a heavy crane that's been brought in. This heavy crane is working from this angle. There's another crane working from the other angle. But between the cranes, if you notice, there are family members who are standing up there with the NDRF team, and they've drilled a hole. Through that hole, one person has gone in and confirmed that there is some kind of movement. They're not too sure what kind of movement it is, and that is why no heavy equipment is being used right now. It's only through hands that they're working. Aim once again to snatch lives from the jaws of death.
My colleague Gaurav is joining me on the story. Gaurav, you know, the place where you are standing, million of tons of aid has been given by India to make sure that the people get what they need at the moment. Gaurav, you know, from where you are standing, you were showing us some visuals of the aid being unloaded. How long, Gaurav, do you believe that this aid will take to reach the people? And what, according to you, is the timeline that you are looking at? You have been on the ground. How long do you think these rescue operations will go on? And how long do you think actually it will take Turkey?
And all the other aid workers and rescue teams are doing here in all of the affected parts of Turkey. In this race against time, now that it's day 7, finding people alive, it's a miracle, but that miracle is actually happening. Yesterday, when we were reporting from Marash, in Marash, 2 children were found alive after being buried for 5 days. Yesterday, a man was found alive after being buried for over 140 hours. So that kind of gives hope to all the workers to continue searching. And now, apart from, just the sniffer dogs, they're also using technology in terms of acoustic radars to help. The moment the dog gives some kind of an indication, small holes are dug into concrete slabs, and that fiber optic cable is put inside. That fiber optic cable has a camera, it has a microphone, and aid workers are able, rescue workers are able to look inside. If there's any movement, the microphone is used. It also has a speaker to tell the individual that if you can make some noise, if you can say something, the moment that person reacts, if at all, then they know which direction to start working in. And very heavy equipment and cranes have been brought in. All of them are now being used to, as of now, as quickly as possible, rescue as many people as possible in this race against time, Aishwarya.
Well, Gaurav, please stay on with me. Now, the rescue workers from Turkey are working relentlessly in Gaziantep. Now, this is one of the most affected cities in Turkey. Now, Turkish workers have paid their respects to the ones who lost their lives in the earthquake by standing in silence. Watch this report by Gaurav Sawant.
The rescue workers from Turkey working relentlessly at this very difficult site in Gaziantep. Now, this was one of the worst disaster sites, and these people worked non-stop. While some people were fortunately saved alive, some people could not be saved, and as a mark of their respect, all of them stood in silence as a mark of respect for those who had died in the earthquake here. While they finished their work today, after paying respect to those who died, they will return once again tomorrow for this task to continue. And this task will continue for a very long time. Not just search and rescue, then it would turn into relief and rehabilitation. But these workers, including some from the Turkish army, are working non-stop at this site to ensure as many lives as possible can be saved. With cameraman Kripal Singh at Gaziantep, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today. With me is Ibrahim. Ibrahim is a member of the Turkish Army rescue team. Ibrahim, what can you tell us about the operations that are going on here?
This operation is difficult because